没有穿，他刚打4个了，4个，我没看错的话，累积起来4个，累积起来。他那边的短枪喷子啊，各种突破，真的是非常恶心，请原谅我用恶心2个字形容，因为我们刚刚打过太多训练赛，他们真的很猛。哇，这边金鱼直接先带掉了西安跟邦哥哥，他用的是 MS9，一收2，然后来到1楼再收1个，现在点是 Eternity Love 抢下来的。他们所站下来的画面，则是看到了百战战队的爆破猫来到了铁皮2楼。目前点内刚刚是拉拉吧，结果拉拉过来死掉了。
可以看到，像鲍勃猫，他的大局的意识是非常聪明，而且他把有些铁2架住的时候，也不会做开枪，把人带走的时候，就尽量赶快去做掩蔽一些动作，然后帮点内做好防爆。那这也是帮助整个队伍可能在整体上面一个优势，甚至是时间上面跟分数上面可以更多在相对点内的人，可能对枪没有对赢，他利用这个位置漂亮。他会给 NTR 选手的话 ，NTR 选手里面的结果鸡蛋糕大叔先狙到一个加藤鹰。
对，我开镜，然后去找可能会有人出现的位置，看到人直接秒杀，然后再带掉一个，前面才抢到鸡蛋糕叔叔的狙击发挥，这把就把 NTR 打掉2个人了。
可大叔直接拿狙击进来到了 A 点，
这瞬狙
30岁的反应。直接突破过来，点的人没有发现到，完全爆了。结果抽你牛赶快重生，回到点上驱逐对打，使用了死亡机器。
是大师兄回来，现在领先好多啊！而且抽你牛拿着自己的死亡机器，又收了2个点内的，加油站这里的人也要被他直接带走，太扯了！一个人就扛全场，我的天，他到底杀了几个人了？目前2个人都是拿长枪的，长枪破点是有远距离的优势，但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把某某给穿死，将来玉开穿第2个亚瑟秒，不对，邦哥哥配合上队友拉枪线也把亚瑟给秒掉了。这一波打得漂亮，一波的双夹，同时某某侧脑也是直接被打掉。充能呢是只要你连杀7个人就有了，但是你知道在游戏里面我们不可能一直连杀嘛，所以其实你杀不到7个人就得开1次，然后你也可以马上再来开第2次。这边看到是 M4一波的开镜转腰射，成功带走敌人，在下面这个点目前 DNS 卡的算是没有办法进到点内的感觉，
所以选择的短枪才是他们目前唯一在打这张图可以用到的一个时间点吧，因为像人感这个位置，他本身之前是有打长枪线，可是他选择打的是 AS89的话，那变成说就是说他们的站点选手是偏少的。
是，就是这个属性吧，就你是架点或是突袭手。然后 A 点的部分目前是 Mountain Dew 出身嘛 ，DNS 拿 C， 但在 C 点 DNS 守得很好，然后同时他们也突破到了中间的这个 U 字形的大楼，看到这边 iWife 人感一波收多人，把 M4 跟 Momo 都带走，波克比也死，再收，完全掐住了前面 Mountain Dew 的路线。C 点的话是。对，有人去做绕背，感觉 DNS 在绕背上面是到了很勤快，2次都有击到 C， 而且都拿到1半的毒条。
哇，这个 Momo 的枪法也太硬了吧，直接收掉2个人。这时候有人绕背，他直接抓他绕背也是反打，个人单兵意识根本是一流。
对，连续收了3颗头，卡在这个红房2楼位，基本上对面是很难去做突破的，因为在这张地图最重要的卡 B 点的位置就是这里了，直接要再带
6颗头啊！
Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But
Hackney Yard, and they're stepping in there and giving it their all. Well, 3 versus Rihanna with a beautiful gravity spike kill. And it fell flat. RPL Esports, they stepped up, man. I mean, earlier with the Kenshi comeback there, they came back from no. Oh, come on, Kenshi. Don't do stuff like that, man.
maybe towards the back alley of the B, but no, they're still trying to aggress here on the A side itself. But Lokes will find an opening, pick up and close and personal. He's going to get a few tags and down. Trying to counter snipe as well here onto the A side. But look at this, Lokes finding a second kill, a triple kill now for Lokes in the round. Will he get the fourth? Yes, he will. He's one away from the A.
Players just hanging around the auto repair. The players at Bravo need to be careful though, because questions will be asked by Whoopi as he takes down Jizen, and he will go in for yet another strike. Goes in for a quick scope in there, blocks that shot, but he doesn't miss the next one. Wings gets taken down as well, and the Bravo side has fully opened up.
Oh.
So unfortunate, because my son is playing in there with that sniper.
Oh my Lord, Whoopi. Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But iPhone was choose for the
Why you do that like that? Why you do that like that?
Triple kill! iPhone can he get the last one? It's in Tiki. Does spot him. The shorty will take it on. Misses that first one. Misses twice. Reloads. Tries to get it.
Masuk ke dalam basket. Tapi kita tidak dikasih lagi. 2 lawan 3. ALMGHTY. Untuk seorang Oksirin, Enilatar dikeluarkan kita dan seorang Ayam. Dapat 1 kill, masih ada 1. Kita lihat dari arah Ayam. Kena, tapi saya tiganya Pak. Itu dari arah Domination B. Mana dapat tempat ini Dani yang keluarin juga. Ada ya, 2 orang suka mengamuk dan tidak ada serangan itu pastinya 3 orang didapatkan. Mantap banget, I'm joking. Terus, oke, pusingan. Karena Rimo udah jauh poinnya di sini dan benar-benar dia itu udah nggak apa ya kan? Berjaga, harus tumbang juga di sana. Sementara Skozi masuk ke dalam basket. Dan pastinya jaya banget. Akhir, pentakill untuk Skozi di sana. Oh my God.
Backup incoming. It's time for a global event. Operators are on their way. They arrive without warning. They arrive in style and steal the show. Together with operators from all over the world. Let it begin. Ammunition is scarce, but there are more and more operators joining the ranks. The whole world is with you. The whole world together in this fight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. Now, I am looking forward to seeing exactly which squads will be flying through the battlefield today like feather as well, because so many of them have worked their way all the way up to this point lead. Only 8 now remain. Absolutely dominate. Let's see exactly how long they'll be able to stand in here, because it's going to be
Guy can actually just go in, clutch this up, and it's going to be
Wow! What a snipe! And now
Burger B is going to be responding to that. But then Mickey again with a kill, having 10 already, will probably get another one if he actually get it. But then it's going to be so hard with 10 seconds left on the clock. But they get to one, needs to get a number one of so many players of Gaijin. And just basically just solo holds A. Eventually, there's going to be one person right beside him that can actually go annihilating every single person. Which way do see? Shut up, takes rid of Chloe and Flash.
from Heaven itself to go in for the flank, and Heaven is just absolutely torturing them, and Hardpoint most definitely will be in the hands of the almighty. Predator missile comes through as well.
Heaven with a slice and dice. Now that is absolutely rude of him to do. But
Is most definitely not held on by the side of Cold Red, and they do that perfectly.
Castle actually doesn't know where it is, but then finally, just like that, gets that win. Got it, goes down.
Makes him pay, and this is perfection as well coming in from NATO. The fight most definitely is real. NATO.
And it just basically stopped that Bravo Esports as well. And here we go.
Now waiting for flash. Sony gets a slice and have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 5 more seconds, and guys in Rogue now have an opportunity to prove themselves, but it's going to be quite difficult for getting the impregnable defense down. All aids, perfection in terms of the play, gets a double opportunity beef and a beautiful opener. Shut up, Incendio, let's go! Finally rising up to the challenge. Predator missile comes back through. How is that for gamer supremacy as the almighty brand Lion City representing the headmasters, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore? Almighty once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, B, for joining me and bringing all of the hottest action for these greatest of community. You guys take care. We'll catch you at the Malaysian Championship.
Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa. As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30คิวแล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把某某给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
That floor every day, all day, all I do is win. I'm the best in the world, I let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other, going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1, what is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers presented by Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. Today we are back with the 6 Titans of Group A. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Coach Jericho to bring you guys all of the hottest action from the day. How are you feeling, Jericho?
I'm doing pretty well. You know, I'm excited. We already got Group A, Group B. Now we're gonna go back to Group A, AJ. And let's see what happens. This is where it's kind of, we're going to see who's going to be the top 4 for a while. And then we're going to see who's going to be bottom 2. So it's an important day. It's going to be an important day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, especially for U2 RSG as well as Raptors.DNS. Raptors, they only had one series to play. U2RSG, on the other hand, they are suffering the worst of situations. They had two series, and out of the two, they only have one match won. Raptors.DNS, on the other hand, they do still have an opportunity to overtake U2RSG at the very bottom. Today is going to be a lot of, I guess, situations where we might have to start biting our nails. A lot of these teams struggling in here. In terms of Group A as well as Group B, you say that, Group B is the group of death. I personally feel like Group A is a little bit more tougher because, the kind of teams that we have in here, man, just from MSP alone, we've got those kings in there, right? You've got ALMGHTY, you've got Omega Esports, you've got U2RSG in there, and Rimo, Sadewa, they are the new kings of Indonesia, and they have definitely shown great capabilities with taking those matches. They beat U2RSG 3-0, even though they won that coin toss, Jericho.
Yeah, it was an upsetting, it was an upset, honestly. It was a shocker. We knew Rimo was really good, but we didn't know they were this good. Like, they showed something else. Something was in there that they were just gonna be here and they're gonna try to win everything. And for the others, like ALMGHTY, AJ, that's expected already.
It is right. It is right. Now, ALMGHTY, they took 2 games against the Smart Omega team, and then when they went up against U2RSG, they did the exact same thing. U2RSG as well as Smart Omega managing to pull 1 match away. Overall, Smart Omega, they were quite happy on that day because they managed to beat Raptors.DNS 3-0 at the very end, right? So they managed to amass a total of 4 points. So at the very top, we've got 3 of those teams all tied up now. And I'm just curious as to what's going to happen if we end up with a situation where all 3... Okay, can we even have a tie at the top with 3 teams with the same points? There is a possibility, right, Jericho?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the head-to-head. Like, whoever has the more... If you lose, if it's 2-1, then obviously whoever has the more points, then you win that one.
Yeah. So, lots of stuff in here. Let us know in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what do you guys think? But before, of course, we kick the day off, we are very happy to tell you today, Garena has thrown in a few more of those giveaways, but we have got, a pretty monumental target to hit, up to 50,000 CC. It's good for today. So I think it's a very wise option to start liking and sharing the stream right now, Jericho.
I mean, from the get-go, without even seeing us, start sharing, start calling everyone already, because we got some prizes if you do hit that number, AJ. I mean, I'm liking the prize. It's getting better and better every day.
Well, this is the format of the competition. We have got 12 teams in total from 6 regions. The number 1 as well as the number 2 seed. They have been separated into 2 groups. The top 8 teams, basically the top 4 from Group A and the top 4 from Group B, will be moving on to the playoffs. During the group stages, it'll be a single round robin where they'll play all 3 games at the playoffs. It's a single elimination, best out of 5, Jericho.
Yeah, single eliminations, best out of 5. That's really going to be scary once we reach the playoffs because, one mistake can really cost your whole tournament run, AJ. So I feel like, starting now, if you're the top teams, you got to do a lot of scouting on the other teams. Because once you lose, it's bye-bye.
And I think those teams most definitely have gone in there and scouted already. At the very least, a majority of them, right? I think U2RSG were one of those who suffered quite badly because although they seemed like they went in with great picks for themselves in terms of maps, we were brought into Crossfire as well as Hackney Yard by U2RSG against Rimo Sadewa. Rimo Sadewa swept it all the way through, man. So, at the very end of the day, some of the teams are so superior to the rest where they're showing us even if those coin tosses are won, it's not going to make much of a difference at all.
Yeah, it's not going to make much of the difference at all. But AJ, these are our teams for the Garena Regional Qualifier. For our Indonesia region, we have Rimo, Sadewa, and Dunya Games Esports. For the Philippines, we have Blacklist International Ultimate and Omega Esports. And for our Thailand region, we have Sharper Esports and WDC Free Slot. For the region, AFN Gaming and Raptors.DNS. For Malaysia, we have SEM9 and RSG. And finally, for Singapore, we have ALMGHTY and M42 Esports.
I love the fact that Garena has already separated the first seed as well as second seed. You will not be able to see the exact same region within the same group, and I think that's amazing. That's great to set up for a great opportunity, a showdown at the playoffs later on. Some of these regions clearly have shown us the capability of pushing through both of their teams in towards the playoffs. One of those regions that definitely have convinced me so far is Thailand.
I think I'd agree with you there. The Thailand region, they're showing up, AJ. Like we've heard a lot of them, but this time, just a lot of teams are surprising us. And it's really great to see that, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I want to see more from Sharper Esports. Rimo, Sadewa as well. We'll have the opportunity to see what else the Indonesians can bring into this match. Because when Sharper Esports took them on in day one, Sharper Esports beat them 2-1, man. They won the coin toss. I believe that played a huge role in them taking that whole series.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you. The coin toss, it's anybody's game. Maybe sometimes it is an advantage, sometimes it's not an advantage, but I feel like it's just you as a team knowing every single map. It's going to be really important. So I feel like that's the expectation we need to set for all these players. But here are the standings from day one. We have ALMGHTY and Rimo, Sadewa, and Omega all at tie at first, and we have Sharper Esports, RSG, and Raptors with 4, 5, and 6, AJ.
And basically just continuing a conversation from the start of the show moments ago, RSG, Raptors.DNS definitely have to hustle in here today. You do RSG slightly more in comparison to the Raptors. They only had one so far where they lost 3-0, and that's against Omega. That's against Smart Omega, the ex-kings of Garena, who almost represented us at the World Championships, right? That didn't happen. They went down. It doesn't matter. It's a fresh new day today. They will have the opportunity to take on Udo RSG, which seems apt because they are the ones that they have to overcome to take that 5th spot. And then later on in the day, to close day 3 off, it's going to be against Sharper Esports. So, against Udo RSG, maybe they might be able to pull something off, but against Sharper Esports, though, my friend, oh goodness, I don't know any team within Group A, if or not they've shown us those capabilities of taking on a strong side of Sharper Esports just yet, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. But going back to Raptors, they have a tough day here. But they can also be the ones that can eliminate RSG ultimately from the tournament, AJ. So a lot on the line. So Sharper and RSG and Raptors, they're on the lifeline right now. But here are the schedules for our day number 3. ALMGHTY versus Rimo, Sadewa. We're gonna start off with that one. After that, we're gonna have Sharper Esports versus Omega Esports. And for our 3rd game, we have Raptors.DNS versus RSG. For our 4th game, Rimo, Sadewa versus Omega Esports. And finally, to close out the day, we have Sharper Esports versus Raptors.DNS.
Which matchup are you most excited for, Jericho?
I'm really liking the 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th.
Hey, too many, man.
I mean, no, actually, you know what? Everything is on the line because since it's day 2, AJ. I mean, even the Raptors and RSG, they're both bottom 2. So whoever really, wins that, pretty much you're kind of safe already. And if you're going to be the last one, you need to hustle up more.
Yeah, especially Raptors.DNS, right? Because throughout the whole of the competition, they are the one team that have not proven themselves just yet. They are, they are allies from Taiwan, AFN in Group B. My goodness me, what a performance yesterday. And it's going to take a lot for DNS to step it up. But after seeing AFN in action yesterday, I hope it is a great motivation for them, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's a great motivation that also their co-region brothers or sisters, they're doing their best. AFN, even though they did lose some games that they should have won, they're showing up and they are impressing us. So I feel like they're going to be motivated to do better than them.
And that's what I'm looking forward to, right? ALMGHTY, Rimo, Sadewa, first match. Do you have a prediction? It's obviously a very, very tough question to answer. Both supreme teams. We've seen Rimo, Sadewa jump on in there. We know both of these teams are tied at the top in that number 1 and the number 2 spot, each with 4 points. The one that takes the series will take that number 1 spot.
Yeah, okay. About the prediction, AJ, it's going to be hard because okay, Rimo, they did beat RSG, but RSG, they're not in full form. But ALMGHTY, full form. So I'm going to lean towards ALMGHTY here.
And although I want to bet on Almighty, I think Rimo Sadewa has shown us a lot of promise so far. I do agree with you though. I do agree with you. Udo RSG is just finding it a little bit, of a sticky situation early on in the competition. They are taking a while to warm up, and I think that's all fine as they take on their series today. Hopefully they find their stride finally, right? But let that be with the teams, Jericho. We've got some milestones that we need the viewers to help us hit.
Yeah, the milestones here, guys. If we do reach 30,000 concurrent viewers, we're gonna give away a double weapon XP card, and if we do hit 40K, we're gonna give you 3 rainy day crates, and finally, this one's a nice one. If we reach 50K, guys, you guys get a DRH airbrush skin. So I mean, I want to hit that 50K, AJ.
I personally want to hit the 40K. The rainy day crate, I didn't purchase it. I don't have it. I want to get it. So please. I mean, you guys can help Jericho out hitting the 50. I'll support Jericho. Help him hit the 50. I automatically get my 40. Okay.
It's a win-win situation, guys. So don't forget to share, like the stream in YouTube, on Facebook, anywhere you're watching. Call your friends. We're about to start, guys. Almighty Rimo Sadewa. It's gonna be a great one. It's gonna be hot.
Oh, let us know in the comment section as well, who do you think is going to be winning this first match? This is Singapore taking on the boys from Indonesia at the Garena Regional Qualifier Day 3. We will not see any of those players from Group B in performance today. It's all about Group A. And, we only have 3 days, a total of 5 series for all of these teams to go through, Jericho, and this is day 2, so it's do or die technically today.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much we're gonna know who's gonna be top 4. I mean, it's gonna kind of settle it, and then we're gonna see the 5th or 6th that can try to make a comeback or try to tie it up. So it's very important now.
Yeah, and I of course would love to see some upsets in here. Maybe a huge shuffle on the leaderboards for Group A. It's a lot to ask for because at the bottom, Udo RSG as well as Raptors.DNS, once again, they're not finding that momentum just yet. But Almighty, they are in top flight, just like you have pointed out, Jericho. Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, as well as Shut Up, looking to shut Rimo Sadewa up today. But it's not gonna be easy at all. As we know, the tactics that Rimo Sadewa have been showing us thus far have been so clean, and what's even more impressive than that is they rarely lose their gunfights.
Yeah, they rarely lose the gunfights. I do agree with you, AJ, but Almighty, they're pretty much up to par with Rimo Sadewa here, AJ. On everything, pretty much. They know what they're doing. They both know. They both trust each other, and I feel like I need Adapt. We've seen him last time that he was stepping up, but I think they need to go even harder for this one.
Well, let's see if or not they will be able to step up. This is the lineup instead of Rimo Sadewa, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Tricksters, Messiks, Keens, Ochas, as well as Aimers stepping up for the Indonesian side. They are the kings of Indonesia, and I kind of peg them to be the winners of this particular series only because of how they've taken such strong, matches up against Udo RSG. They've proven to us of how aggressive they can be, even though they have got no choice whatsoever with those maps. And the maps that they dominated, Hackney Yard as well as, maybe not Crossfire, but Hackney Yard to the very least, we know that's a place where Almighty loves to hop on into.
Yeah, also, that's a really good place. Also, not only Hackney Yard, also Crossfire, AJ.
Yes.
We do know that their Crossfire S&D is very, very strong. So the coin toss here, I think this is where it really matters. The coin toss is very, very important. So, I mean, let's see what happens. But we do also have our matchups. I feel like it's gonna be Adapt versus Keens, or maybe it's Shut Up. Those players they really have to make a lot. And here we go, the head-to-head MVP. So you have Aimer versus Heaven. 16 kills for Aimer, 19 for Heaven, both 15 deaths and assists with 12 for Aimer, 4 for Heaven, but the score 2,000 on the same region, AJ.
Yeah, KDA on the side of Almighty looks slightly sharpy here, but at the end of the day, just based on one series, maybe it's not 100% there just yet, right? For me, at the moment, these are just numbers. What's going to decide a majority of the result is, you've pointed out already the coin toss, right? The ones who get to decide, the number of maps to play on, mainly Hardpoint as well as Domination, have perhaps, some of that momentum swinging their side, and Rimo Sadewa is that lucky one. They've got Lady Luck looking their way, and they get to ban the first map. Take the first shot against Almighty.
Yeah, I think it should be a crossfire or a Hackney, or even take a firing range. Okay, they don't want to play firing range hardpoint. I do agree with that one. That's a good pick. Banning out firing range, S&D as well. So let's see what Almighty pulls out here. They might ban a takeoff here because they want to play on that crossfire. They're not gonna ban their own map, AJ. But I like this. I like this pick from Rimo.
I don't know, man, because Rimo also went in there and they played a really good crossfire against U2RSG. And it's a good pick coming in here from Almighty to take takeoff from the list. Hardpoint, I'm assuming this is going to be crossfire. It's one of the harder maps to really go in and dominate each and every single hardpoint. The 4th and 5th hill, if you know how to go in there and control it, you're a winner already. You can fall back a little bit at the start of the matchup. So many of these strategies, but oh my goodness. Stepping out of their way to prove a point here, Jericho.
Yeah, I feel like they want to prove a point that they can also play Hackney Yard. So this is gonna be it's gonna be an advantage for both teams actually. No one really won the coin toss for this one, AJ. But the side though, the Almighty, they picked up special forces, and then now there we go. Almighty picking Crossfire. That's their home base here. That's a good pick coming there to guarantee them to get that game number 2, AJ. So I'm liking this picks for it's gonna be a good. This might be good for Almighty in my opinion. Like even it feels better for them.
Yeah, we might see a standoff in here. Oh no, it's going to be a summit for domination. All the same, love it. It is a little bit more balanced in terms of domination for summit. Prefer it slightly more than hardpoint. Hardpoint, it's not like it's super difficult to get, but you know exactly how tricky those spawns, can sometimes get in the way of the objective. But overall, absolutely loving the map picks in here. Rimo Sadewa look really strong. Almighty don't look like they're going to be deterred by these map picks. We've seen them go in there and pop off as well. It's going to go down to the mechanical plays of each individual out there. Annihilator as well as Death Machine blocked out. Almighty keeping the Sparrow available for both teams.
Yeah, that was gonna be the tough choice. When I saw Annihilator, I was like, oh, they really want to ban that. But I was like in my head, Almighty's not gonna ban the Sparrow. They want to use that. So, in Hackney Yard, a lot of small corners, a lot of little doorways. The Sparrow will be very helpful here. So expect 10 Sparrows in the map, AJ.
I think, I wouldn't have it any other way, man. I'm absolutely excited to see exactly how Almighty overcomes this challenge. It's not going to be easy at all because of what Rimo Sadewa has already proven out to the crowd. But because we have seen Almighty themselves step out and dominate these maps, they've got full map control. I mean, we've seen Summit. They've gone in his season after meta, each and every single competition, they show us that they are fixated on a single map. It used to be Summit. At one point, it was Standoff, and then they hopped on over to Hackney Yard. So I'm not too fussed at all in terms of their plays of rotations. But Rimo Sadewa, gunfights, that I'm worried.
Yeah, I'm very worried with that, but here we go. Game number 1, hardpoint Hackney Yard. We do see AMT stacking it already. Very fast stack coming into there. And we do see it just adapt. They just have control, EJ. They want to get control of that early. They want to get that AC control. And Rimo Sadewa losing those initial gunfights. And now let's see if they can try to push back.
It's going to be a full-on warehouse battle. 7-2 so far. Heaven backing away. The VAL will not be able to strike, but Almighty picking up those initial points. Quite solid so far. Rimo Sadewa, they need to figure out exactly how they're going to be able to break this. They bring in the pinch, and solo now. Mystic's doing all of that work, allowing Rimo Sadewa some time at that hard point.
Yeah, they finally broke it through, but look at the map, AJ. There's number 1, which is Adapt at the back already in speed 2. He is there to get that spawn. There's going to be one more player to beat there, which is going to be Aimer. It's going to be a huge 1v1. Adapt has to stay alive here, but Rimo getting that scrap time and rotation is going to be key here. Adapt is staying alive there. If you still see him, he's just trying to make a play, making some time for this. He finally gets taken out by Trickster, so there goes the anchor, but now here comes the push from Almighty. He gave enough time, AJ, and now they can try to make this big.
Oh, absolutely. But I really love the way, exactly how Rimo Sadewa just struggles to hold on to that spawn. And they've managed to squeeze in through that left flank. They move into warehouse, through scaffolding now. They take car park and they swarm through, taking the hard point away with pure aggression against Almighty. Absolutely loving this play. Aimer now, MX9. Incendio's just going to be playing a little bit of a hide and seek, but still caught out. And 41-26 now.
Yeah, 41-26. We did see Almighty break it for a while, AJ, but no points coming in. Rimo, this hill is very hard to break, AJ. This is a money hill right here. So, that's control. But here comes the push coming in from Almighty. Can they break it? Triple man push, but gets taken out. Rimo is trading out back and forth. If you're Almighty, you should try to give this up right here, AJ. This could be your last push. Good time for shut up. Huge kill right here. If you can get this, it could be huge. But no, Rimo gets that trade. They get that last 8 seconds, and rotations are going to start now.
Yeah, she should have backed away a little bit further there. Heaven is easy for himself, trying to make a comeback in here for the side of Almighty. 34-61. It has to be the play for the open phone booth. Now, if they can take a backstep from Smokestacks, it's going to be good. And Almighty Gods of RNG helping them out, allowing them to spawn out of rooftop. And that's just going to be spreading the team all out on that map. But now Rimo Sadewa from the Special Forces base. This is that opportunity for them to turn things around, pick up that hard point.
Yeah, sack up that defense indeed, AJ. And here we go. They have control of that backside. Here comes the Sparrow from Rimo, but Incendio at the back as well. This is going to be a huge hill. You need to push this one. You need to get control of this top L, AJ. This is very important. And now can they try to break it? Gravity Vortex inside as well. Sparrow in, but Heaven and all the boys of Almighty getting control of mid-map. They lost spawns, but they can still try to make this. They can still try to play this one, AJ. If you look at number 1, Adapt at the back again, just being annoying, just trapping Rimo back in that P1, AJ. It's gonna be a fight for this office now.
I just love how Almighty's taking this, and Incendio is just playing this so carefully. Like, he knows exactly where the next hardpoint is going to go. It's going to move on towards that office, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And more importantly, they know that the phone booth is one of the most open and difficult and riskiest hardpoints to play. They don't go in single-handedly. They send one man in, and the rest of them just hold down the fort, not allowing Rimo Sadewa to pick up a majority of those points. And now Almighty, this is the hill. Come back. Let's see if they can make it through there, though.
Yeah, I think this is going to be huge for them. Sparrow is in there. He's just covering Irfan J. And 3 people go down, but here comes the Sparrow. This is where the operator is, because this is where the Sparrow can shine, AJ. Very rare, but there's one person on top. He's not going to be able to notice that. Takes him out. Can he take him out as well? No. Trick Mercy X is there. Gonna push down. Big kill right here. And Aimer takes out Heaven as well. It's just a back and forth gunfight. Finally, Almighty 76-80. They should start working on the rotation. But Rimo, they're gonna be getting down 20 seconds. It's gonna be really huge. I feel like Almighty can still push this agent.
Yeah, I think they might be able to make a comeback here, but Rimo Sadewa, they're fighting tooth and nail. They managed to take off his back, and they should be able to stay inside for a little bit longer. Almighty, they snuff them out. The gunfights are still alive. Scrap points now for the Singaporeans before they make their way through. This is going to be hard point number 4, and when they move into Dockhouse, that's just going to be that final HP. Will the game end? Rimo Sadewa most definitely will be trying, but they need to hold on to a full hill, and with that sentry gun, it might be possible.
Yeah, it might be possible indeed, AJ. And here we go. Here comes the push coming in. Your sentry gun down. That's a 6-man for you. They have every angle covered. Rimo Sadewa dropping one by one. And now Almighty taking the lead. Rimo Sadewa pushing down right side. Can they try to make a play here? Waiting for each other. 35 seconds. Stuns out. They have to make this play, but Almighty, they know they're all going to come here. Here comes the push. Okay, it's going to start. Gets one as well. Can he get a second one? No. No trade from his teammates, but Keynes is there. Irfan J trying to hold it down as well, but gets taken out. And just like that, Rimo gets control, but the spawns are still in favor of Almighty. Huge plays coming here in Heaven with the Sparrow. Fixer as well. But this is it. The damage has been done, AJ. Both teams not really getting much lead there, AJ. But it's going to be the battle for that P1 now.
I cannot believe Almighty actually won that back. Now Heaven steps in once again. Fixes right in front of him, gets snuffed out. Ochart drops him 112 to 108. Rimo Sadewa, they play it back well, but it's so equal between the two. We go back in for the reset of those hard points. Back into warehouse, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be the Singaporeans there first. How can they stack onto this defense? They need to be a little bit more aggressive outside at the scaffolding area, and that's exactly what Heaven is focusing on. He's taking the fight outside at the road, but He gets snuffed out, and here comes Rimo Sadewa for the takeover.
This is the last push. 2 more pushes for Rimo. If they get this, they're gonna win. If they don't, they're gonna be able to lose the game. But here we go. Pushes coming through. Heaven is there as well. Almighty still has control. One more player to beat. Aimer with the Sparrow can be the savior, but gets taken out. Unfortunately, 30 seconds left. Can they make the play here? Irfan J just covering everything, and Rimo Sadewa, they are panicking right now. AJ, 10 more seconds. They have to make a push. No more mistakes here. Here we go. Final push. Sixer gets taken out. Incendio with the Sparrow takes out one. One more player to beat. No one's going to get near there. I think we want to play teams, but too late. The Sparrow is in. Almighty takes game number 1.
2 sentries, both secured. Doghouse was the first place where, you know, they managed to not only win that fight, but take quite a solid lead. The third hard point, man, that's exactly where things turned around for them, right? Beautiful plays from the Singaporeans. When they stepped on into office, Incendio was holding on to second floors, playing a phone booth. It was smart plays all the way through, very calculated. They weren't taking those straightforward fights. P3, remember that stalemate that Incendio and team forced the side of Rimo Sadewa into. They barely could step in there, Jericho.
Yeah, they barely could step in there. It was really hard. Even though the spawns were in favor with Rimo, they were struggling. They were struggling to get some kills or maybe try to push it on its own. And especially in offense had really changed because Incendio was just there the whole time. Just pretty much holding it down, waiting for his teammates, not really making much noise. But once he started making noise, his Sparrow came out. The AMAX came out as well. Huge plays coming in from them. And then especially, you know, P5, they got a little bit of time. Rimo did get it as well. But then the streaks were just too much. They managed to get operator skills again for P1. And then, you know, I mean, that was it.
Yeah, I love it, man. I mean, Adapt as well as Heaven, they played their objectives really well together with Irfan J. But without players like Incendio and Shut Up holding the fort down, locking down key areas, not allowing the players from Rimo Sadewa to take those flanks, to take those backstabs. That was the main reason as to why they were able to hold a majority of those points. I'm talking about P3, I'm talking about P4. P4 was a little bit back and forth, but once again, Incendio, the early setup by him, snuffing out all of those players, allowed the side of Almighty to take control of that P4 from those early stages as well. For a majority of this play, Rimo Sadewa, they were playing catch-up.
Yeah, they were playing catch-up. I mean, yes, they got the lead in the second one, AJ, you know, huge chunk of time there. But when it came to P3 and P4, that was their worst hills, honestly, AJ. They couldn't do anything that much, especially in P5. Yes, you got at least 20 seconds there, but the rotation was too late. They were playing with too much urgency. Like, they were panicking already once they saw that Almighty had the sentry gun and everything. They just couldn't push together. I think like if they just, you know, waited for like a while and just like pushed together like 5-man, they could have pushed like in other ways. They could have pushed on second floor L. We could have maybe jumped on the air conditioning. You know, there's a lot of ways, but they were just panicking at that moment.
Yeah, and I think they should be able to recover in here. Rimo Sadewa, we've seen exactly what they're capable of. The last time we saw them in Search and Destroy at Crossfire, they got defeated 6-5, but it was quite a good game against Sharper Esports. We see exactly how well they are able to take those long-range engagements, but we have an issue of Almighty being pretty good at those snipes as well. Heaven stepping out there onto the battlefield will be a huge challenge for the Indonesians.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge challenge indeed, especially that, you know, Crossfire, home of Almighty. They know that. They live and breathe in Crossfire, but let's see what happens. You did say 6-5, you know, for Rimo. I mean, it's going to be a close one, AJ.
Well, let's see if or not it is close or either side can snuff out their opponents with a dominant play in here. It's going to be a quick round around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The bomb moves in towards that bus station. Going to be hanging back first, not going in for the plant. Rimo Sadewa wants to get the setup as well as that early opening frag. Once they knock down a couple of defenders from the side of Almighty, they can rest a little bit easy. This is the danger of Heaven, but Tricksters punishes him early and opens up the game for Rimo Sadewa.
Wow, where did he hit that? Where did he hit that shot? Like, I would have loved to see the replay, but it's going to be a 5v4. Bomb is down. Almighty trying to play that retake. We see Incendio on the bottom of the screen. But in Mercy, Me6 takes out one. And Keen takes out Incendio as well. One more player to beat there. Shut up. Gonna get taken out. And this should be a round for Rimo. Unless Irfan J makes a miracle.
I want to believe in Irfan J, but you know, Rimo Sadewa, they are sharp, man. This is gonna be a little impossible. Messick snuffs him out. Shorty pops out. It was not his last resort. It was definitely his first choice in that CQC combat. Almighty Rimo Sadewa. Let's see exactly who will be able to move on forth with the victory. For now, Rimo picks up point number 1. I think that was quite a solid push from them, and Heaven got broken down quite early in that round. And Shut Up now snuffs Ochats out of the equation. Tricksters will find ahead, but does not manage to punish Shut Up.
Yeah, I mean, now they just traded now. Like last round, Trickster did get Heaven, but this time Shut Up opening things up. It's going to be a 5 versus 4. Man advantage to Almighty. And that stops the push, but Trickster takes out Shut Up as well. Now it's a 4v4. They're going to be able to plant the bomb right here. Unless Heaven gets a spot on the bomb. Let's see what happens here, Trickster. But you do see Almighty, no one's near the bomb. You'll be able to try to make a play here, AJ. But bomb is down, and here we go. They're going to be playing for time here. If you are Rimo, just have to stay back. But you see the 2 players takes out one Trickster, and Meeseeks takes out Adapt and Incendio, and it's now the 2v4.
Let's see if or not the 2 players from the side of Almighty can make it back through. Look at the corner position by Meeseeks. Oh, can't get the head glitch on him. Punishes Irfan J with the shorty on top of that with that range. Goodness me, what a play so far. But Heaven gets a quick scope off of Keens. Goes in for yet another. We will not be able to punish Meeseeks that easily. Backs away with the shorty. A little too slow against Amir, and Almighty, they suffer their 2nd loss in a row. Rimo Sadewa 2-up.
Yeah, I feel like Rimo, they're showing off in this crossfire because they know everything. They're trying to hold it down all the angles. It's pretty good. And Almighty, they're struggling right now. I know it's only the 2nd round, but we need to see a different kind of adjustment from Almighty. Yes, they know this map, but here comes the smoke actually. But Meeseeks takes out Irfan J as well. The snipers are just hitting right now for Rimo, but we do see an aggressive push from number 2. Incendio already inside the side. Again, try to do something here. Incendio trying to take out one person. Does not get anything as well. Makes him one shot. Okaz takes him out. Now it's going to be a 5v3.
Oh, well played by Ochats. I mean, understanding, getting that information, immediately responding. Meeseeks Shut Up out of the equation. Heaven immediately responds against Ochats. Adapt could have taken that wall bang. Not so sure exactly how much. Call of Duty Mobile timing at its worst there for Adapt as Keen snuffs him out with the MX-9. And Almighty are left with Heaven. He can make crazy plays. 4 versus 1 against Rimo Sadewa. Not gonna be easy. Heaven now with the shot. He should be able to get the kill on Keens if he can respond fast enough. Keens not even going in for the push. Backstab. And he gets the snuff. And Rimo Sadewa takes the 3rd round as well.
Oh my God, AJ, you know, I'm as a player, I remember those kinds of timings, man. It's just, wow, just unfortunate. I can feel for them, but Rimo just playing really well right now, AJ. I know offense is better here, but let's see if they can string up 2 more to put that pressure on Almighty. Almighty, they're just struggling right now. I know it's defense, not really the best sides, but I feel like maybe try to let go of the sniper, maybe try to push up into the side immediately and just try to like hold it down.
I've always been a fan of the double sniper setup, right? Shut Up as well as Heaven, deadly combo, but they just don't seem to be hitting, man. I think they, oh, goodness me, Tricksters shutting down Shut Up once again. I just feel like Rimo Sadewa, they are done and dusted in terms of going in with the research on the positions that Almighty usually holds, and they are hitting each and every single stop on point. They can play this game with their eyes closed, and the Singaporeans will still get shot.
Yeah, they're going to get shot. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 now. Heaven this spot 2, misses the first, misses that 2nd. Not really the best. Keens takes out a dab, and it's all up to Heaven to get in a 1v5. Yeah, AJ, they got to switch it up now. They have to switch it up now, you know. You got to try to rushing it. Let only one snipe, you know, and then the 4 of you guys maybe try to rush into B-bomb side, getting control of that and play ratty. But if they want to stick to that double sniper setup, more than welcome. But Trickster so far is having that number against them.
Yeah, Heaven definitely needs to step up for the team. He's not going in hitting his shots. Adapt as well as Incendio, 0 kills. Are we joking? Tricksters punishes Shut Up once again. And Almighty perhaps going to drop round number 5 to make a comeback, to go in for a reverse sweep against Rimo Sadewa. Close to impossible, but the Singaporeans might have to end up doing exactly that if they want to take this game. And now it's a 5-3. It doesn't look good, man.
Doesn't look good at all. That opening shot, and oh God, it's taking out Incendio. Now it's going to be Adapt, Heaven, and Irfan J. Maybe try to play this retake. You see 1 and 4 going to start pushing up already, but I think information is given. Unless not, they can play sneaky here. Timing is coming in here. Meeseeks takes out Heaven and Adapt as well. Irfan J all alone in a 1v5. Again, AJ, things are not looking well. He does not even get that kill. Gets one at least, but can he help? Gets two, okay, but no, too much players from Rimo. Trades are there, AJ, but now, here we go, switching sides, AJ.
Okay, so maybe, Almighty might be able to make a comeback in here, but they cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. Good luck to them. That's going to be really tough against Rimo Sadewa, especially because they've been hitting each and every single one of their snipes. Now, Heaven trying to go in for the early punish, not going to be getting super lucky with his blind shots, and will have to back away from that engagement. 5-0 so far. That bomb has managed to sneak into bus station, but they can easily get overwhelmed. Now the defense comes back through from the side of Almighty, stacking their players into bus station. They should be able to take an early plant on the side from Adapt.
Yeah, here comes Bomb is going down. Here comes the push away from Keens. That's what you need. That's the aggression you need on defense, but Shut Up gets that trade as well. Bomb is not yet down, AJ. 3 versus 4. Bomb will try to go down now. Here we go, but you see the two players from Rimo in the middle of central building, AJ. Just trying to make a play. They're waiting on Trickster to try to get a pick here so they can start pushing here, but here comes the retake. 35 seconds, AJ. Good setup coming in from Almighty. They have that sniper at the back, and they're 2 players on site and one in the market. Here we go. Push is coming through.
Yeah, Irfan J should be able to win this. Oh, lucky they did not go in there for the bait and switch. Messix would have won that hands down. Irfan J now backs away. Snuffs Messix out of the equation. Goes in for the slide.
Ooh.
What a play by Irfan. 1 lifeline in here. They need 5 more rounds.
Yeah, if that was an amateur player or like a player that just got into it, he's going to push that. And that's just the discipline that Irfan J has. Very good discipline coming in from him. He knows his teammates are going to be there as well. So I like it. First round finally for Almighty. And now let's see if they can try to string 4 more or they can try if they're going to lose this game, AJ.
Yeah, that was dangerous for Irfan J. Ooh, he gets taken out early this time round. Adapt punishes both shots. Goes in for the shot on Tricksters as well. Very dangerous. Shots come firing through. And an early takeover at bus station forces the bomber back in towards lounge. If he gets taken down now, what's the bomber doing? This is a very, very bad move. Bomb now dropped in bus station. Adapt, did he communicate that first? I don't think so. Almighty might suffer because of that play.
Yeah, Almighty might suffer, but then again, it's a 1v3 now, AJ. Trickster going up against 3 players for Almighty. The timing is going to be real here behind you. Take him. Oh, I thought he was going to try to just pre-fire that. But, very good plays here from Almighty. They know he's going to be in the corner. The trades is in there. And now 5-2 AJ. Slowly but surely they're making that comeback, but it's still a long way ahead from 6.
But do you see the creativity coming through from Rimo Sadewa?
Yeah, I do.
Look at that push coming through into bus station, stacking those players in there. I think that's beautiful. I think that just threw the the side of Almighty off a little bit. And if they had been a tad bit more careful, they might have been able to turn that situation around. The bomb now squeezing into its bus station, putting on a lot of pressure onto Ochats. Ochats might be able to say hello to Adapt, snuff him out. Incendio goes down early. 5 versus 4, not looking good for the Singaporean side.
Yeah, not looking good, but this time now Rimo is slowing it down now, not rushing anymore, gets that information that Adapt is inside. Heaven takes out Oak Chads. Now it's going to be a 4v4. Let's see what happens. Just a stalemate right now. Ooh, beautiful shot coming in from Heaven. Now Bomb will try to go. Oh my God, 1 more inch. That should have changed the game right there, AJ. So we do see the players of Almighty still not yet planting, but here we go. Adapt about to plant the bomb. But he's also getting tagged up as well. Rimo players, he gets a hit marker. Oh my goodness gracious.
1 HP, man.
Can he get it? Nope. He's not going to be able to get that. Now it's a 4v3, AJ. Let's see if Rimo can make this retake.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Outnumbered, but teams now Holger. Irfan a little too quick with the MX-9. And they are going to be outgunned. Aimer does have the shorty on him. Messix gets dropped. It is a 3 versus 1 Aimer, and that shorty potentially bringing in the DLQ. He can get a potentially 1 or 2 frags, but not going to be able to win that round, man. Almighty, 3-5. They're making that comeback. But once again, 1 mistake is all Rimo Sadewa needs them to make.
Yeah, just 1 mistake. That's all you need to do. And now Almighty finally getting that groove, AJ. Let's see if they can string more. But, Lifeline, they just need to lose 1 round and they're going to be over. But now look at Rimo slowing it down. I think they're going to try to make that same play, AJ. Yes, they are getting inside the side already. You see Keens first in the fight. That will stop the push, AJ. And now it's going to be another stalemate.
Yeah, it's a great play coming through from Rimo Sadewa. I absolutely love how they are aggressive, but Shut Up is going to be punishing them. Heaven is looking for those aggressive pushes as well. Shut Up with the nade. Hopefully, the trophy has been played well by the side of Rimo. Incendio does not go for the careless push, which is interesting, and it also shows the discipline from the Singaporeans. They are not taking any risk whatsoever, and Shut Up just capitalizes on the players of Rimo Sadewa peeking out very, very aggressively. 3-5 now. The numbers don't look good for the Indonesians, and ALMGHTY making a steady comeback for sure.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Bomb is down now. Aimer and Me6. I feel like if you were Rimo, try to send more players. Heaven gets that snipe. One more player on your right. Does spot it. Beautiful plays coming in for ALMGHTY. But if you're Rimo, try sending more players, not just waiting there, because you already know Shut Up's going to be there sniping that side, AJ. Might as well just go in and just bust it. Like, just hold them down. Make them wait for you guys. But I feel like Rimo a little bit struggling on this defensive side.
Yeah, I think, potentially they should stack somewhere else, maybe allow a retake instead. Because they've gone in aggressively many a times, and they've been punished, man. The sniper, Shut Up, once again holding down onto his position in corner building, again and again punishing Rimo Sadewa. They've not been able to do anything in response. Incendio spotting Keens out in here, should be able to end him at dead end. Goes in. Ooh, I thought he was going to go in there for the jump. Does manage to pull his melee out. Not going to get a little cheeky. Incendio punishes old charge, but there is still another play there.
Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea by Keens to just go in there. I mean, you just need one round, but you're struggling right now. I mean, we might go to around 11. Surely we will go to around 11. If you're Rimo, you gotta you should have done something. Maybe hit the left side, instead of doing the same thing. Shut Up takes out Aimer again. Now it's gonna be 1v5. Same story for both sides. No one has won a single defensive side.
Yeah, too clean, man. Too clean from both Rimo Sadewa as well as ALMGHTY. We get pushed into a well-deserved round 11 for both teams in here. May the best side win, Jericho.
Yeah, may the best side win. I do agree with that, AJ, but it just shows that Rimo, their S&D, not on top form, AJ. They're still struggling, but they do get that offensive side, AJ. That's where they've won everything, and ALMGHTY switches back to defense. But Incendio very aggressive inside already, trying to make a play. Keens is there. Incendio does go down without taking anyone as well. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Man advantage goes to Rimo. Let's see if they can try to drop the bomb. But if you see number 5, AJ, Shut Up is just there. Pulls back, and now bomb is working. Irfan J takes out Me6. Huge kill coming in from Irfan J. Now it's going to be a 4v4.
Irfan might have just saved the side of ALMGHTY with the return there. Quick response coming through. He wasn't even pre-aiming that corner. It's a great push from Rimo Sadewa into bus station. That plant most definitely going to be coming through right now. The clock going to be down to 45 seconds. No, I take that back. Heaven, he sends a heavenly shot straight down and prevents that plant through for Rimo Sadewa. Keens now might get punished by Irfan J. Dances around, does not get too aggressive. And Irfan J, if he goes in for the backstab, he doesn't even need to. Heaven's on point. He finally found that momentum he was looking for. Trickster hits back, but is it gonna be enough, Jericho?
Yeah, it's a 2v2 now. 30 seconds. Okad's inside the boss. They has to just play time right here. Let's see. The timing is gonna be impeccable. Irfan J, just slowly aiming. He might go for that ninja. Bomb gets stunned. That's gonna be the call. Okad's beautiful play coming in from Rimo. Does not spot him. 15 seconds. Gets away with his life. Huge play coming in here. Can he try to play 10 seconds left? This is it. They have to make a play now. 9 seconds. Oh, Heaven takes out Trickster. Irfan J on the bomb already. Takes him out, and Rimo wins the game. Okad's just being so patient, AJ. Huge plays coming in from Rimo, and I thought they were going to lose that, AJ, but finally Rimo taking game number 2. It took a long time for them to win game 2.
It took an amazingly long time, and I think I would have not had it any other way, right? I think it was an amazing attacking side for both teams. And, defense was just absolutely impossible against them, right? And I'm talking about against either side. Special forces based, definitely the strong side. The movement in towards bus station. You have your leeway there. You get to run across with one quick smoke. But I love how Rimo Sadewa, knowing that, immediately go in for the aggressive pushes in towards dead end and try to take ALMGHTY by surprise at bus station time and time again. When they realized it was not working, they still went in there for the push, and that's where ALMGHTY started to make their comeback, Jericho.
Yeah, it was really just an offensive sided map. It's pretty much one-sided in Crossfire, but that's the first time I've seen in my whole life in Call of Duty that no one won a single defensive round. It was all offense. It was that bad. It was that bad, to be honest. But Rimo popping off in the end. Oka, I thought he was gonna lose AJ because he just pre-fired on that shoddy, and then Irfan J got stunned. Beautiful stun. That's the communication you need. And if you're almighty Incendio, you can't be dropping 3 kills. We saw him trying to make a play in that last round, AJ. He did not even take anyone down as well, so he was really struggling. But it's okay. We're going to move on to domination, AJ. This is where it's going to be anybody's game at this point.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, I'm surprised to see Incendio struggle that much.
Yeah.
But it's all right. It's not the end of the series just yet. Summit, one more game in here. This was a map pick by Rimo Sadewa, but I feel like it's not going to be making too much of a difference because Almighty loves to dance on Summit as well. I think it's all going to boil down to RNG as well as, hopefully some really good spawn management here because Special Forces base, right? Let's just see exactly how this thing could break out. When we start the match off at Special Forces base, moving in towards Summit, domination a little bit tough. But from Special Forces base, if Almighty managed to cap that C flag first, just like what we saw yesterday, man, we might be able to see them shock Rimo Sadewa at the start. But Rimo doesn't seem to be the kind of team that drops against cheese strats like that. Do they?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be dropping any cheese set. They're just going to stick to what they know, AJ. I feel like that's what they're going to try to do. Maybe we maybe see the one that you were always suggesting, AJ, the one you just rushed to the other base's team. But I feel like Almighty is going to read that. I feel like the control center is really what you need. That second floor, it's just going to be a gunfight there. Once you hop on, once you go to the stairs, it's just going to be nades and stuns. So I feel like it's just going to be a straight up gunfight. But if we do see a distraction gameplay, I feel like snow, the right side of your map, no one really goes there. So maybe one person can try to go there.
Yeah, apologies, buddy. I was thinking, the numbers game always wins those gunfights, right? Hence why I really prefer going in for those initial pushes together. Maybe leaving one man to cap that flag all on his own. There you go. That's exactly what Almighty is going in, gunning for second floor. Focusing in on that C flag. They win a couple of their gunfights, but it's not going to be enough. One more shot coming through, and Irfan J snuffs Keens out of the equation. But thankfully, they will be able to recover just a little bit. Rimo Sadewa, they know exactly what's coming for. It's Almighty coming for their C flag, and they're not too pleased with that at all.
Yeah, that was a good play from Irfan J. It took what he did there. Almighty didn't even capture C, but Rimo manages to get that retake, AJ. But it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. No one has capped B yet, so it's just gonna be a straight gunfight. The lore here, AJ. So but finally now, Rimo Sadewa trying to hop on it, but Almighty finally captured B.
Okay, now after B, they need to stack those. Oh, Messix! Hunter Killer Drone snuffs out Irfan J as well as Shut Up. Gods of RNG. Those are the moments where the Gods of RNG will be helping you, man. Sometimes that Hunter Killer finds absolutely nobody, and you have to make use of each and every single score streak that you have on yourself. Those clusters won't be able to be brought in anymore. You need to be able to activate that sentry. It will be that extra man that's going to be desperately needed by both sides in here. Almighty capping the triple, but just for a mere few seconds.
Yeah, mere few seconds. Indeed, Adapt here trying to make a play for spots 2 players. Here comes the push from Rimo. No Almighty players inside, so they can be able to cap this. They're going to be spot 1 player. It's going to be a push coming in from Almighty, but Almighty with the beautiful defense. Aimer at the back as well. You do see Oka just being annoying. They have to take him out here because he's the one trying to be annoying. Gonna spot 2 players here. Will finally get taken out, but that's the distraction he needed. But Incendio is still there, so the defense is very good for Almighty. The trades are coming in here, and Rimo a little bit struggling right now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Almighty hold on to the Guerrilla base, which, you know that, you taught me this, Jericho, that's the strongest side on Summit for domination. They are going to be absolutely fine. Incendio brings in that Predator missile, snuffs out Ochard's in the form as he was looking to take over that C flag. But look at them stack those men in for the control room number 2 defense, right? And they only have one guy on that second floor, and he's going to be more than enough. Irfan J, because as soon as he calls out the defense, everybody's going to be able to back into that C flag and hold it down. But now the spawn for Rimo Sadewa seems to be turning around towards that Gorilla base. Almighty, they back away. The fight on the control room, on cable car platform on the other hand, might be won. A triple cap on the way, but prevented by Keens in the nick of time.
Yeah, in the next time, indeed. But it doesn't matter, AJ, because first half is going to be done already. There's going to be some couple kills here, but I feel like Almighty, they built up their score streaks here. So make sure we're going to see some score streak at the early stages of that second half, AJ. But I like what they did, AJ. Very aggressive. Yeah. They know they're going to get that C side again. So now, let's see if Rimo can make a comeback here. Maybe they can do the same thing. But if you look at Trickster is 1-11. You can't be doing that at this magnitude, AJ. So they need to step up if you're Rimo.
Yeah, Incendio's finding a little bit of his rhythm, but he needs to find way more than that if he wants to continue winning these rounds, man. Almighty. Oh, look at Rimo Sadewa going for the double. Alpha captured and Bravo as well. Beautiful play so far. A little slow from Almighty from the Gorilla base. They go in for control room play. They pile those numbers in. Those bodies falling back to back. But look at the defense coming in here from Ochad. Climbs up like Tarzan. Goes in for the Sparrow kill. Still punishing the players from Almighty. 80-47. Indonesians maybe on the way to a comeback here, Jericho.
Yeah, on the way indeed. That early, they know because they don't have that much time, AJ. They had to cap fast. So Okad's here. He has to make a player shut up as well. Irfan Dre trying to take two guys down. C is still protected, but now Almighty gets ANC 2 points at this every time they hit that mark, AJ. It's gonna be really hard if you're Rimo. You need to get that home flag if I were you. Now here comes CAJ, but they kind of need that triple cap, AJ.
Yep, and they are going in a C flag pulled solo by just Ochards alone, and now one player from the side of Almighty, Incendio, over at the Gorilla base. And I do not know why is the MQ-27 Dragonfire in here. Apart from getting information, it's absolutely... I wouldn't call it useless, but it's pretty functionless.
I mean, it's just up there. You're just taking a selfie. It's like your drone, AJ. But we do see Rimo here protecting B. 100-70. They can still manage to make this comeback, AJ. 2 cap is still viable here. But if they want to secure that comeback, triple cap is what you need. But I feel like they can't really because Almighty pushing together right now. But Okads and Rimo and Keith, they're just getting all the kills that they need. Building some score sheets here, so huge kills coming in from Rimo. Can they make the comeback?
It's gonna be tough, man. I mean, look at Almighty. They are split up on the map, and Incendio is still holding on to Gorilla base. He's waiting for the rest of his team members to win those gunfights so that they'll start spawning over at the Gorilla base. And now, unfortunately for him, Messix finds his little butt over at their base, snuffs it out, and they have to struggle to flip those spawns yet again. But it's gonna be way more harder than earlier. So they change their minds. They head in for that B flag instead, and I pretty much like this. Here comes that sentry gun setup as well. They get it done. 113-95. They stop Rimo Sadewa in their tracks.
Yeah, I know that sentry gun from heaven, really useful. They held that for a whole time, but here comes the Predator missile, takes out 2, but Shutup's already on that head glitch, and now control is being given by Almighty Rimo. They have to make a play now if they want to make this comeback, or else it's already going to be a GG.
Yeah, 123-101. This is a little tough for the side of Rimo Sadewa to take over. The players now spawning all over the map, but maybe that will just bless them with a pinch. They go in and attack cable car platform. Unfortunately, each and every single player spawning out there as they take this fight. They're scrambling solo for those points. Almighty, on the other hand, they are stacking the defense up. A minimum of 2 men on each side. Just those flex players backing from that A to B flag back to back. Almighty 139-108 now. They look like they are about to run away with it.
Yeah, they should be able to run away with this. Adapt still alive here, making a play. Gets 4 in a row, stops them in their track. And this should be a GG. Almighty taking that top. And the way they were winning their gunfights, a lot of times Heaven were taking, Heaven was really winning most of the gunfights. Streaks were such an important thing here, AJ. And in the end, that's why they won this game.
Yeah, towards the second half, I feel like Rimo Sadewa stepped it up so much. They knew the play for those spawns. They knew exactly what Almighty was working for. And they tried to prevent it. a little disappointing that Incendio did not manage to, win that spawn flip over for his team. It wasn't his fault. He held on to it as long as possible. But that's the point where Rimo Sadewa proved exactly how good they were. They won each and every single gunfight. Although Incendio was hanging around at the guerrilla base for so long, the guy couldn't do anything. None of those players from the side of Almighty were spawning out of there.
Yeah, that's true. Even if you can't really slay, you just be that support player, and that's what Incendio was doing. 11 and 11, not the best you can ask from Incendio, but he did his job, AJ, and it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
To help his teammates such as Heaven and Adapt to just go around like slay. I'll be back here. You guys just do your thing.
Yeah. And Incendio has been playing that role all throughout this day, and I absolutely love it because he's the game changer, man. Earlier on, we saw him at Hackney Yard. He was so impressive on that second floor, and he does it yet again. And if he can continue on this stride, no doubt at all, Almighty will be at the very top. They take this series 2-1, Jericho.
Yeah, I told you, AJ, this is the Almighty that we know in its full form. Remember, yes, Rimo did beat them and did beat RSG, but Almighty, a different kind of team. So Rimo, they got to work on a lot of stuff. I feel like it's just the gunfights. In the end, it really came down to the gunfights. Almighty was just a little bit too better. Yes, they did manage to win that S&D, but I feel like it was just a matter of the map, in my opinion. Maybe if it was played in standoff, I feel like Almighty could have won this 3.
I agree with you. If it was standoff, 3-0 guaranteed for the side of Almighty. Crossfire though, 6-5. That one, I think it was played so well by both sides when they were on the attacking side. I don't know if or not on the defense, either side played it badly because they were trying to pull off many different, many new sort of gameplays that we are not really accustomed to in here. And they almost worked out for either side. It's just that on the attack, both Rimo Sadewa as well as Almighty, they were pretty stacked. They were pretty untouchable.
Yeah, pretty untouchable indeed, AJ. But that just shows that they are the kings of SG, and they're looking pretty well in Group A. I feel like they're gonna be that top 2, top 1 team for this group, and they're showing it right now. But let's see what happens. AJ, Rimo. Yes, they did lose Almighty, but it's okay. They still have a lot of time to improve on this one. You just have to fix on that map bannings, in my opinion, AJ.
Yeah, so far, Almighty has not been able to get a perfect series just yet. They once again lose one match, but they will not be too fussed about it at all. Overall, the win of the series is what they're looking for. 6 points. They'll keep it with a huge smile on their face. The highlight of this matchup, once again, at Hackney Yard, Almighty, where they did get the win for themselves. It was quite a great push from Rimo Sadewa, but, those integral moments from players like Incendio made those biggest of differences, Jericho.
Yeah, the huge plays coming in from the other players. The scrappiness of Almighty really changed the game. They were getting at least 10 to 15 seconds every time Rimo starts the early rotation, or if they do get the early rotation, they always try to contest it, AJ. Especially this hill right here. This was really huge. The last 10 seconds, yes, Almighty, they got this one. So it still mattered. It mattered the most to them. And then especially when they got this rotation here, it was pretty much a GG.
Yeah,
and here,
sorry,
the
go
score
on,
streaks. The score streaks here, AJ, it really just changed it. Sentry guns and everything was ready, AJ.
Yeah, and then of course we went on to Search and Destroy, where, like you said, I doubt I have ever seen a match where no defending rounds were won at all. But it was a very exciting fight to see between Almighty as well as Rimo Sadewa. At the very end, Rimo Sadewa took a well-deserved win. If perhaps perhaps Heaven as well as his teammate have managed to find those earliest snipes in the game, maybe it could have been a little bit different. Maybe it would have gone their way, right? I mean, Shut Up was there, but they just weren't really hitting in that early moments.
Yeah, it wasn't hitting at all. Trickster had their number. And, I also feel like if Incendio had a better game, just gets a couple more kills, it could have changed the tides, especially in that last round. Remember, he went through on his own on B in the last round, AJ.
Yeah.
And he couldn't hit anyone. Yes, he hit them, but no kills coming in through. Gets traded out. And, that's pretty much a useless round for Incendio there.
Yeah, and it was pretty much a game where he could not really go in and aggress that much. perhaps today's just not his day. I want to see more from Almighty, but unfortunately, this is the only series they'll be playing today. But Rimo Sadewa, on the other hand, they'll be back in to perform, and they'll be taking on Omega Esports. So Almighty technically have done the Filipinos a huge favor here by knocking down the spirits of the Indonesians.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge one, and I feel like Omega, they're gonna be watching here on they are watching, you know, to scout against Rimo, you know, and Rimo,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
but they're gonna be changing their tactics for sure, because the Hackney Yard hardpoint, they could have won that, but I feel like Almighty just played it better, in my opinion. So I feel like they can use that against Omega, which is, we know Omega, I don't know if they really like Hackney Yard, because I know they're also a standoff and raid kind of map, so that's gonna be very helpful, AJ. But Rimo, yes, you did lose, but it's okay. You know, you lost to a very, very good team, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the final play was just perfection, hiding in the bus station. Ochad's, when he jumped out and took that first shot, I thought, okay, this was it. Rimo Sadewa was lost because he missed that. But thankfully, the backup was there for him. He didn't really need to do all that too much. Irfan J was just running around. Heaven from the back managed to take Tricksters out of the equation. But that was that shot. Ochad's makes that U-turn back through, saves the game for Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna lose that, AJ, but the stun came through actually, and Ochad just needed to kill one person, and that was it. And now on domination, this is where Almighty just controlled the whole game, AJ. Just pretty much holding everything that they need, getting all the kills that they need, holding the spawn, picking up each other at the same time, and that first half pretty much set the tone. You know, Rimo, yes, you were getting kills, but nothing was going through. You were getting 1 to 2, but Almighty was always there for the trade. So very unfortunate. You know, I feel like if Rimo had a strong start, maybe they could have made that comeback. But it was just a little bit too much when it came to the second half.
It was that shocker flip at the, you know, get-go itself, which I thought Rimo handled pretty well. It was not as quick as Almighty would have liked to secure that C flag, and Rimo Sadewa, they were holding them off for quite a while. But Almighty, they just kept winning those gunfights again and again and again, and all to the end, they managed to flip that spawn either way. And such an early flip just paid so much of benefits their way. Average kill 24.33, your MVP, the soldier of the game, the one and only Almighty Heaven.
Yeah, 24 kills, average up with 12, average assists of 7, and an average score of 3K, AJ. He is doing a lot for the team, you know, but he's just that person, you know. We've known this person for a long time. We know what he's capable of, and he really deserves that MVP, AJ.
Yeah, I want to see exactly how much further, you know, Rimo Sadewa will be able to push themselves, because now that Almighty has taken 3-0, they clearly are number 1 on the board. Rimo Sadewa, they will not like that at all. They will be desperate to take on a 3-0 game against Smart Omega. But that's the thing. Are they going to be able to do that? Smart Omega, you know, let's talk a little bit about their performance in here. They met Almighty. They suffered a 2-0 loss. So maybe we might be seeing something along the same lines. I don't know, right? Because Almighty managed to take that 2-1 victory against Rimo as well. What would be your prediction for that matchup?
Omega versus Rimo. I think I might go with Omega, just because maybe something changed. Remember, in the first day, they were struggling. They were really struggling.
They were.
I mean, they got out there with 1 win. You can breathe. But if they got out there with 3-0, that's going to be very different. So I feel like this time Omega might do something different. But I mean, Rimo, they hate losing. So I mean, it's just going to be really tough. But I'm going to go towards with the boys from the Philippines, Omega. I think they're going to take a 2-1.
Okay, now let's see if I kind of think it's going to be more of a 2-1 sort of a matchup as well. 3-0 in Group A.
No.
very difficult. 3-0 in a matchup between Rimo as well as Omega Esports. Very difficult. If there was a 3-0, dude, that'll be one of the biggest upset in the regional qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, we're going to take a quick short break. Jericho and I, when we come back, we will be witnessing the matchup between Sharper Esports as well as Omega Esports. We'll be right back.
ก็เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa! As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30คิวแล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Garena Regional Qualifier Group Stage. I am VV Jericho here with Mustachio AJ. We had such a great first series, you know, Rimo Sadewa versus ALMGHTY. ALMGHTY taking that 2-1. Very, very good start. But before we do move on to the action, we have another something special for you guys to show. We do have this Xperia 1 Mark III, the official mobile device of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. This is the best device to play Call of Duty or any FPS game, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, you can step up your game and share your victories with the game enhancer. You can control all of your gaming experience for the best performance, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. No, it's really a game phone. We have the fluid motion, 120 hertz display, refresh rate display. It just anything you see, you know, you only see this on monitors, AJ, but it's in a mobile phone, and that is the Xperia 1 Mark III, AJ. It's gonna give you smooth gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the 240 hertz touch scanning rate. What more do you need, right? I mean, we've got the 3-finger claw, 4-finger, 10-finger claw, 4 times higher than the previous model the touch scanning rate is, meaning the action happens exactly as you intended for precision control.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And we also have, you know, they like saying this strike first in the dark with the low gamma razor, enhancing image details in the dark areas that highlights your enemies without overexposing bright areas of the screen. So, you know, dark areas in multiplayer and in Battle Royale, you can see that in Call of Duty Mobile, but with the Xperia 1 Mark III, you're going to be able to win every single gunfight.
Oh, absolutely, man. And it is most definitely a game changer, just like how the audio equalizer in the phone heightens sounds and helps you outsmart your enemies. Heightened sounds such as footsteps or gunshots so that you can hear your opponents coming and react before they do. If the 120 hertz, 100 frames per second phone wasn't enough, this is really going to help you kill it out there.
Yeah, it is, you know, the audio equalizer. And finally, technology co-developed with pro gamers. Responding to the demands of pro gamers, Sony recorded the finger movements of pro gamers, then performed touch response tuning while reproducing those finger movements with a robot for precision control. So this phone is by gamers, for the gamers, the Xperia 1 Mark III.
Yep. It is not only the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Tournament 2021, it's also the phone each and every single player in this competition is actually using for this stage, both the group stage as well as the playoffs, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And now back to the action. Our schedule for today, we started off with ALMGHTY versus Rimo Sadewa, and for our next game, we're going to have Sharper Esports versus Omega. This is going to be a good one, AJ. And our first lineup for today, we have Sharper Esport, Soybad, yeah. And now in C1, Saturn X, and Vinxer, these boys are ready to come back here and try to get that top spot.
The region that seems to be exciting me the most in the Garena regional qualifiers at the moment, right? Sharper Esports, they look super sharp, but against the Filipinos, against the old kings of Garena, Omega Esports, is it gonna be a easy one, or is it gonna be one of the toughest series they've ever gone up against? You know, once again, they have got no how do I put this, right? Smart Omega, they cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. They couldn't make it past ALMGHTY, and that was a huge blow to them. If they don't get it done against Sharper Esports, I'll be truly worried.
I'll be worried, but I've seen these teams face already in the old days, and it's always been such a close fight. You know, Sharper wins, Omega wins, Sharper wins, Omega wins. Always a back and forth. But this time, this is gonna be where we're gonna see who's really the better team here. Yeah. But I feel like Sharper, yes, they have the upper hand sometimes, but this time I feel like Omega, they just have it in them today.
Now, I want to see exactly, what sort of a strat is going to be pulled in here. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have to see who wins that coin toss first. The lineup of Omega Esports: Crush, 6ix9ine, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Candy as well. Stepping on to see if or not they can knock the Thighs out of this competition. Not gonna be easy since Sharper Esports are as sharp as ever. But if there's anyone who can do it, perhaps it is Omega Esports. Those who have already stepped up in the Garena regionals before and taken the crown, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. No, we've seen these boys. They know what they need to do. And what kind of Omega are we going to see today, AJ? Are we going to see the Philippine Championship Omega, which ultimately lost? Or are we going to see that day one, really struggling? Or are we going to see the old kings of Garena, AJ? Are we going to see that former players that everyone can pop off? Whoopi just dropping massive numbers, Crush just running around, being aggressive. What kind of Omega? That's the biggest question for me today, AJ.
If Crush pulls the KRM out, Whoopi with his sniper, maybe we might be able to have a little bit of fun in here. Whoopi, he's been flexing around quite a bit recently. He takes quite the number of MVP titles for himself in each and every single one of these matches, not just as the sniper man. He goes out there, he gets the slaying done for his team, whilst the rest of them can play those objectives. He's been quite an integral player, just not in the way he used to bring impact to the team.
Yeah, that is true, AJ, but you can't rely on one player, AJ. It's a team game. But here's our head-to-head MVPs. We have C1 and Jay-Z. C1 with 15 kills, 11 deaths, 6 assists, and 2,000 score. Jay-Z with 18, 10, 4, and 2K. No, not really eye-popping numbers, AJ, but they get the job done, right? Especially Jay-Z as the captain, calling these plays at the same time, getting those kills.
Jay-Z looks a little worried in his mugshot, but it's okay. Anybody would be worried going up against Sharper Esports. I'm very sure Captain Jay-Z, has got his calm and collected smile on his face right now. But, at the end of the day, it's all going to break down as to who gets the coin toss, who gets to be Team A. It's going to be Sharper Esports that dictates the pace of this matchup. The Filipinos are not going to be too pleased with that, but let's see exactly how they fight back through, right? Sharper Esports will take Crossfire out of the equation, and Omega Esports potentially might be removing Takeoff. Let's see if that happens for them.
It should be Takeoff. I thought Sharper was going to ban Raid for S&D, but okay, Crossfire. Okay, I do agree with that one. That's a good knockoff. They don't want to play Domination Crossfire, so remove that already. Let's see what Omega bans. It should be firing range. Okay, firing range is banned. No hard point for Sharper Esports firing range, so this should go into a standoff or maybe even a Summit. I feel like Summit would be an optimal choice if they want to make it a one-sided game.
Sharper. How are they going to take this, right? We've so far seen them perform in Raid as well as Crossfire. I thought they were going to take Takeoff because they were just a little smart, man. I mean, Smart Omega, they've already blocked Takeoff quite a number of times now. Why will Sharper not go in for this pick, right? We've seen a majority of the teams from MSP struggling on this match, struggling on this map. Sharper Esports, on the other hand, they play Takeoff quite solid. Smart Omega, we've seen them jump on into this map and, take quite a number of those aggressive stands as well. Managing those spawns, that's what it's going to boil down to, and winning each and every one of those gunfights when it truly matters, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. So Takeoff is your first second map. Obviously, it's going to be Raid for Smart Omega. They love S&D Raid, but Special Forces side for Sharper Esports. So that might play a role here. On the defense. Defense is better for Raid. And finally, we're going to go over to Summit Domination. Okay, all right. So it's going to be an all-out war, especially in Domination, AJ. But I feel like Takeoff, that's the one that's really a question mark for me. Is Sharper... I have not seen Sharper play Takeoff, AJ, but I've seen Omega play it already, so it's really hard to call the match here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little tough as well. But Smart Omega, my question is, why have they been removing Takeoff from the bans list? Is it because they do not want to play it because they're not too confident, or have they just been throwing a smoke screen out there, making the other teams think that they do not prefer to play on Takeoff? And that's exactly where they go in with their mind games and win. Because if anybody has done that in the past, it is definitely Smart Omega, and I'm expecting such strats from them, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. Maybe that's the play that they're trying to do. Maybe yes, you can ban. We're not gonna ban Takeoff. You can play on that. But we know how to play Takeoff. I mean, personally, I know they eliminated us on Takeoff, so I know what they know. So, I mean, but yeah, I'll not to touch on it as well. The bans of the operators, we had the Death Machine, the Sparrow. Good ban on the Sparrow, please, because you don't want Sparrows on the Summit map. So I feel like Equalizers, Gravity Vortex gonna come in as well. So, but you know, that hard point, it's really gonna dictate the tone for this series, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to the Death Machines making the most impact on this map. It will help them control the chaotic spawn for P3 as well as P4. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we open this match up, it is going to be the players of Smart Omega rushing on through towards Aurora launch, not even capping that second floor, straight up for the fight at the hard point. We do see them trying to take the scaffolding at launch center, but they do lose their fights against the he takes each and every single one of his gunfights like a king. 2 kills in here so far, and controlling the hard point, not an issue at all for Sharper Esports at the get-go.
Not an issue at all. AJ, scaffolding control is very important, but we do see Whoopi there just trying to make a play there. But here, yeah, in the corner, very sneaky. They don't, you know, they're not trying to get points. They're just trying to get some kills to get that control of the map, AJ. But now Sharper Esports finally in the hill, trying to get some points here. And Omega just trying to bounce back here, but you know what, AJ, just control launch center. That's what you need to do. Just have control. You don't need to get much points here the first one. And let's see what they're going to do now.
Oh, I love this, man. Smart Omega, they just dancing around Fountain, winning their gunfights, 2-on-1 situation. Yes, they do keep backing each other up. Sarun X finally takes out Captain JC, but it's not going to matter too much because it has to go in for that number 2 hill. Launch Center is the name of the game. Sharper Esports stepping on in. Whoopi snuffs them out, goes through with the KRM, misses that shot, and immediately punished. Crush goes through with that grenade to save the situation. Nobody picking up the points at the hard point, and contested the moment both of those teams won it. 13-11. I'm loving this matchup so far, Jericho.
Yeah, I'm loving it as well. We do not have Whoopi inside, but Sharper is there for the retake. They have control of it, and now Omega is going to spawn in the new one. They have the spawns for new, but Sharper's slowly controlling that hill. Now 25 seconds left. This should be a power. They have to start rotating now, AJ. This is going to be huge for the next one. And Sharper, just have to start earning some streaks here.
Sharper, C1 with 6 kills in here so far. He already has the Gravity Vortex on the line, looking for more kills. Should be able to find yet another. Now been snuffed out by Captain JC. 35-13 now. It looks like Sharper Esports is attempting to run away with this, but we can see Smart Omega setting up the defense at generators as well as the Aurora launch. None of those score streaks being played just yet, but I think it will be a little too early. They need to continue winning these gunfights and stack up first, Jericho.
Yeah, they gotta stack up right here. Huge gunfights here. Initial gunfights coming in, and Whoopi taking out 2 as well. Yeah, inside already. But here comes Vinkster with the gravity port. The gravity slam takes out 1. Crush gets taken out as well. And the retake is complete for Sharper. But Omega spawning very near AJ. Let's see if they can make a play. Annihilator already out. Very good. Very good usage of it. Whoopi trying to make a player, but you know, Sharper, they're just working together, slowly waiting for each other, and the retake is on the way.
Yeah, the winning composition here is Idra holding on to control room. Generators is going to be the continuous spawn for the rest of Smart Omega, but now with that one player finally dead, it should be turned around. Idra has to win his gunfights. There you go, and they should be able to continuously pick up that hard point. But unfortunately, at Aurora launch itself, Sharper Esports have put up a tremendous defense. None of those players from Omega can break this hill.
Yeah, none of them. Yeah. One more play to beat. Whoopi missing that shotgun, but takes him out as well. But Idra, if you look at Idra, yes, he was holding that anchor. Now the spawns are here. Lucky spawns coming in, but yeah, takes out Idra. One play to beat. That's a huge 1v1 at the back. And Smart Omega, now they can hit this pinch, AJ. This is going to be a pinch right here, but C1 with the Gravity Vortex. Very good usage of that Gravity Vortex. Going to stop the push, but Candy comes in there. No trades coming in. All the players of Omega goes down 1 by 1, and now it's going to be a struggle.
On an all-out defense here by Sharper Esports, and it's going to be solid, man. They took over generators as well. The players from Omega Esports spawning out of crate, and this is just an absolute no-go. The backed up defense on there by Sharper Esports, finally broken down by Omega, but it will be contested. Why? Because of generators. It allows Sharper Esports to pour in one after the other, not allowing Smart Omega to play catch up with those points. Even if Sharper doesn't pick them up, at the very least, they will be fighting for it. 10 more seconds in here. Sharper Esports actually running away with this matchup. 113-34. Smart Omega getting crushed.
Yeah, they're getting crushed. Definitely AJ 113-36. The rotation is coming in and now, but they have to get this time now. Now, this is where you have to fight for it, AJ, because there's a lot of times here. But here comes the Predator Missile, takes out one as well. Sharper Esports still has control. Scaffolding, no one is on that prime position. But, you know, if you're Omega, you just have to hop on it now. You have to play a little bit panicky here, AJ, and win all of your gunfights.
And that's the problem, Jericho. That is the problem. The Smart Omega's playing the map really well, but they're just not winning a majority of their gunfights. And now to make a comeback from a 41 to 121, that's a uphill battle that I do not think the Kings of, or the ex-Kings of Philippines will be able to pull off against a sharp team like Sharper Esports. C1 now goes in for the snuff. 25 more seconds at this hard point for it to stay active. Sentry gun pulled out by Sharper as well. This is all over, Jericho. This is a no comeback zone for Smart Omega now.
Yeah, most definitely, AJ. They're just throwing bodies in now, but even if they are throwing the bodies, Sharper has the control of the whole map now. Now they're just throwing their bodies in, and now they do get the last 3 seconds, AJ, but it's gonna be such a tough climb, AJ, and the rotation is in. We do see Sharper already on the second hill, AJ, but this is gonna be the final push for Smart Omega.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, 8 more points. Then again, we did see a team lose in a situation like that where, you know, they had about 7 more points to close it off, but it was way closer than what we see on the board right now. 142 to 53. Yeah, Smart Omega needs to win each and every single one of those gunfights. They cannot let Sharper Esports pick up these 7 points, but as I say that, the Thais, they get that hard point back. They finish the game off 150 to 54. Smart Omega, they fall, and they fall hard in match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that just dictates the pace. You know, Takeoff, I feel like they should have just banned Takeoff, AJ. Maybe take their chances in firing range, AJ. But very unfortunate, you know, and the way that Sharper were using their operator skills, AJ, all at the same time, AJ. You see that P2, a Gravity Vortex, Annihilator coming out, just really working together as a team. And Smart Omega, they were just in panic mode, you know, pretty much after the third hill, AJ.
And, you know, I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised with the way Smart Omega played that match overall. I thought they would be able to win a few more of their gunfights. The opener at Fountain, hardpoint number 1, that's exactly where we saw things happening for them. But let's take a quick look at the points for a quick moment here. MVP being pulled by none other than Sarun X for the side of Sharper Esports. And for Smart Omega, the player that we were talking about, Whoopi, getting that MVP title as always. He does not bring in those snipes. He might not be called the best sniper in the Philippines at the moment, but he sure is doing a majority of the heavy lifting for the team as their cover. But, you know, they don't seem to be able to play those objectives as much as they want, because every time they step in there, Sharper just wins those gunfights.
Yeah, they just win so much gunfights, and every time they try to challenge one player, there's always going to be another sharper player just watching over his teammate, you know, having his back, AJ, holding hands with them. And, you know, and also one thing, AJ, to point out, you know, you're losing your aggression because Crush going 9 and 20, I mean, yes, you're getting in there, but no, not getting enough kills. It's really going to be hard. You know, if you have your most aggressive player not really doing well with the slaying department, you're not going to win any games.
I am shocked to see Crush with that sort of a performance, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, in the overall grand scheme of things for Smart Omega, because at the moment they have got 4 points on the board, and Sharper Esports, they are playing catch up. They might be able to perhaps get this from them at Raid as well. I don't know. I've just got a sneaky feeling that Sharper Esports will be able to punish Smart Omega, especially if they continue playing in that way, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get punished here, but obviously, second map is going to be for Smart Omega. Raid, yes. They really love Raid, but they have to get this one. This is a must-win for the momentum switch thing. If they lose this, I mean, they're going to go down a little bit farther, AJ, and then, you know, I mean, you know, RSG's 5th place, but obviously they're gonna get some points this day, so, you know, they're gonna be switching up. So very, very important game here for Smart Omega. But I feel like I'm confident enough for them to get this game since they really love Raid. So we're gonna see a lot of plays here, but unless Sharper Esports just pull off something miraculous here. So let's see what happens, AJ.
Yeah, I think if Whoopi does not hit his snipes early match, you know, it's just all over for the side of Smart Omega, because he's going to be the one that opens up these rounds for them. Whoopi, Hits, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. And now, MX9 should be able to eliminate Whoopi from the equation if he makes one mistake. Soybat does not manage to get that scope through because of the smokes. Well played by Smart Omega. They drop yet another smoke, allowing Soybat to not have any vision whatsoever whilst they go in for the plant. And now Sharper Esports, they need to play this takeover. One player might be able to get the backstab and just ruin all of their plans. And that's gonna be OMG Whoopi.
Yeah, Crush and Eater does get taken out. Now it's gonna be 3v4. AJ C1 takes out Kendi as well. But now it's gonna be a retake. There gonna be the pitches coming in. Cyrenex takes one down. And now, just like that, the retake is in. Very good retake coming in from Trevor. But I like the offense from Omega. Double smokes coming through. But just the timing, honestly. Crush was in there pushing too much. And then in the end, it punished him in the end, AJ.
I think that was way too slow of a push coming through from Whoopi. The backup should have been a little bit more stronger. Dropping in towards the second floor of bedroom would have been a much better position to hold on to instead of the central gallery area. But it doesn't matter, man. That's going to be round number 1. Sharper Esports, we know exactly how good they are. Omega, if they want to make a comeback, they have to do it early. Whoopi seems to be hitting his snipes early on, but they need to be doing way more than that. You've already pointed out Crush is not really at his best form right now. He needs to find it for himself.
Yeah, he needs to find it, or maybe try someone else pushing in instead of Crush. Kendi gets one as well, so it's gonna be a 5 versus 4 AJ. But here, Whoopi can make the play here because he gets the information that 3 players are in the middle. But unfortunately, Annouing takes him out, so no more mid control. And now Smart Omega, they're going to get trapped here. If you look at the map, no way out from this. All sides are going to be covered, but I think the push should be coming here. 1 minute left, AJ. They can still try to make this rotation, but they're going to go force it. See number 1, Soybat in the money room. He's going to try to take out one player, AJ. The spot one, but gets quick scope. Kenny goes down. Now it's going to be a 4v3.
I love the backup coming through from Kendi with the smoke there, just blocking out the vision onto Jay-Z. They'll be able to survive for a little bit longer. Indra punishes, and now in a 3 versus 3. And yeah, manages to catch Indra off guard. That communication just flowing through well. Crush and Jay-Z winning their gunfights, leaving all alone in here. He does have the MX9, which means he has the speed. He cannot suffer. He cannot take this fight from a distance. Either way, it's just going to be a time for scramble. Crush way too far. Jay-Z punishes, great plays coming through from Smart Omega. At a point, I will say they got a little lucky as well. It needs to be more solid than this, Jericho.
Yeah, very sloppy offensive round, AJ. But we'll take a dub, we'll take it. But if you are Smart Omega, you gotta do something else here. But here comes the play coming in from B. Whoopi again in the middle. If you look at 5 and 3, and now in just pushing that, giving that map control. But here comes the push coming from Omega. Cyrenex gets one. Jay-Z takes out Cyrenex. Trades are in. Hydra in the middle takes him out as well. And now it's gonna be a 3v3. It's just an all-out war right now, AJ.
And this is the kind of matchup where I don't expect either side to take. Smart Omega clearly losing out on that aggressive battle, and they are not going to be able to win rounds like that. Sharper Esports takes point number 2, and Omega, they need to find how can they go in there for the access. Basketball caught 3 times in a row has turned out quite badly. This time round, they'll be focusing on towards square center. Let's see how this pans out for them.
Yeah, now this time, Sharper not aggressive enough, but here comes the aggression for Omega. Crush takes out one, Crush takes out 2, Either takes out the 3rd one as well. And just like that, 5 versus 2, but gets taken out by Soybat. The sniper is in. 2 versus 4. Bomb will go down, AJ, but C1 on the right side does spot one. Information is given, AJ. And Soybat in the middle misses that sniper against Whoopi, but Whoopi is the better sniper. 1 versus 4. Omega answering back with this, but C1 takes out 1, but Idra gets that trade. AJ, I like what I saw from Omega. Very aggressive. Crush was hitting his shotguns, and just like that, we're now tied 2-2.
And that was a mistake by Sharper Esports. I mean, they got a little over-aggressive there. Either way, man, these 2 teams are so close to, to each other in terms of capabilities in Call of Duty Mobile. Mechanical capabilities supreme, both of them. Either side makes a mistake, the other one will take advantage. C1 drops Whoopi out of the equation, and now it oversteps and gets punished for it. A 3-2, Sharper Esports on the back foot now. Crush will be able to go in for the punish. So bad! What a flick!
Oh my!
Crush drops Jay-Z as well, but finally gets taken out by Kendi. It's a one-on-one. Saru next, taking the shot up against Kendi. Kendi will get caught out in the open. And this is Call of Duty Mobile timing at its worst for Sarun. He backs away, and this one-on-one still continues.
Yeah, a minute left, AJ. We have Kendi on the right and Sarun on the left, AJ. The rotation is coming in. A lot of time for Kendi to work here. He doesn't have to do much, but what a shot by Soybat. He could have gone to the third one, but Kendi gets that trade, AJ. And if you are Sharper, you can just take your time. But they're so far away from each other, AJ. 55 seconds left. Let's see what happens here.
Does he have the bomb on him?
Yeah, he has it.
Okay, fair enough. So this is just going to be a quick plant coming through from the side of OMG, and I don't think Sharper will be able to get there in time. Let's see exactly what he does. I mean, obviously he'll have enough time to get there, but whether or not he catches Kendi stepping out, and he gets himself a shot up, backs away, wallbang coming through, Shorty pops out as well. Kendi beautiful with the stun, but does not get the hit, and the Shorty will put on so much of pressure onto him. Great cat and mouse game so far, gets caught out either way, and Smart Omega with the MX-9 overcomes the Shorty pressure.
Yeah, I feel like, Sarun X played that really, really poorly, AJ. I mean, he had a Holger. He could have just pulled it back. He still had 20 seconds, AJ. And Kendi, he just ran away for his life. Pretty good plays coming in from Kendi. But now Omega 3-2, switching sides. Let's see how the offense works for Sharper. But Omega in net control. You see number 3, Crush gets taken out immediately, but trades as well. Jay-Z gets taken out. But now let's see, the push is coming in here. Yeah. Gonna be a first one in, takes out Kendi as well. But just the pressure he's putting, the pressure he's applying. He's taking out Whoopi as well. He's doing all for this team. He's 2 more 1 versus 2, AJ. Can he get this job done?
Almost getting the 8 here for himself, but unfortunately for him, Crush snuffs him out from the back as Omega Esports take this 4-2. Barely much of this search and destroy being played at all.
It feels like a TDM, AJ.
But I like it, man. I mean, both teams just showing us exactly how aggressive they can get. When they play it slow, both teams managing to find the punish onto each other will be a little too slow with that quick, push there, but he will be able to recover a little bit if he can reposition himself. And that is exactly what Smart Omega is doing, backing on back in towards the basketball court. They wait for their players whilst Jay-Z all on his own back away in towards bedroom. But he will be met by a visitor here. C1 is already on the way. Punishes Jay-Z for not checking his corner. And this is a 5-on-4 on the side of Sharper Esports. Make that 5-1. Whoopi gets shut down as well. Sharper Esports as sharp as ever.
That was such a beautiful offensive round. Jay-Z getting caught there by C1, and it was just pretty much everything was covered, AJ. You had the back covered, you had middle covered, you had muddy covered, and you had basketball court covered. Pretty much Sharper, very, very good offensive round. Omega, they want to play the retake, they gave it up, and that's what you get, and they're going to give it up again, but this time Whoopi is going to be in there, trying to get some snipes there, but I feel like he's going to get taken out. He's going to be pushing back again, and now Bob is going to go down again, AJ.
I love the defense coming in here from Sharper Esports. They are the attacking side, but look at them stack one player in towards bedroom as well as swimming pool, right? Just to hold that backstab, to make sure Smart Omega doesn't get way too smart. And now an invade coming through. Omega Esports. Whoopi steps right in. What a flash! And they manage to get the advantage. 3-1 now. Sharper Esports with a Nowin makes the play with the MX-9. Goes in for Crush. A 2-on-1. And a Nowin does not get taken down. Fires back, but the defusal might just step through. Jay-Z takes him out of the equation. Way too easy, it seems, for Omega Esports at the moment. 5-3, 1 more to close this off.
Yeah, that's how you retake, AJ. You saw everything popped on. The stunts and the nades were in. Once it came in, everyone just went in there, got the kills that they need. And then in the end, the 2-man game by Jay-Z and Crush got them that victory. Now they're 1 round away, AJ. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be the same thing again. They're going to be giving up A again. Whoopi gets taken out. No more sniper for Omega, and that clears the way for Sharper to get in and plant the bomb. Now it's going to be 4 versus 5. Jay-Z in the middle again, trying to be that flanker. But let's see if he can try to make a play here. AJ's going to meet one person right here. Please check her corner, Jay-Z. But Jay-Z gets taken out. C1 again at the back. And now Sharper, 5-2 player advantage right here. Kendi already pushing on his own, but again, get taken out. And this should be a wrap for Sharper.
I guess he did check his corner, but he checked the wrong one, my friend. Crush takes Arun X out of the equation. Smart Omega, this does not look like it's going to be their round. One last player, Idra. Too quick. Sharper Esports on the way to make a comeback, perhaps. But if Omega Esports can close this off on the defending side, final defending side, they may be able to take the win. Even if they don't, round number 11 puts the bomb right back into the hands of the Filipinos, and I think that's going to just be the advantage they are looking for.
Yeah, that's actually really true. But this time they switched it up. They're not going to let Whoopi peek it anymore. Instead, they're going to let Crush play inside there. Trying to get killing, but Crush is there. He's going to get a double kill, but they get noticed. Crush is not going to get anything before he dies. No trades coming in for Omega right here, Crush. Very unfortunate there, but Bomb did not go down yet, AJ, because Whoopi is still up there. They still have a sniper, but Smoke is in, and here we go. Whoopi pushes in. Unfortunately, Will trying to get one kill, but he gets it now with his own. But yeah, gets the trade, gets the second one as well. Going to get the third one. Runs out of ammo. The shorty, it's their triple kill for yeah. And just like that, round 11.
That was a little too sloppy there. But yeah, takes the defense really seriously. Beautiful plays by the guy. 5-5 now. Round 11. Once again, the attacking side, Smart Omega. What sort of a play can they bring through? We saw how shaky they were as they took the attacking side earlier on. This time, they stack it up in towards Bravo. Just Whoopi holding the central garden, making sure that backstab does not come through. Kendi opening up against Sarun X with that nade. But Crush needs to be careful. Moves in with the KRM. Soy bad from the back. Gets a hit marker. Does not take down his opponent. Kendi does very badly to respond in a situation like that. And now in with the backstab. But gets punished by Hydra from the back. And Sharper Esports with the final player. Yeah. Trying to make it through. But Whoopi with the snipe secures it for Omega Esports.
Wow, that was such a wild round 11, AJ. You just saw straight up. It wasn't even a Surge and Destroyed him, or AJ. It was just a TDM, straight up gunfights. And unfortunately, Omega, they pulled it away 6-5. Very scary S&D, AJ. We're getting a lot of round 11s today, AJ.
And, I do not want it to be any other way. Absolutely loving the amount of pressure, Sharper Esports were putting in this game. Omega Esports just managed to get the better of them. And you were right, man. Barely any Search and Destroy being played. TDM all the way through. And it was not the easy kind where you just get the rush and you automatically win. They had to work really, really hard for this. 11 kills each. And Nauman as well as, they still could not cap it against the side. Take a maximum of 9 kills each, but they just outplayed the Thais in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I do agree with you that, AJ. It just really came down to that last one. I feel like Soybad could have done something there, but you saw the way he just potatoed that. I feel like it was just a shorty. If he probably had an MX-9, AJ, it could have been a different story, AJ.
Yeah. If JZ, checks his corners more, they might have won this even earlier, right? It's a little unfortunate that JZ got caught out twice in the, I guess, same manner. But hopefully we will not be seeing much more of that because they just cannot afford such plays. Once again, my question still remains, Jericho, on whether or not this takeoff defeat that Smart Omega has suffered is a ploy to throw some smoke screen in the eyes of the rest of the opponents here, or whether Esports definitely won that all-out brawl and Smart Omega suffers at takeoff, because this is a huge information for all other teams at the Garena Regional Qualifier.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Or maybe, simply that Sharper is just playing really better right now, AJ. I feel like they're just confident right now. Yes, they suffered that defeat in S&D, but it was just due to small mistakes. Like Kendi clutching that 1v1. Even if Soybad got those 2 very crazy quick scopes, AJ, it just haunted Sharper. But I feel like Omega, they're slowly getting their groove. In S&D, they're completely perfectly fine, even though it came down to round 11. But I feel like in response, that's where they have to show up.
Yeah, and I think they will be able to perhaps push it through once again. Because, this time we are going to go into Summit, I believe, Domination. It's a little bit more balanced in comparison to Hardpoint. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we move on with all of this action, we want to give you guys a small little treat. Don't we, Jericho?
Yes, we have our small little treat right here. And we've already reached our first goal, guys. And this is a double weapon XP card, guys. You guys need this. You have new guns. You know, you got the M13, the MX9. You want to be like a pro and level it up. Here, we're going to help you guys with this double weapon XP card.
Well, jump on in, take a quick screenshot, redeem it as soon as you can. Make sure you guys don't miss it. Thank you so much, Garena. Don't forget, we are aiming for 50,000 CCVs, 50,000 concurrent views on through all our platforms, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. It doesn't matter, whichever platform you're watching this on, make sure you hit that share button. Now, Jericho, as we move on with this match, Smart Omega, Sharper Esports, you've seen both of them in action at Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy. Do you still think Omega Esports can get it done after they got tagged, after they got basically destroyed at takeoff?
Yeah, I feel like Omega might... I'm still rooting for Omega, but I feel like Sharper just has the edge here. You know, it has to depend on Crush. I feel like if Crush really pops off, it's going to change the whole game. So now, I mean, let's see what happens here, AJ.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Crush needs to pop off. Whoopi's already doing a great job.
Yeah.
Crush, there you go. The KRM popping out. C1 taken down. But it's just Sharper Esports all around the board getting those kills, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is going to be a back play here. The A flag captured by the side of Omega Esports, making a slow push now for the B flag as well. Jay-Z not winning his gunfights. That's just going to be a very pressureful situation for the side of Omega Esports to tank. 5 to 6 now. It's not much in the mix, but Sharper might be able to pull the flag in.
Yeah, Sharper manages to get that flag, and now control will be here, AJ. Now let's see if Sharper can try to get control of that second floor. But if you look at the map, Omega still applying pressure on that second floor. Spawns are everywhere now. And Sharper, actually, they didn't want to go for the A flag because they were too careful on that B flag. It might haunt them, but they set up that 2 flag cap. You know, points are pouring in now, AJ. But Omega all losing their gunfights, and it's going to be the reset. And now Sharper has control of the whole map.
Well, Smart Omega, they still have not gone in there for that C flag, but they are attempting, losing each and every single gunfight on the way there. And now in Snuffs Candy out of the equation, and the play just breaks down for Smart Omega. A couple of their players have to back away, but now a 3-man stack once again for that C flag. That is the only objective now. Whoopi winning his gunfight, takes a 2-piece for himself, opens up the play for Smart Omega. Crush getting it done on his own at that point as well. This is the time where the Filipinos might be able to make a comeback. 22 to 37, Sharper Esports. Now it's their play, Jericho.
Yeah, now we do see Omega slowly getting it, but B, look at B control. Sharper players are still there, and Sharper are about to get A, but this is the opening they need. Big kills, but Crush takes him out, prevents A. Oh, he does capture A, but they're gonna get it right back, AJ, and the trades are coming in here. We do see Sharper getting C as well. So it's just going to be a trader, AJ. It's going to be a battle for B. But we do see Sharper getting also score streaks, and Omega slowly getting their group in. But here we go. Here comes the push, AJ, and the cap is on.
Oh, I absolutely... Oh, Predator! Yeah. Snuffs Candy as well as Indra out of the equation. What a play by Sharper Esports. Now, they should be able to use all of their score streaks to perfection all throughout this matchup. We've seen them do that so many times now. Sharper Esports, yet another Predator to prevent that C-cap. And Windsor with the backstab will be able to assure Sharper Esports that Smart Omega will not be taking this first half. 64 to 41, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The point now, and it does not look like the Filipinos are about to make that comeback in this first half just yet.
Yeah, not yet, but they've managed to stop the bleeding for a while. But Sharper, you know what they're doing, AJ? They're not even trying to cap A. They want to protect that C side because that side is just very important. You know, and in Omega, yes, they've been doing a lot of good plays, but it's just not really translating to the points, AJ. You're getting a lot of kills, but if you're not going to be able to cap together as a team, it's just going to be really hard.
You know, on that point, they were going in to cap it as a team, and I feel like that's exactly where they're falling back a little bit because they're playing it a little bit too slow. They're waiting for that backup to come before they go in for, you know, the push in towards that B flag most of the time. But Sharper Esports, they are winning a majority of these gunfights, and that's going to be the main problem. It doesn't matter if you cannot get there on time.
Yeah.
You get killed halfway there, then it's GG for yourself, right? C-Cap just taken by Smart Omega this time round. They've got the preferable spawn. A 2-on-1 situation takes out the player from the side of Sharper Esports. And now it goes down, opening up the play for Omega Esports. They need to stack their men on towards that B flag, or at the very least, cap that A flag, because the gods of RNG are making them spawn out towards the cable car platform area.
Yeah, but now we do see Omega finally hopping on the flag. No Predator missile coming in from Sharper, and now Omega finally has control of it. But now with the Annihilator shutting down one player here, AJ, 83 to 55, comeback is on. But if you are Omega, you gotta have a lot of flags here, but they're gonna get the triple cap for a while, AJ. And here we go, a trip cap looking in for Omega for at least 5 seconds, but now Sharper regaining the control. They want that, they have that side that they want, and now let's see if they can get the positioning right.
Yeah, that triple cap that they got for themselves there is the lifeline. 65 to 86. Smart Omega making that comeback. And now the MQ-27 once again comes out for the pop. I don't know if or not it is going to be able to take anyone out of the equation, mostly for the information play. Once again, quite useless up there in the air. 72 to 19. Smart Omega still on the way for a tremendous play here. Candy! Equalizer not sharp enough. And Sharper Esports on the way to pull back that B flag, but a prevention by Jay-Z seems to be just enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be enough, but here comes the trade. And now it is at the back as well. 2 players to B. Crush gets one. Can he get the second one? No, gets taken out. And Sharper is slowly capping B, but it's okay. They're gonna get C. They're gonna get 2 home flags, so now the comeback is on. Just need to get a B flag now, AJ. This is gonna be huge. Huge gunfights right here. This is gonna settle who's gonna be able to win this game. And now it takes out one as well. The Annihilator is helping them, but now let's see if they can make the play. Yeah, missing that shot, but that's a Sentry Gun, AJ. Sentry Gun is gonna be very important for later, AJ. Now let's see if Sharper or Omega are gonna take control of B.
Oh, yeah. It's just a little too good with this Annihilator.
go.
Sentry setup coming through from yeah. There is one on that B flag as well. Snuffed out. This is a tremendous play coming through from the Thais. 109 to 96. And Smart Omega, they are still struggling to make a comeback here. They spawn out at the Special Forces base. This is going to be a quick cap onto the cable car platform, but they have to be... Oh, goodness me. I was just about to say they need to make sure Whoopi doesn't go down, because that C flag is about to be lost.
Yeah, it's gonna be about to be lost, but Kenny needs to win that gunfight, but Crutch is there. The help is coming there, gets stunned, no cap yet. They might have capped it, but no! Sharper still winning those gunfights. They have control of B and C now, and Omega, they need to start winning every gunfight here if they want to make this comeback. Vixer takes Whoopi, takes out 2, but Vixer gets trades out Whoopi, and there's gonna be 1 place to beat there. But now Omega, one final push here in order for them to make this comeback, AJ.
Yep, 108 to 129. Omega Esports, they are trying their very best, but Sharper Esports, man, Ben Windsor as well as his KRM, they are a little too sharp, a little too good, a little too strong, a little too awesome for Smart Omega to take down. 137 to 112. Smart Omega still struggling. That B flag sharp in the eyes of Windsor. Annihilator for the pop. Candy take it out as well. Game over, Jericho. Call the ref. Throw in the white towel. Smart Omega cannot make a comeback anymore.
Yeah, no more comeback at all. It just really came down to the backup, honestly, AJ, and the way they weren't winning their gunfights. You know, Smart Omega, they were just struggling overall. Yes, we saw something positive there, AJ, but
yeah,
you know, Sharper is completely better at this moment, AJ.
At the end of the day, each and every single team, regardless of those wins and losses, the #1 priority here, Jericho, is to make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I guess the blessing in disguise is 4 teams out of the 6 within the group will be making it through to the playoffs. So as long as Smart Omega can play their numbers well, they don't have to worry that much. They've already gone in for day 1. They managed to pick up 4 points for themselves. They pick up the 5th point in here as well today. I guess they can be a little pleased with their performance. Sharper Esports, on the other hand, this is their 4th point. So I guess that just still pegs Smart Omega above them, which is not too bad of a deal at the moment.
Yeah, not too bad of a deal, AJ, but you know, I guess it's just gonna give Sharper a bit of a comfortability, and if you are Omega, a little bit of panic there, because you know you're expecting to win at least 2 here, but you know you managed to pull out 1. At least that's good enough. But you know you still have to wait, because RSG, they still have some points. They still have a match later, so maybe Omega might place 5th later or even 4th. So just they're treading on really bad waters, AJ.
Yeah, I just want to see exactly what else the Sharper Esports have. And we know for a fact Sharper Esports, the probability of them taking a 3-0 against Raptors.DNS is definitely there. I mean, if Smart Omega, which they have beaten 2-1 now in such convincing fashion, although those gunfights were crazy, amazing, a majority of those engagements, they still could not overcome the pressure that Sharper Esports put on. So Raptors.DNS, their probability of taking, even one game away later on, it looks to be, I'm quite skeptical of that happening. But Rimo, Sadewa, they will be taking on that match against Smart Omega later on. How do you perhaps peg that going, their way, man?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just gonna be really tough. I mean, Sharper, if you can't really beat Sharper in a hardpoint and domination, what else in Rimo? I mean, yes, Rimo did lose, so maybe they're also a bit not on the right track, AJ. But Omega, they gotta win a respawn, AJ. They're not really doing well in respawns. I mean, yes, SND are doing well, but it's also close. So they gotta find something, AJ. We already gave them that pass in that first day, AJ, but day two, it's looking really shaky. If they lose against Rimo, I am gonna be really, really shocked.
I will numbers on the leaderboards before we see if or not they're gonna drop against Rimo, because I feel like at the end of the day, not just Smart Omega, but Sharper Esports, Rimo, Sadewa, Almighty, Yudu RSG, they're all trying to balance out getting the number of points enough to make it through to the playoffs, and at the very same time to not give away any of their strategies, any of their plays before they make it there, man. Because at the end of the day, only one team, just one team, gets to represent us at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 presented by Sony, and everybody is hungry for that opportunity, Jericho.
Yeah, everyone is definitely hungry, and this Group A, you don't know who's gonna win here because everyone has that chance, but at the moment, Almighty looking really tough there, but Omega not really looking well, but Sharper looking sharp as ever, AJ. But let's see if Omega can make it through. But here are some highlights, AJ. Game number one started off really good. Equalizers and everything were really good. But once it came into the third hill and then the fourth hill, AJ, it was just a GG already.
It was bad, man. I mean, no, it wasn't good. It definitely wasn't good at all for Smart Omega, especially in the gunfights department. When we're talking about spawn management, it looked like they were making those right rotations, but each and every single time they go in there for the fight off that hard point, it just seemed like Sharper Esports were way too good with their gunfights. They were overcoming the players of Smart Omega time and time again, and it really just doesn't matter if you know your rotations. It doesn't matter if you know your power positions. If you just can't win those gunfights, you're not going to get to the objective. You're not going to be able to pick up those points. And a similar situation kind of broke down in the Search and Destroy as well. Sharper Esports was snuffing out the players from Smart Omega left, right, and center, but it did not go 100% the way they wanted it to, Jericho.
Yeah, not 100%. You're right, AJ. But I mean, in the end, it just mattered the most. They were supposed to lose this, but the clutch by Candy really changed the game. But their defense was just really, really, really bad, AJ. Giving up A all the time. They weren't adjusting mid-round, which was really, really hard, because for a team like Omega, you should be able to adjust like on the fly. But for Sharper, just those little small mistakes there, which really costed them. Like, for example, right here, Jay-Z not checking that quarter, unfortunately gets taken out. And just small mistakes, AJ. I feel like that's like the biggest thing we can take away from both teams. Just both teams just having these mistakes that you wouldn't really expect them to make. But I mean, they're human, so everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and in a game like Call of Duty Mobile, you can bet it's pretty easy to make mistakes. Tiny screen on your mobile phone, you got to depend on those quick fingers to do all of those work for you. And, those micro decisions really, really make, a huge impact on your game. Like what you just pointed out, Jay-Z not checking his corners really punished him. 2 of those rounds, he could not bring much of an impact. But when we went into its domination, it was a whole other story. Smart Omega, they were 100%. They were going all out for the aggressive take, capping their triple cap a couple of times as well, but they just could not pull it off towards the end. For once again, the supreme gunfights of Sharper Esports won the battle.
Yeah, just the gunfights overall and the support from each player, the trust that they have in him. I'm not saying that Omega, they trust each other, yes, but Sharper is just they're just winning everything. And the way they use their operator skills and everything just works magic with that. You know, the every time they pick it up, they're not even giving up the C flag, AJ. And once they spawn in A, they're going to run back and try to defend that, which is working so far for Sharper.
And I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. Smart Omega, they went in there, they gave it their all. The better team just took the matchup. They just need to figure out how can they recover. What do they need to do to make sure they do not put themselves in a situation where they get kicked out of the competition. But either way, it's not just going to be up to them. It depends on how their opponents respond to them. Later on, Rimo Sadewa steps up. But for now, let's focus on to the soldier of the game, your MVP Anawin, with the average 18 kills and 5.5 assists. He falls at an average 12.33, picking up the 2.4k average score. Solid on the side of Sharper Esports. And he, just like all of the rest of those players, instrumental in each and every single match mode, because their gunfights were pretty much dictating the pace as well as the results from the get-go.
Yeah, you know, Anawin being that MVP deserves that. You know, he's really doing a lot for the team. I mean, you know, I could also throw in yeah there, just being super aggressive.
Yes.
The guy had Crush's number. You know, Crush could do anything. You know, but you know, Anawin just being an overall player, really great.
I loved the plays from yeah. I was surprised that Crush was not hitting as hard as he usually does, man. I mean, with the KRM, his movements seem to be a little bit too slow. You know, in comparison for all of the Smart Omega players who went out there, Jay-Z had his moments, but it was Crush not performing at his very best that seems to be a huge problem for me on this respawn modes, right? Domination as well as hardpoint. If Crush cannot go in there and slay with his KRM, take that front, right center action, you know, the team definitely is going to suffer. And these are all of the points that they need to pick up and fix before they prepare for their matchup. That's going to be series number 4 against Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah.
But for now, we can welcome back the Raptors back as they take on Udu RSG. These are the two teams at the very bottom. They're fighting for their lives, Jericho, in the next series.
Yeah, they're fighting for their lives. You know, if you lose this, you have to climb up somewhere. Look for a ladder or something. So it's going to be important for both teams, especially for RSG and DNS. You know, DNS not winning a game yet. They have to try to do something here. Try to, you know, if they eliminate RSG, that's going to be such a headline.
Well, let's see if or not they are capable of pulling that off. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be series number 3. Raptors.DNS taking on Udu RSG.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to find him. And on the other hand, whoa! As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30คิวแล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back to the Garena Regional Qualifiers presented by Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Triple V Jericho to bring you guys all of the crazes of action. So far, Almighty, they took on Rimo Sadewa in game number 1, Jericho, and beat them 2-1. And the same thing happened to Sharpe Esports. They managed to get the victory over Smart Omega 2-1 as well. Now we go into killer mode. Raptors.DNS taken on Udu RSG. Can they take down the ex-kings of Malaysia, Jericho?
Yeah, you know, that's going to be definitely the story for today. Not only that, these are the bottom 2 teams, AJ. Remember, day 1, RSG only had 1-5. Raptors not winning a single game in that first day. But this is the day where they have to both make a comeback, or else we are, you know, it's going to be really hard for any of this team to make a comeback, AJ. So yeah, you were saying, AJ, match 1 and 2, we already done it. Match 3, RSG versus Raptors.DNS versus Omega Esports, and for to close out the day, Sharper Esports versus Raptors.DNS.
Okay, we've got 3 more matches in here. Rimo Sadewa as well as Omega Esports. We're definitely going to look forward to that one. Which matchup are you looking forward to more in terms of Raptors.DNS? Against RSG or Sharper Esports, Jericho?
I think I want to see more of the RSG just because it's more on the line, you know, AJ, because they're both bottom of the pack. So, you know, it's going to be really important, AJ. But, you know, we do have the Raptors.DNS. We have Allen, Bang, CC, Pei, iWife, and Zongloon. You know, these players, we've seen them before. But let's see if they're going to make some noise here, AJ, against RSG.
They have to make some noise, because if they don't, I'm going to end up making some noise. Udu RSG, definitely a strong team, but it is a high time for the Raptors.DNS to step it up, right? The first, matchup that they took on in here within the competition, it wasn't that great, but it was against a supreme squad of Smart Omega, and it was a very, very well-fought match, at the very least at Summit, where they went down 82-150, and then they, of course, met Smart Omega at Raid, where they took a 6-2 loss, and then once again beaten 150-103 at Takeoff. All 3 matches, you know, we saw many of those situations where Raptors.DNS could have done something better, and I'm very sure they saw those moments as well. And this day, I expect them to bring their A game, but they will have to take on the supreme squad of Alfari, Eds, Ranger, Derp, as well as Raven, the ex-kings of Malaysia, Udu RSG.
Yeah, you know, RSG, not the best day they were having on that day number 1, AJ. Very, very sloppy plays coming in for them, but I feel like today, you know, I just know that this team, they're never gonna give up, AJ. They're gonna do their best to make it to this, and we do see Derp with some accessories on his face.
He's got double glasses going on, man. Derp already wears glasses,
and he's gonna wear one more. I mean, I guess maybe it gives him, you know, 200% accuracy or something like that, AJ. But you know, the boys, they gotta step up. You know, I'm really disappointed in the way they played, AJ. I mean, you could agree with me. They played really, really bad in that day 1.
Oh, absolutely, man. I think both Udu RSG as well as Raptors.DNS, they can both be in the exact same boat in terms of being disappointed with their performance when we opened up the competition. Let's talk a little bit about Udu RSD. They took on Rimo Sadewa. It wasn't a great opener for them. Nope. They tanked a 3-0 loss at Crossfire standoff and Hackney Yard. And the worst part of all is Udu RSG won the coin toss for that matchup, right? And then later on, they took on Almighty, where they only won Summit for Hardpoint, and then they lost over at Search and Destroy and Domination. So out of 6 games that they've played in here so far, only 1 victory, Ranger, the captain, he ain't going to be happy about that. But the opportunity to make a comeback against Raptors.DNS now, to take all 3 points, that's exactly what they're looking for. But let's take a quick look at the head-to-head and see whether or not some of these numbers can give us an idea of what's going to happen.
Yeah, we do see the head-to-head. We have Zonglun and Eds. Finally, they got it right. Remember, it was derp, but now we have the head-to-head. 15 kills for Zonglun, 18 for Eds, 16 deaths for Zonglun, and 18 for Eds. Then both for the assist, and at the average score, Eds is leading by at least 500. You know, it's pretty much the same because both teams not really playing the best right now, AJ. So I feel like it's going to change after this series, AJ.
Yeah, in terms of those points, of course, we see a little bit of a difference. But if you take their KDAs, pretty much, about the same. But I don't know whether or not their gun skills can be pegged at the exact same level. I think Yudu RSG is a notch higher, which is going to be a challenging situation for the Raptors.DNS, right? Because we saw their rotations, we saw their map masteries. It wasn't the best. And their gunfights were pretty questionable as well at times. But with Yudu RSG not being in their best form, once again, this is the perfect time for Raptors.DNS to wake up, take over this competition, and blaze on through. Qualify for that playoffs today, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And we do see the coin toss being won by RSG. They're going to be picking the first and the third map, and also going to be banning first. Raptors.DNS going to get that second ban. So let's see. This should be Crossfire will be banned. Yeah, RSG not really the best team in Crossfire anymore. They've been struggling so much in Crossfire. But let's see what Raptors are going to ban. It should be Hackney Yard or maybe... Okay, they banned Takeoff. So Hackney Yard is in the pool, AJ.
Yeah, I prefer this ban coming through for the side of Raptors.DNS. Remember, against Smart pick map, and then they quickly realize, oh, no, very bad idea. So I absolutely love the fact that they ban it out from the get-go. Summit, Hardpoint, one-sided map, we know exactly how this works, but Raptors.DNS picking the Guerrilla side might just be exactly what makes them perhaps lose this matchup. Because Yudu RSG, we know the play, we've seen it, two teams have gone in with the exact same strat once again. Pick up that C flag from the get-go, throw your opponents off guard, and you should be able to get those initial points. Second half is going to be solid on your end. Standoff is going to be the name of the map that Raptors.DNS pull us in for that search and destroy. And Yudu RSG, they'll be playing defensive first.
Yeah, RSG, they were really good in standoff before, AJ, but we remember when we saw in the Malaysia Championship, AJ, they were struggling in S&D. Really hard time. But in domination, we're going to go into raid. That's going to be a comfort pick for RSG. They're known for raid. But, Raptors.DNS, they're going to pick that special force side. It might play a role, but I feel like it's just going to be that Battle for Laundry side. The B side, that's going to be the most important place.
Yeah, and the Special Forces base picked up by Raptors.DNS. Once again, I'm looking to Yudu RSC to see whether or not they pull off that crazy cheese strat by flipping the spawns from the get-go to pile on that pressure against the Raptors. Annihilator as well as Sparrow taken out of the mix in terms of the operators, unlocking the use of all of the, equalizers as well as death machines once again in here. Gravity Vortex gun, yes, but I have not seen many of those players use it to perfection just yet. It's quite rare, Jericho.
Yeah, it's quite rare. I don't think you should use it in Summit because, very fast paced. By the moment you're aiming down your sight, you're probably dead already by a KRM or an MX-9. So I feel like equalizers are very important. That machine's for your anchors, just to get, especially in that third hill, AJ. If you can get behind those barrels and that put that machine out, you're probably fully streaked out right after that hill. So very important. So let's see what happens here. It's gonna be the battle for CQC. Just gonna be close up. MX-9. Let's see what happens here, AJ.
Absolutely. Now we're going to jump on into this match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is going to be game number 1, hard point. Let's see exactly which team will be able to pick this up. Yudu RSG, they are once again struggling a little bit in this competition as they make that push from the Special Forces base. It looks like it's going to be the fight for that B flag, fight for the control room number 2. Second floor is the name of the game. They drop on in Zonglun with the crazy defense. But it's a back and forth. Dinosaurs picking up those initial points just like they need to.
Yeah, they're going to get those early points already. And we do see RSG struggling on those initial gunfights. Finally, get some picks here. But DNS lost their second gunfights, but they have spawn control. Let's see if they can break it down right here. RSG getting control of that second floor. No person on the hill, so it's all gonna be controlling. Just gonna get some positionings here. AJ and Raptors are hopping on the hill.
Oh, now let's see if or not the Raptors will be able to pull this back. It's all about how they take this aggressive push, but all up to Captain Ranger. He solos out 3 players on his own just to make sure Raptors.DNS waste more time respawning over at the Gorilla base. So much of pressure from Captain Ranger. 29 to 13 now. Raptors.DNS, they need to step it up. They're losing those gunfights way too early. The chaos, they should be leaving it for the end game. And now they take the spawn though, the very important spawn at Green Radar Station that Ranger was trying to hold on to. The Raptors, they get it done right, Jericho.
Yeah, they get it done right, but you know, the lead is still leading AJ. Even though the Raptors got those early spawns, they just flipped it immediately, and RSG now has control of the second hill. The Raptors trying to make a push here, bottom push, but the trades are not coming. Bang does get 2, but Edge takes him out as well. But here comes the push. Raptors finally has control to take out Allen. RSG just taking control of the game right now.
Dub is a monster out there, man. What a play by this guy. He was just teasing at the start of the game, but now Raptors.DNS getting a few seconds at that hard point. Yes, Dub brings in the Predator missile, takes Allen out of the equation, but the Raptors still holding on for their dear lives. One by one, they go down. Absolute supremacy in terms of those gunfights. RSG just pushing those Raptors around on the battlefield now.
Yeah, but we do see now RSG controlling the new one, but no one is at the back, AJ. Remember, it might give them spawns here, but Derp using the Dragon Fire, it's still a useless score streak in my opinion, AJ. But now we do see RSG just getting that control. Takes out 1. First time we've seen it on stream. Finally take out 1, but here comes the gravity boarding, take him out as well. But the spawns are being given to Raptors at the back. 1v1 gunfight, but Raven takes him out as well. 77 to 25. Raptors.DNS really having a hard time right now.
What a use of the gravity vortex, and I absolutely love it, man, because when we move on over to the 4th hard point over at the red garage, that's over at the blue radar station, that's definitely going to be the operator skill that's going to be popping off if Raptors.DNS go in for an early rotation. He just needs to go in for one shot. The guy's going to be able to get a GG right there. 101 to 25. Raptors.DNS struggling in here with a 4-man stack. They take over cable car platform to make a comeback, but Dub punishes them. So much of pressure on here. The dinosaurs struggle to win a majority of their gunfights. Predator missile from Eds takes out 2 of their players, and the scrap points picked up by the Raptors just not enough to make a comeback in here.
Yeah, Derp right now, but Zonglin with the gravity vortex, but Derp takes him out as well. And that is what you get for pulling it out in front of your enemy, but takes him out as well. Pay takes out Derp as well. 106 to 31, control is in, but they can take the picture. Raptors spawning at the back. Yes, they can make a pincher. Sentry gun, they have to destroy that. But Zonglin takes out 1 person, and then now Raptors have control.
Unfortunate for Zonglun, he stands literally in front of the sentry, allows it to take him out, but he did manage to get the kill just moments before that. 113 to 40. Raptors.DNS finally managed to squeeze the hard point right back from RSG. Now, RSG, they don't need to get aggressive, man. This is a matter of choice. 113 to 50 now. They are choosing to step back in here to take the fight against Raptors, and this is the fight where they may make a mistake unless they win all of their gunfights, because if they allow Raptors to streak up, they could make a comeback here.
Yeah, they can definitely make a comeback here. They managed to break it for the last 10 seconds. That's going to give them that lead. But now let's see what's going to happen here. Raptors already set up in the new one, AJ. You see your map. They're set up ready. But now let's see if they can hold down the hill. First 2 players are down, and now Raptors winning their gunfights here, but they can't make any mistakes now.
Oh, this is just a heartbreaking play on the side of Raptors.DNS. They are getting their rotations done right. They're going in for their moves, but they just cannot break the wall of defense that RSG sets up again and again and again. 139, 140 to 54 now. Raptors.DNS on the back foot, all over the place. IY goes in for the slide, but punished by Ranger either way. This is a GG. WP, RSG gets the victory.
Yeah, convincing fashion, 150-54. We did see some life coming in from Raptors.DNS, especially in that 4th hill, AJ. But, you know, Derp and Ranger just fully streaked out at the start. Everyone was getting their streaks. RSG just took over from start to finish. It was a wire-to-wire victory. But Raptors, they can still come back here on this S&D, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. And, you know, I'm looking forward to that, but they need to take it way slower. They need to play tactically. I need to see cheese strats from the side of Raptors.DNS, because if you take a straightforward fight against Udo RSG, clearly they're not going to be able to win it, man. Straightforward pushes, and it's so much cleaner than the opening day, Jericho. If you notice, they don't go in individually. Majority of their pushes for those hard points, they had to wait. They waited for their team members to respawn. They go in together, but even if they bring in the numbers, even when all of those numbers were stacked, they still could not break through Udo RSG's defense. And a majority of those plays were coming through from that one man that we had our eyes on from the start of this matchup, Udo RSG Eds. He has 1 minute 11 seconds on time for those objectives, and KDA of 23-9-2, absolutely lethal out there on the battlefield today.
Very, very lethal. We see them, all the RSG boys are ready to fight. But, you know, if you are Raptors, at least you are winning some of the gunfights. It's just really unfortunate because at times when they try to set up, they're just getting broken down one by one. You know, the positioning and everything. Actually, the way they break the hill, it's very, 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 very good. And if you're Raptors, just focus on the next game. You know, you already lost your hard point. It's okay. SND standoff. This is where you have to get this game number 2.
And this is the type of matchup where even if you are struggling against your opponents, you should be able to at least make a couple of plays, right? Each and every single round, you get to... I want to say you get to see exactly what your opponents are doing and, you know, go in with a counterplay. But Search and Destroy, we've seen how Udo RSG have continuously focused and improved their plays, especially at standoff. It is one of the maps where they have not been able to master to the fullest. And every time we have seen Udo RSG lose at a map, the next competition we step on into, they are a totally different sort of a squad. I'm curious if that's going to be the case this time around, Jericho.
It'll be that case. I feel like, AJ, you know, SND on raid, SND on standoff, I mean RSG, they play well there, but then again, we already saw their flaws there. But if you are Raptors, if you did your research on that one, I think they can pull this off, AJ. I really believe that the Raptors can pull this off.
I want the Raptors to pull it off, man, because this is just way too early to end the run for them, right? They haven't been able to pick a win so far. 2 opportunities in here, but the opportunities aren't huge opportunities because this is the best case scenario for them to grab a victory. No shade being thrown against Udo RSG, my countrymen, but Sharper Esports, we've seen exactly how they aggress on the opponents. If they can take it against, Omega Esports, no doubt they will be able to take those matches against Raptors.DNS. So now is the do or die matchup for the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, do or die indeed, AJ. Because they need to get a win here in order to try to make a comeback here. But let's see, SND, RSG on the defensive end. The spot 3 Eds will give that information. Bang takes out Derp. First blood is in. No more Derp, but Eds is in the fight as well. But Bang and Pei takes out 3 as well. Now it's going to be a 5v2, AJ.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Raptors.DNS with the early aggression, but Raven managing to strike back against iWife. Allen, he has to go in here for the prone. Play this really safely. Don't allow their players to get taken down here. Hopefully those trophy system plays are strong. No, they were not strong. Bang taken out with a nade by Ranger, and he goes in for the access. Manages to catch Zonglun out of the equation. A 2-on-1 situation now. Pei goes in for the spray, but Allen should be able to make a play out of nowhere. He stays prone onto the ground. Captain Ranger needs to do something now.
Yeah, he has to do something here, but Raptors.DNS striking first, gets that first blood. A little bit too aggressive for RSG. I mean, Ed saw 3 players, but he just went in there on his own. I believe he just waited for his teammates. And, it was just really, that was a sloppy play coming in from RSG. Got in the side of DNS, AJ, perfection.
I'm not surprised that Udo RSG got sloppy there. Maybe a little overconfident as well because they've taken on Raptors.DNS. And that is what Raptors need to continuously do. Punish anyone who underestimates them. Derp takes Allen out of the equation. Zonglun strikes back, but Eds punishes their players once again. Bang! He equalizes things up. Raptors.DNS on the road to a comeback here. A 3-on-3 situation, and the bomber now can go in for the plant, but he needs to be really careful though, because just behind him is going to be Derp, but they get taken down. Raven, the solo player, left in here. Once again, a 2-on-1 situation opened up for the bomb to get planted. It will happen at the private backyard. Raven now needs to make a play.
Yeah, he has to make the player 1 versus 2. AJ, 40 seconds left. Bomb is down already. Now, let's see what Raven can do. He will be seeing two players. Bang is on the bomb as well, but number one rotating over the other side. This is not a good idea if you are DNS. You want to stick together to get that trade. Finally sticks together. Raven trying to spot one. Just spot one, shoots already, but no hit markers and gets taken out. And just like that, Raptors getting 2 rounds already over RSG.
What a play. Now, come on, man. This is what we want to see from the Raptors. Time and time again, we've been asking for it. Finally, we get exactly what we deserve. Aggression from the Raptors. Responses from the Raptors that are apt in those situations. And now, it is going to be a 3-2 split. An aggressive one from the side of the Raptors. 2 of those players, they back away in towards that hotel. Try to get that information and play it back to that bomber as well. Hopefully, we will not see a early push coming in from Allen, because they need to secure 1 kill first at the very least. Taking a straightforward 5 versus 5 setup on the search and destroy against Udo RSG, an absolute no-no, Jericho.
Yeah, very no-no. Now RSG slowing it down, and actually also Raptors, they wanted to slow it down. They gave 2 rush rounds, but now want to slow it down. Play for picks here. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Now it's going to be a stalemate at this moment. AJ, number 4 on your map. Raven will just be pre-aiming that side. DNS really don't know what to do at the moment, but I feel like they're going to try to rotate now. The rotation is in. Here comes the smokes and everything. Takes out 1, and that's the opening they need. Allen inside. There's going to be a gunfight. Derp takes out 1, but trades are in, and now 1 more to beat. Allen goes down. Ranger gets 2. Just like that.
Derp gets a 3-piece for himself. Ranger makes the play. What a comeback by Captain Ranger. Udo RSG literally just snatched that out of the hands of the Raptors. Now, unfortunate for the players from Taiwan. They need to make it a little bit more solid now. When they took those rushes against Udo RSG, it seems to have panned out quite well. Question is, are they going to drop in for the exact same play now? They drop in towards convenience store. Gas station play by Bang. He needs to win this fight against Raven. Raven drops in his health, does not take Bang out of the equation, finally does. Edge manages to take Y-Vibe out. Allen manages to strike back, but the numbers do not look good for the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's going to be 3v2 trades coming in, but the bomb is down in that courtyard, AJ. And now Raven takes out Zonglung as well. It's going to be a 1v3. Hey, all alone, finally going to get taken out. And just like that, RSG manages to get 2 rounds already. Now we're tied up.
2-2, not something that, I did not foresee, but I want way more out of Raptors DNS here, because Udo RSG is going to step it up, man. They are hungry. They don't want to get kicked out of the competition. Udo RSG, they've proven themselves many times in the past. Raptors DNS, they've had the opportunities. They've never managed to take it away. And this time round,
there you go.
2Bs. That's what we're talking about. 3 versus 3, and they get that set up. They should be able to get this plant now. Solid plays, and Allen snuffed out of the equation. Raptors Dinosaurs now just left with 1 player. Dub making it for the side of RSG.
Yeah, that wall bang, and then the other player just wasn't really having his gun out. We have Pay now, stuck in a 1v3. Bomb is down and it's covered by all the members of RSG. Let's see what he can do right here. Climbing up. Let's see. There's going to be 1 player on his right here. If you can try to pick out 1, does take out 1. 2 more players. Brings out the shorty. And just like that, no trades coming in for RSG, but Pay, very winnable right here. The timing is going to be impeccable. Can he take him out? No, Derp just has the better shot. 3-2, and now we switch sides.
Jericho?
Yes, AJ?
Isn't this a totally different Raptors DNS?
Yes, I agree. Very different, much more coordinated. Just smaller mistakes now, AJ. But let's see what they can do on defense.
Okay, now beautiful play so far. They stack up against Private Backyard, which is always going to be the play when we move on into standoff. Very rapid, bravo, beautiful play. Soglo with a 2-piece. Highway takes Step out of the equation. And at 5-2, Udo RSC, they on the back foot. What a play, man. This is what we want out of the Dinosaurs.
The wake-up call, indeed. The Dinosaurs are roaring. RSG down 3 players, and Raptors with a 2-man advantage. Bomb is down as well, AJ. And let's see what they're doing, David. They're not gonna leave that bomb. They're just stacking each other. Let's see if RSG can break this.
I highly doubt it's going to be a possible play here, but at the end of the day, man, it's Captain Ranger and Raven. If any 2 can clutch it, it is going to be them. But a stack here at the bomb site by the Raptors DNS player. Bang has to watch his back. Nobody's watching for that backstab.
Yeah, one mistake can cost you to lose this round, and here we go. Raven. Here we go. Peekaboo.
Beautiful place, man. Pei snuffs Raven out of the equation. Captain Ranger, the final one, manages to step away from danger, but now right in the crosshairs of Bang! And Bang, Bang with that shot out. Raptors.DNS make it 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, you know what went wrong there for RSG? They smoked it, and then they were just getting shot through the smoke. You know, Raptors were just like, you know what? We don't know if you're here. We're just going to shoot. Takes out 3 immediately, and just like that, it stopped the push immediately. Now RSG taking a little bit of a slower approach now, trying to make some picks here. Let's see what we can do. But same position coming from the Raptors. A triple stack in the right side, and then one player is going to be watching that middle side. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I love the defensive stack coming in here. iWife snuffing out Captain Ranger. That's the opener, but Derp takes down iWife, equalizing the numbers. Raptors.DNS now, they have to rearrange themselves, and it looks like Pei is the one who's going to be repositioning in towards Granny's house. Now Pei's responsibilities to take a look at convenience store, make sure there's no backstep that walks through, and the rest of the players, they can keep a hold onto private backyard. Yudu RSG needs to make a play now.
Yeah, they have to make a play here, AJ. But, you know, see, Alfari still in the middle. Does take out one player already. It's going to be a 4v4, AJ. But here comes the push. Pei, the spot one, has the whole grip, but gets away with his life. Very, very good movement coming in. But Derp takes out Pei, and just like that, it's going to be a 4 versus 3. They can be able to plan B. Derp takes out one more. Bang takes out Alfari. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Bang has a huge jump right here. Oh, the trigger discipline by Bang. He could have gotten that kill if he just waited for a little bit more, AJ. But it's done. It's taken out. Takes out Bang and Allen. And just like that, 4-3 RSG finally back.
Yeah, clean play by Yudu RSG, but not too shabby at all for Raptors.DNS. You know, not too many of those mistakes being made in comparison to day number 1. Bang seems to be, you know, getting his shots on point. Maybe iWife can step it up a little bit as those players now stack 4 on the defense for private backyard, leaving just iWife holding on to the hotel shortcut. So a backstep on towards that Bravo side is not going to be too easy, but if they do manage to stack an alpha push, that's what, you know, Yudu RSG can perhaps capitalize on.
Yeah, they can probably do that, AJ, but now it's going to be a 5v5, AJ. 1 minute 30 seconds. I have a lot of time here, and if you're RSG, your pushes aren't really working. You have to let Ranger get a snipe here. Going to get shot up already, but let's see if we can try to do something here. This spot, no spotting right here, AJ, but they have to push on the right side. But if you look at the map, AJ, Raptors just stacking up on the right. They're just ready to trade each other. It's just going to be a stalemate right now.
Yeah, I'm not so sure as to how the trophy system plays is for Raptors.DNS, because the majority of the nades that have flown towards their way have managed to, you know, damage them pretty much. You know, if they are not playing those trophies, they might want to switch things around here. I understand why they wouldn't at the early stages, because they don't really hold private backyard aggressively. iWife! Beautiful takedown onto Derp, but the numbers now all equalize. Alfari, the easy entry, goes in for the slide. Oh, he turns away, but still manages to get the kill, but punished at the end of the day. Raptors.DNS, they don't make it, and Yudu RSG on match point now.
Yeah, on match point, indeed, it just shows the small details that RSG has, the attention to detail, you know, like the trigger discipline, the way that they push, the coordination. And Raptors, yes, they're improving, but just a little, just a lot of more mistakes, AJ. So let's see what's going to happen here. 1 minute to the start of the round. Ranger trying to get a sniper. Whoa, almost hits that, AJ, but Ranger gets away with his life, almost gets taken out. But the Raptors, they're giving up A. Actually, look, A is a free, you can walk on A, AJ.
I'm having my mind blown right now, okay? I did not expect, you know, this crazy solid strats like this from Raptors.DNS after day number 1. But look at exactly what they're serving up for us, right? If they manage to pull off this retake, this is just going to be a huge opener for them towards equalizing it and then setting us into round number 11. But they have to pull this off, though. And I think Yudu RSG is going to play this right in towards their hand. If that bomb makes one mistake, but it's in the hands of Ed's highly improbable situation.
Yeah, very highly improbable. But here comes the push. Raven getting in there. Raven gets down. Donglu gets two piece, and just like that, 3v5 stops the push. Now RSG trying to make slow rotation here, but look what DNS did after they killed 2. The ALMGHTY went to A.
I love it. Okay, trophy system on for the push as well. Zonglun, he's made the play so far. Goes in for the pop of the nade. Is not going to be able to catch anyone. one. Unfortunate for him, ALMGHTY gets for himself to make a play for U2 RSG, and the numbers don't look good for the Raptors.
That's gonna look good as well, but they don't think it's gonna be the middle. Wife gets Derp. Derp is down 2v2. Wife that AMAX. It's gonna be 2v2. Spots ALMGHTY, not the right time to peek. And just like the ends up the back, gets one. Can he get the second one? Spots it, but reloads. Reload, and just like that, Raptors.DNS getting this round.
Wow, bro. Wow. Okay, so for anyone who does not understand, the context of the jokes that we were cracking with Raptors.DNS, once again, Jericho and I, we've got quite a lot of history shoutcasting Raptors.DNS matches. And this is exactly what the team has shown us in the past, man. Sometimes they show up hot, sometimes they're absolutely cold. This time, they are absolutely cold-blooded, man. They want those wins. They've got their eyes dead set on it, and I think they might be able to secure it. Once again, they allow for the early push into private backyard, but U2 RSG not taking advantage of that situation. They are not looking to make the same mistake at convenience store, though, and they back away towards private backyard. Information is going to be sent back that it's all open for the taking. Trophy system setup will be for sure on the side of U2 RSG. Raptors.DNS need to figure out a quick way to retake this now.
Yeah, Derp takes out Zhongdong. That's the opening they need. Bomb is down already. Let's see if Raptors can make this retake, or are we going to go to game number 3, AJ? This is it. This is going to be a huge round for both teams. Derp just in the middle. Will not spot anyone else, but the timing is there. He should have stayed there just for one more second. He could probably pick someone. Raven takes out iWife. It's going to be a 3 versus 5, but here comes Allen, going to be the first one in. Does take out no one. Derp, Bang takes out one, but it's all up to 2 more players. It's going to be a 2v4. Derp gets one, but Pace still alive. It's going to be a 3v2. It's going to be a winnable round. 10 seconds left. They have to make a push now. 10 seconds left on your clock. They have to make a push now.
Okay, DLQ goes in for the quick scope. So unlucky, Bay. Misses that. Gets punished by Eds. And U2 RSG take the search and destroy as well.
Wow. I mean, it was a very, very valiant effort coming in from Raptors.DNS. But RSG just superior. And AJ, now they're going to take this series 2-0. They are going to play one more for domination. But so far, RSG looking undefeated.
And, it was sort of expected because, once again, you and I both know exactly where does Raptors.DNS rank amongst the other teams based on their previous gameplays, not just in this competition, in the competitions of the past, Jericho, but this has been one of their best showing in Call of Duty Mobile that I've shoutcasted thus far. And I absolutely love this momentum. I want to see more from them, but they are running out of time, man. They need to take domination. No ifs, buts, or maybes about that. If they drop it, then the hopes of making it through the playoffs, I think it dies right there.
Yeah, I think it might, but unless the Raptors, if they win that last game, they can still make it. Because if they win that last game and then they go undefeated in the next couple of days, they can just shock the whole world and they can be on top 4, AJ. But right now 150-54, 6-4, not convincing at the hard point, but S&D, it kind of shocked me because the Raptors, they showed us something different there, AJ.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a good sign. Maybe in domination we might even see an upset there, AJ.
It's extremely different from what we are used to seeing out of the Raptors. But once again, that was a very slow-paced matchup where they could compose themselves, take round after round, make those plans. And I feel like on the defensive side, they were quite strong. Offensive, amazing on standoff as well. So Raptors.DNS, hopefully they get the opportunity to play at standoff a little bit more moving forward in the future. So they get, a few more of these chances to show us exactly what they're made of. But as we move on into Raid, this is going to be domination, respawn mode. We saw them getting annihilated. And a majority of the reason as to why they don't, win those fights is because of those gunfights. Mechanical capability, U2 RSG outshining them again and again in a majority of those engagements.
And most of the time, it's just really up to the mechanical gameplay. You can be the smartest player in the game, but if you can't shoot well, you're not going to be able to get those gunfights, AJ. And that was a little bit of a problem. I mean, occasionally it did work because the Raptors, sometimes the timing, Raven was pushing it alone, but unfortunately there was 2 plays with DNS. I like the plays that they were doing. It was just the small mistakes that happened that the RSG capitalized on that and made them win the game.
and it was a very brave play to allow a early push in towards private backyard for the early plants and for them to play retake, man. I mean, for a team that has not been able to hit that many times, they've got a lot of confidence in here, and I feel like that confidence seems to be working in their favor. Hopefully they will be able to show us a little bit more of that confidence as they go in to cap that B flag. They are on that stronger side for raid, for domination, and if they manage to put on that early pressure, they might be able to pull this off. But it still needs to go hand in hand with them winning all of their gunfights.
Yeah, all of their gunfights indeed, AJ. So here we go. We do see Udo RSG already try to hop on the flag, and Raptors, they're nearing it. They have to get that mid-map control, but RSG just trapping them in one side, AJ, and they're just going to be pushing in. But here comes Raptors actually preventing it. 2 players to beat there, but it's going to be 1 player to buy. Eds will be the one at the flank, but it's going to be 1 player, Raven, trying to speak on Alan. I think Alan does spot him, takes him out as well, and now RSG still not yet. They actually have B now, but let's see if they can hold it down.
Oh, Raven from across takes Bang out of the equation, and Udo RSG very easily pull that B flag into the bag. But it was a good play from the side of Raptors.DNS. They have to make a stronger one though, pulling the flank in. Alan spotting from God knows where, all the way at swimming pools, has to travel through kitchen now to make it to that B flag. He is a little confused, drops in towards central for that backup. But unless the Raptors.DNS players get their act together and attack as a team, they're gonna be continuously losing these gunfights.
They're going to be continuously losing these gunfights, but you know, now even though if they are losing the gunfights, they're still trying to cap it. Actually, 1 player to beat. Bang, if he kills this one, they can actually cap the flag. Raptors actually capping it. No, in the nick of time. Ranger takes him out, but Alan's here. 1v1 Ranger versus Alan. Huge kills right here. But gets taken out, and Raptors so close, yet so far. They just have to work on this 1 good push. Actually, they use the smokes or something would be good here, AJ.
Yeah, great plays coming through from the side of Raptors.DNS, but unfortunately for them, they are making these plays 1 player at a time. Unlike Udo RSG, they pile in those bodies, they take over those flags in record times. And now, the side of Raptors.DNS doing the exact same. They need to control Laundry though. Backstab Raven gets taken out in the nick of time by Alan, and this is that C flag as well as B onto the cap, but Udo RSG stealing that C flag away. This is their home base. Raptors.DNS, can they prevent it? They don't need to actually. I would prefer if they move on towards Garden, cap that A flag, punish Udo RSG. Come on, Raptors, show us what you've got.
Yeah, here you go. The overextension session is coming here. Alan also in there, but they're not. Raven is still there, still alive, just protecting that flag. Here comes the Gravity Vortex. Zonglan on the flank. We'll try to take him out as well. Takes out 2, and the Raptors, they're going to be able to control 2 flags right here, AJ. Big plays coming in from the Dinosaurs, but the Predator Missile comes in, and Raven takes out 2. Derp is going to try to cap it, but here 4 and 5 trying to make a play over there. But the Bang is there as well to take out Derp. Derp can try to make a play to get taken out. And now Raptors have control of A and B.
Ah, this is absolute perfection, man. Come on, bro. Raptors.DNS actually getting it done. Hunter Killer Drone being sent out, and he does not find anyone. He almost took out that player, but it doesn't matter. The bullets... 59 to 69. This is gonna be the score that Raptors.DNS have to deal with for the time being, but they're about to lose that A flag. The defense by just that 1 player is not gonna be enough. They lose it now. Raptors, they need to find the composure they found moments ago.
Yeah, they have it, but they did blend that first half. Very close, AJ. Very, very close. 11 points right here, AJ. And this is a winnable situation for the Raptors, AJ. They even have the good side. All they have to do is get control of Laundry, get that ring control, and if you're RSG, overextend as fast as you can to A.
Now, I don't want to see RSG overextending to A, man. You do RSG. I mean, even without the play, they seem to be winning a majority of their gunfights, right? So, Raptors.DNS, they deserve a break here. They've been doing a tremendous job, but you do RSG. They come in for the snuff once again. They pile the numbers into that B flag, but iWife takes out Captain Ranger. Alan falls though, and iWife has to back away. They need to play the game of patience, but look at the flank coming through. The players from Raptors.DNS flowing into Central Garden, trying to take the backstab. Predator Missile makes the play, and Bay brings out the Death Machine as well. This is the cap on the B flag. Raptors.DNS, what a play!
Yeah, what's happening right now is the ENS is just doing everything. They earned all their score streak and RSG now, and they're actually overextending. If you're RSG, smart plays coming in from RSG, the overextension is coming in. Here comes DNS trying to take over C, but Derp takes out Allen as well. This is gonna be a battle for A. Number 5 is there. They're gonna try to take it
Prevention.
out. Prevention is in. Will break the beat. It's gonna be number 5 K versus Ranger. Ranger gets taken out, and just like that, resets the spawns. And now DNS, they are taking control of this game.
Oh, 93 to 89. Raptors DNS definitely can make a comeback in here, but they need to control that B flag. How can they do that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Very, very easy. Hold on to Laundry, and that's exactly what Pei is doing with the Death Machine earlier, and now with the MX-9, Ranger just absolutely annihilating all of the players. Pei makes the play from the back, snuffs out with the Death Machine, and that's the sort of play that Raptors DNS deserve in this competition. 101, they take the lead, Jericho.
They take the lead, 103, 101. This is it. This is what they need. 104 to 102. Streaks are coming in, bang, working towards that Predator Missile Hunter killer route. And RSG has no answers, but then again, they are leaving A, so the overextension is open. Here comes the push coming in from RSG, but the Hunter Killer is going to find one player. Raven gets taken out. They still have a sentry gun, AJ, but they have to make the play now if you are RSG.
114 to 107. This is still a winnable round for the side of Udu RSG. They make a good play now, trying to cap that A flag, and they do get prevention at the very final second just by the distraction, but he steps back on there and manages to pull it back into the back. Captain Ranger's solo play, but now it is the side of Raptors DNS going in for a crazy, unthinkable triple cap, which gets denied by Udu RSG. But can they manage to pull it into the bag? They don't. It's a crazy pressure coming through from the Malaysians. The Taiwanese, they need to work slightly harder. They're so close to getting this win, Jericho.
Yeah, they have to get there. Allen and Wife makes the play. They can cap C. This is it. They have to get this one if they want to win again. And RSG, they have to try to prevent it. One way to be. Ranger trying to hop on it as well, shooting one, but nothing. No hit markers as well. Allen playing sneaky. Takes out Ranger, and now they have the 2-cap AJ. 131, 130. This is it. They have to hold it down now if they want to win this game. Allen in the middle, trying to get this gunfight. Gets taken out by Derp. Derp making this play, but now RSG gonna be trying to cap C. They're trying to do something here. Takes out one. Derp trying to make the play for his team. Takes out two, but Allen is there making the play. Raptors DNS, they're running away with this game, AJ.
Oh, they are most definitely doing that. Back now with the Holger 26. Does not get the kill, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the hold onto the B and the seed flag. Beautiful plays. Bang gets taken out of the equation. Dub takes himself out. 147. This is game over. This is game over, Jericho. Take the C flag. Nobody cares. Raptors DNS. They win. Domination against Udu RSG.
Oh my God. Raptors DNS taking domination against the former Kings of Malaysia.
Oh, goodness me, man. They were struggling. Pei looks a little shocked. He's like, did we just do that? Yes, you guys just did that. You guys took down the ex-Kings of Malaysia in a well-fought battle. Dude, my biggest problem that has always 2 years, Jericho, is they always make a comeback when it's a little bit too late. And I hope that is not the situation in this competition, man.
Yeah, I hope it's not, but I mean, so far, they're playing out of their minds. I mean, iWife 24, Bang with 17, Al with 17, Pei 14, Zolin with 15. And look at the other side, Raven 28. Yes, he's doing a lot, but Eds with 17, Ranger with 15. But yeah, but look at Alfari and Derp, 10 and 9. You don't see that from these kinds of players.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fine, right? I feel like, once in a while they have their off times. Derp was instrumental in that win at Search and Destroy. Him not being able to find his mark in this domination is not a huge issue. But the problem here is, not only was he not finding those kills, he wasn't even finding those points, right? So he was struggling overall. He just cannot allow that to happen in any one of the series against those other teams. Raptors DNS, they've managed to Udo RSG. But if this happens again, Udo RSG definitely going to get kicked out of the competition, something that they cannot afford. Either way, Raptors, they win this 150 to 139, but the overall series still taken by Malaysians. Udo RSG 150 to 54, 6 to 4. They get the W.
Yes, they get the W, but that was such a feel-good moment if you are a Raptors fan. Finally winning that first map here, 150 to 39, AJ. They could have won that SND. They could have won that SND, AJ. Yeah. Just a little bit of mistakes, but then again, congratulations to Raptor getting that game 3, but RSG still taking the overall record 2-1.
Yeah, and you know, can we expect this sort of a performance later on against Sharper Esports? They desperately need it because Udo RSG, they are slightly kinder. Udo RSG is slightly softer than Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, when they hit hard. I guess the good thing here is they have a situation where they might be able to step in and absolutely snuff out the opponents. But Sharper Esports, they come in here with the momentum, man. They've taken the win against Smart Omega. So it's not going to be a tough one. It's going to be close to an impossible one for Raptors.DNS. But if they make it through, they'll break the whole of Garena.
Yes, if they make it through. So this is a good start, finally getting that first game. But let's see if they can keep on continuing, AJ. Because if they want to get back to that 4th place, they have to play undefeated in the next couple of games already, AJ.
And once again, man, undefeated against Sharper Esports in the 5th series. It's going to be close to impossible. Not many teams can pull it off against them. A lot of the X-Kings struggling. And for Raptors.DNS to hope that they can take even one match away from Sharper Esports, I feel like it's asking for too much. But based on that domination match, if we can get that side, quite honestly, not even just based on the domination, but Search and Destroy was very solid from Raptors.DNS as well. I was quite shocked with the way they were holding it. Communication seemed to be on point today.
Yeah, very on point. They were doing everything on point, and you know, Raptors, they were just struggling in this first map, but you know, in that domination they were doing everything. But in the hard point, a lot of mistakes, AJ, a lot of mistakes, and RSG just doing everything like you said, on point. AJ just pretty much taking control of this whole game, and then you know, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, and you know, map mastery, it seems like Summit, they definitely struggled a little bit. But when we go in towards the Search and Destroy as well as domination, we see them stepping up, but it's just not enough in that Search and Destroy as well, right? A majority of those situations, they play rock, paper, and scissors, and Udo RSG, even in those circumstances, they win through those gunfights, which makes me the most concerned for Raptors.DNS. Because yes, you are going to be able to play those strats, but the best case scenario win is the Search and Destroys, unless you can continuously deliver the type of Raptors.DNS that we just saw in the domination match, man.
Yeah, this is going to be something like that, AJ. But here in the S&D, it really shocked me the first couple of rounds, AJ.
Yeah.
The way that RG was pushing was like, okay, the normal push that would work against top teams. But this time, Raptors just shut it down immediately, AJ. Like, you know what? You guys can come in here, but we have better defense here. And our offense is better as well. But that's when it really changed. When ALMGHTY got that triple kill, it was a little bit over, AJ. But then again, valiant effort coming in from the Raptors.
Yeah, and of course, once again, we jump on in towards domination. This is the highlight for that legendary match that the Raptors will not forget. This is their first victory in the Garena Regional Qualifiers that they have taken in quite a convincing fashion, I have to say, against Udo RSG. It was not an all-out, flat-out victory where they dominated Udo RSG from the get-go, but in many situations, it looked like, okay, maybe Udo RSG is going to be able to contain them, not allow them to aggress up forward anymore. But each and every single one of those players started stepping up. iWife, every single time he pulled out the death machine, he was an absolute monster. And he just mowed down the players from RSG.
Yeah, he just mowed it down one by one. iWife and Pei, Bang, all those players actually were just really, the coordination was well. Bang with that death machine, really huge plays coming in there. And the way they were using their score sheet was just on point, AJ. They were like, nothing was going wrong. You know, they were just really doing everything right.
I'm actually surprised about that as well. They actually played score streaks. And they played it so well. Raven, the MVP, not surprised at all with the way the guy has been on form today. Averaged 19 kills, 9.33 on the average. That's 4.5 for the average assist. A total of average score 2,516. He knows how to hit, and hard. And the beautiful thing about Yudu RSG, something that we've discussed in the past tournaments, Jericho, is you very rarely see the exact same player getting that MVP title time and time again. They continuously switch it up. The whole team full of performers, but it just seems like they need to perform much better in this competition because they're struggling at the moment.
Yeah, definitely struggling. Yes, you get 2 points against Raptors, but I mean, if you were RSG, you wanted to get that 3 points. It was very important because you wanted to go up the ranking, AJ. Because Omega, they're gonna be fourth at the moment, still fourth because if they won that third game, they could have at least been fourth. But now they're struggling again. They're gonna be staying at number 5 again, and it depends if Rimo can beat Omega or Omega beats Rimo. Either way, they're still gonna be stuck in 5th place, AJ.
And that's going to be series number 4, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Rimo Sadewa taking on Omega Esports. Jericho and I are going to go on a quick short break. When we come back, series number 4.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to find him. And on the other hand, whoa! Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Garena Regional Qualifier, the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifier Group Stage. I am VV Jericho here with today. We have 3 games done. We only have 2 more, but before we get in there, we do have something to remind you guys that the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship official device is the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. This is the best device for Call of Duty Mobile and any FPS game.
Oh, absolutely, man. Why, you ask? Because you get to step up your games and share your victories with the Game Enhancer. You get to control all of your gaming experience for your best performance.
Yes, that is true, AJ. And not only that, you're never going to miss your best gaming moments with the RT Record. But remember, when you're playing the RT Record, automatically pre-records 30 seconds of your game footage. So if you get a quad feed or a triple kill or even a 5-man feed, don't forget it's going to be recorded.
Oh, absolute, man. Definitely going to put a lot of value in there. And what does it record at? It's got the capabilities of high quality recording up to 120 frames per second. Now you can relive your winning moments in all of the glory thanks to its 120 FPS recording. Crazy stuff, Jericho.
Yeah, very crazy stuff. But not only that, you can charge smart and play longer with the HS power control. It powers the phone system directly rather than charging the battery. This reduces thermal stress, so more time for playing, and even if you are charging, it's not going to destroy your battery immediately.
Oh, and that's, you know, it's one of the worst things for all of the mobile gamers out there, and Sony's just got those solutions, man. No audio latency at all with the 3.5mm audio jack, which a majority of the mobile gaming community misses on their phones. It lets you plug into your favorite gaming headset and enjoy in-game sounds and chat with no audio latency whatsoever.
Very, very smart. But not, lastly, it has the superior gaming performance. The Xperia 1 Mark III is powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 5G mobile platform to deliver you the premium experiences you deserve. It is gamers for the gamers. This is the best that what Sony can offer.
Oh, absolutely, man. And not just for Call of Duty Mobile, just like Jericho has mentioned, for any of those FPS games that you can find out there. But quite honestly, if you're a content creator, if you are a mobile gamer, no reason whatsoever to not pick up the Xperia 1 Mark III. This is the schedule for the day and all of the action that has broken down. Almighty took down Rimo Sadewa when we opened up the match. Sharper Esports did the same thing to Omega Esports. Raptors.DNS met Yudu RSG. They took a tremendous search and destroy against them, but fell at domination, managed to make a 1-match comeback. Overall, Yudu RSG still the victors. Rimo Sadewa, they've fallen once here already. Will they fall again, or will this be the comeback for the Indonesians? Because the next matchup is gonna be against Omega Esports.
Yeah, Rimo versus Rimo and Omega coming out in this match for both teams having one game today. They won 1 game, but they also lost 2, so it's going to be very important. But here we go. Rimo Sadewa. We have Tricksters, Me6, Keens, Okad's Aimer. These players, they managed to pull off 1 victory against Almighty, but can they manage to make the comeback against Omega Esports?
Ochad's, you know, one of the best players in terms of search and destroy, continuously mounting the pressure against the opponents, continuously again and again tricks this. We saw how many times he opens those matches up. I cannot wait to see more from this team. The biggest question still here on everybody's minds, can they take down the Supreme brand from the Philippines? But the Supreme brand, let us not forget, fell recently. They no longer are the kings of Philippines, Jericho.
Yes, that is true. And you know, the Omega not really playing the best yet, in my opinion, AJ. You still haven't found that old Omega, the NRX, the formerly known NRX boys. I feel like this is the one. This is the one. We thought that it was the one with against Sharper, but this one, I feel like they can do it here, AJ, against Rimo Sadewa.
I hope they can pull it off, but Rimo Sadewa, we have to remember, is as hungry as ever. And the Indonesian region, they are as solid as Philippines. I mean, you know, it's all about the mobile games, right? And it's all about which particular country has got a ton of mobile gamers, where mobile gaming is just all over the place. Almost every single content creator, you know, they don't focus on purchasing a PC or a console to go in there and game on. Mobiles, definitely that #1 choice, and they've been, you know, just entrenched in mobile gaming for such a long time now, which is a majority of the reason they carry their skills from other titles of the past many years into Call of Duty Mobile to dominate, crush 6ix9ine, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Kendi, as well as Idra. Not new to the mobile gaming scene, not new to FPS, definitely not new to facing off against opponents that are much stronger against them, and of course taking them down as well. Will they be able to do it against Rimo Sadewa though? A lot of questions in the air. I'm quite skeptical as well, Jericho.
I agree with you. Very skeptical, but we do see the boys here from Omega. Good vibes coming in here, but I feel like they need to have a sense of urgency. You know, we need to see that former one. We need to see the old one. We need to see the Crush. Crush has to be very aggressive. He's been underperforming a lot in this tournament, in my opinion, AJ. And Whoopi has been doing a lot, same as Jay-Z. So Crush, you know, you need to hype your teammates up. They got to do a lot of stuff here. So I hope we do see the old one.
I don't think you're gonna get your wish just yet, Jericho. I think Smart Omega is playing the smart game. I truly believe that not just them, but teams like Sharper. Okay, Sharper Esports, those guys are mental. They just want to go and win every single match. They don't care about the mind games. But Smart Omega, I feel like they are trying to keep some of their strategies back, and that might just force them to drop a couple of rounds. But as long as they can keep those mathematics alive, make sure they can calculate it to the point, they can make it through to the playoffs. But that's just playing it on a huge risk, man. They do not take this win against Rimo, their chances of making it through goes down tremendously.
Yeah, that's true. And AJ, these are our head-to-head MVPs. We have Aimer versus Jay-Z. Aimer with 17, Jay-Z with 18. When Aimer with 15 deaths and Jay-Z with 10 deaths. You know, very still the same numbers, AJ. The only one that really stands out, probably the score. Only the score. You know, Aimer just getting more and more help from his teammate, doing a lot more. But they're just underperforming today. Actually, in my opinion, both the teams are underperforming today.
Yeah, both of them are definitely underperforming. But, you know, I guess that's the best way for the chips to fall, right? Rimo not really, you know, hitting at their best. Smart Omega not really hitting at their best. Now we've got an equal matchup, just like what we saw with Udu RSG as well as Raptors.DNS. They took an amazing fight against each other, and I feel like you and I definitely gonna lose our voices on this one. Rimo Sadewa as well as Smart Omega. I want to see the absolute fullest of potential from both of them, and they can slug it out as much as they want, man. We are gonna have fun shoutcasting.
Yeah, that is true. And it's also a huge thing, because if Omega wins this 3-0, Rimo being the first place team in the first day, they're gonna be sent down to probably 3rd or even 5th, AJ. So, you know, a lot of storylines looming around this one, and Omega wins the coin toss. Very huge for them. Let's see what they're gonna be batting. I feel like we're going to be seeing a takeoff ban. Hopefully it should be a takeoff ban here, or maybe a firing range. When takeoff is banned, very good. You know, they just don't want to play it anymore. I feel like that's a good choice. You know, leave that alone already and just focus on the maps that you want.
Yeah, it's good to play the takeoff ban, but I'm just worried if they face off against a team that's just going to be super supreme on the firing range play. Then what, right? We've seen that breakdown once already. Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Domination. Those are the 3 game modes that we'll be playing. Raid has been taken off of the list. Rimo Sadewa, good on the homework. But, you know, technically, if we were brought into Raid, Smart Omega loves to play Search and Destroy there. They also, you know, have brought us into Hardpoint at Raid, so it's a good ban coming through. Let's see exactly where do the Filipinos take us for one rendezvous number 1. Summit is going to be the name of the game, and Guerrilla Squad is where the Rimo Sadewa team chooses to start from.
Yeah, I mean, Summit, okay, very 50-50 on this one, AJ. They gotta play the least standoff or maybe a raid one because it's still a one-sided map, AJ. But the Gorilla Squad, I like that side switch. I like that side for Rimo. They want to be the first one on the second hill. So let's see if they can do that. Crossfire SND. I think Rimo doesn't know that they also like Crossfire, AJ. You know, Whoopi, they know everything in Crossfire. Smart Omega, they want to be that offensive side. And then finally, to end the end game 3, it's going to be firing range. They just want to fight it out in the hot firing range, AJ.
Oh, okay. Love the map pick. Summit Crossfire firing range. Beautiful with the lineup. But operator skills on the ban. Will we see the Annihilator or Sparrow available for the pick here? Are we going to see the teams leave it in the open? Smart Omega, they get the first call. Usually they do. But this time against Rimo Sadewa, they take the Sparrow out of the equation.
Yeah, Sparrow, obviously that's very smart. They don't want to have, if you have a Sparrow in Summit, pretty much, you can be a one-man wrecking crew. So that's a good ban coming in from Sparrow. And I think Rimo should be banning the Annihilator here, or maybe even the Death Machine. And the Annihilator is gone, so we're going to see a lot of Equalizers, Gravity Vortex, and Death Machines, AJ.
Yeah, beautiful in terms of the setup. Smart Omega, Summit, and firing range. I'm not so sure of their win rate or the probability of a win for Smart Omega on that firing range, but Summit, I'm pretty confident they will be able to bag this one. Most of the time, whenever the opponents take the Gorilla base, we know that the side of Smart Omega, they love to flip those spawns early on. It shakes teams, but now at this stage of the competition, it's been played one too many times by these squads. It's definitely a strat that will be read from the get-go.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. So here we go. Game number 1, AJ. Omega Esports versus Rimo Sadewa, Hardpoint Summit, and it's just going to be a battle for the second floor. Rimo, they want to get this one. They want to get that second floor control immediately. And that's what they're doing. High ground is very important here. And here comes the fight. Mi6 starts it off. And look at that. Everyone just pops in there one by one, AJ. And just like that, Rimo gets control.
But Smart Omega, look at the flank that they're pulling off in here from the side of Edge platform. The question is, do they want Gorilla base for themselves? Because if they are able to go for the first hard point, Gorilla base is going to be your choice for sure, right? But if you are able to get that flip, that is the case. But Rimo Sadewa, they are winning a majority of those gunfights, not allowing Smart Omega anywhere past the container areas. And they are going in to take control of that hard point strong as well. They win it back 19-4. Filipinos struggling in the get-go. But one player now spawning from the side of Gorilla base for Smart Omega. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah, finally, they managed to drop 5 players, and just like that, they're going to get that scrap time. But second hill control is going to be huge here. Second floor, and that where Omcats is right now, that's going to be very huge. It's all going to be Rimo players up in there. Can Omega answer back, or will Rimo get control of this? But we do see Mi6 right here, waiting for Semis. A very smart place coming in here. And here comes the trade. The firefight's going to come through, and Rimo has that control. But Jay-Z with that katana, open things up. Crush misses it, but gets the control. Gets 2 as well. This is the Crush that we need, and Crush is turning it up.
This is the kind of crush we need for the side of Philippines, if at all they want to win any matches, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What a play as Crush goes in with the clutch plays. 23-27, opportunity after opportunity. We'll have to send the hunter-killer drone out and takes Aimer out of the equation. 28-27 now. They didn't have the spawn, but all due to that play with the KRM in the hands of Crush. They take the spawn, they take the pressure play, but now Rimo Sadewa on with the hard point. What's their response gonna be like?
Yeah, the response is gonna be like, they're gonna be taking this scrap time, but you look at Omega, they lost the spawns. Actually, Rimo already in the new one, and this is gonna be a hard one for Omega. Can they break it? Can they not? This is gonna be a hard one. They're still trying to fight for us. And Jay-Z, last way to be there. But Rimo, they're already in the new one, and let's see if they can hold it down. One good push from Omega can change the game right here, AJ.
Now let's see if or not they will be able to flank around the water towers and then take the spawn at the Special Forces base first. And yes, that's exactly what they are looking to do. Indra goes in towards that water tower. He does have that backup as well, trying to take out the spawns from the back. But there will be Aimer for that backup. And he manages to get the slice with the Death Machine, snuffing out a majority of the Omega players to take over the hard point. 35 seconds in here. The points are quite close with each other. But Rimo Sadewa, they've got the spawn for the third hard point, which means they can pick up a majority of these points.
Yeah, that is true, and that's huge for Aimer. He gets fully streaks. Still, AJ, they're going to be able to rotate fast with full streaks, so Predator missiles are going to come out in here. But Crush, 15 seconds left. But then again, now the rotation is in favor, and the hard point. Crush gets 2. Can he get 4? Yes, he can. Crush on fire, fully streaked out as well. And just like that, rotation is in. The Sentry Gun should be able to come out in the 4th hill, AJ.
And all of those players from Smart Omega now backing away in towards the 4th hill. It's going to be the Blue Arena station. Brings out the Predator missile as well, but only be able to take Idra out of the equation. Basics gets taken out by Crush. Just 1 each for their side. Just slowing down the pace from the side of Rimo Sadewa. Whoopi goes in for the slice, but unfortunately the MX-9 catches him off guard. And Rimo now going in for the push. Smart Omega with the good hole and the sentry set up at the 4th hill as well. Blue Raider station gets taken over by Rimo Sadewa. They need to figure it out. Smart Omega, they've got the spawns at Gorilla Base. They should be able to turn this around.
Yeah, they should be able to turn this around. They sell the spawns, but drops the sentry gun. Crush is there, gets taken out, but here comes the trade. Daisy inside as well with the katana, trying to destroy the sentry gun. It is gone now. It's going to be 70-72. They get that retake. 20 seconds left. This is going to be a huge chunk of time for both teams, and let's see if we can take it right now. Omega leading now by a little bit of time, but Crush takes out another one. He's just a man on a mission, trying to do everything for his team to win everything, gets a hit marker, but gets taken out by Keems, unfortunately. But Remo gets that last 5 seconds. It's going to be the battle for that next hill again. AJ, second floor control is what you need.
And this is exactly what you wanted, Jericho. You wanted to see Smart Omega really play. This is Smart Omega at their best. You know, a lot of and we have to address this whilst the show is going on, right? Because there are some calls that we make out, and some people think that, you know, they are biased calls. It's not. It's just that we are so used to seeing these players. We know exactly when they are holding back. This is the true flavor of Smart Omega. This is the true flavor of the ex-kings of the Philippines. But they cannot slack off now. Rimo Sadewa, they've proven to us as well that they not only deserve this spot here, they can tank anybody, but Whoopi punishes all of them. He takes a 2-piece for himself as Smart Omega continues to hold on to this hard point. Finally challenged by Amir with his MX-9, but shut down as well. Those fights will be coming through from the Indonesian side, but it looks like Smart Omega is handling this pressure quite well.
Yeah, very well indeed. And Crush here trying to make a play. Hunter Killer out right there. They're trying to make a player get stunned, unfortunately, but Meeseeks trying to throw a grenade, take him out. Huge kill coming from Meeseeks. Remo, they have that spawn control. 3 seconds left, and this is where you already see the sentry gun and all the score streaks come out. AJ, huge hill here for Omega. They can win it in the next one. And Remo, they need to make this comeback right here, but here comes the spawn. Dragon Fire is out for number 3. Whoopi not really using it well. And you know, now 128-86, Remo gets control. Let's see if they can make the comeback.
Still don't understand that play, bro. But it's okay. We'll probably interview one of them and ask them one day. Oh, what a nade by Daisy. Takes a 2-piece for himself. Opening this up once again. This is hard point number 2 on the rotation. The 128-91. Smart Omega close to getting this done already. They should be able to wrap things up here. But Rimo Sadewa's going to have none of that. The Predator strike will be slowing down the side of the Indonesian, but they will be losing their spawn as well. Smart Omega takes over, and this is it. The game is done. Jay-Z holding on to all of these spots. Whoopi's not going to allow anyone to step in. Annihilates them 150-92.
There we go. Now we see that Omega, the fire in them. That's how we want to see AJ. And Remo, they were surprised. I feel like they were a little bit of chill in that first hill, but when Crush popped off, Whoopi, Idra, all of them just really popping off, doing what they love the most. They are unstoppable, AJ.
Now, let's see exactly what they will be able to bring into the rest of the matches in here. That was just the opener, man. Hard point. I cannot wait for Search and Destroy, Jericho.
I cannot wait as well, but it just shows now, AJ, you can have one good day in Remo and you can have another bad day today. It just shows that they're just struggling right now, AJ, and they're facing against a giant that just lost, and now the momentum is shifting towards them, AJ.
Yeah, I want to see, you know, a little bit more from the side of Rimo Sadewa. I mean, Smart Omega has decided to come up and show full force in here. Rimo, I think they are holding back a little bit of their firepower as well. Crush, though, this time round, this little matcha, he didn't hold back. He went popping left, right, center with the KRM, taking those 5 kill streaks, taking the 4 kill streaks, and he was unstoppable, man. 33-18-3.
Damn.
What a play from this MVP. Now, if Rimo Sadewa does not step up, there is no doubt at all in my mind that they will drop Search and Destroy as well, because this is that Smart Omega that the whole of the Filipino community has been waiting for.
Yeah, I know we've been really hard on Crush, but this one, you know, it's only one game. I need to see more of the consistency, AJ. If we can do it on Hardpoint, might as well do it in all the game modes. You know, this is what we need. The aggression. You see the amount of pressure Crush is putting in. Just him alone is making the team actually just get so much points. So 150-92, Smart Omega taking that convincingly, and now we're gonna jump over to Crossfire, AJ. Remember the last time we saw Crossfire? No one won a single defensive round. So I feel like it's gonna change now, since Omega, you know, Whoopi, he's gonna be knowing those spots just like Heaven and Aimer. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen here.
I have lost track of the leaderboard, and since I don't know the mathematics, I'm not going to make an assumption Omega is going to take a victory in here, because they want to win, they want to qualify through the playoffs, but I know for a fact they do not want to qualify for the playoffs in that number 1 spot. They've done a lot to keep the crosshairs, you know, away from them, you know, the target away from their back, and they've done exactly what they have intended to do all this while. People have, you know, gotten to a state where they're not really feeling the pressure from Smart Omega. They're not really feeling like, you know, Smart Omega is going to be the threat in the competition, and it seems to be panning out quite well for them.
Yeah, it's panning out quite well for them, you know, getting that groove, getting that first game, setting the tone right. And I feel like Rimo's stunned, AJ. I feel like they're stunned because they were just watching him against Sharper, and they were like, oh, they're struggling. But, you know, maybe a little bit underestimating, but I don't think that's the case. I feel like it's just Smart Omega it's just better right now.
And let's see whether or not they can continue that, right? Because Crossfire, as we go in here for the drop, it's going to be a double snipe setup, hopefully coming through from the side of Smart Omega. It will be interesting to see exactly how does Rimo Sadewa counter this play. Attacking side by the Filipinos, they will go ahead to quickly stack in towards Central Building. They're going for the A plant, bro. And this is so rare. Idra takes Aimer out of the equation, and the plant might come through, but the play, can Tricksters go in for this shot? He can go in for the prevention. He does not. The bomb on the ground, 4-4. Let's see what breaks down.
Yeah, we do see a 4 versus 3 now. Omega down 2 players, but the bomb is down. And this is the only thing about B. It's the only thing about A. If you get in there fast, it's really hard to defend because there's a lot of angles here. But there you go. JZ Ida takes down 2. It's going to be a 3v2. JZ takes out another one. And it's all up to you. Ocas takes out 1. It's a 1v2. Very difficult. 15 seconds left. Has the KRM in hand. Can he make the play?
Ochats versus Crush, KRM 1 versus 1. I want to shout past that match, man.
I mean, that's going to be very crazy. You're going to see all the cameras going left and right, left and right, left and right. Just trying to get a shot off. But first round goes to Smart Omega. Very good play coming into A. You know, Rimo, they didn't have an answer for that. They were shocked that they were going to go to A.
Let's see exactly what their play will be this time around. I'm pretty sure a quick pop of the smoke in that mid segment will be, there you go, will be able to allow, oh, touch! What an access! Takes JZ out with a quick pop and goes in for the attack once again. Keens with the defense as well, backing him up. 5-4, the damage has already been done.
Yeah, that's the one we were talking about, AJ. Now they're going inside. I wish they would have just stayed in that B bomb side, AJ. You know, playing those corners, but the damage has been done. You are right. It's going to be a 5 versus 4, and Trickster trying to find some spots here, but he doesn't know that Whoopi is on that left side where Shadow was always at the spot here. Nades are going to come out here. Whoopi going to be able to try to start the play here. They're trying to take out one person with that frag, but nothing will be taken out there. And now let's see if the Omega can push here. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Meesex has eyes on the bomb, takes him out just in the nick of time. Trickster trying to find a spot as well. It's just going to be a stalemate right now. Oh, spot one misses a shot, but it's okay. Just get that information, and here we go. Bomb will try to go down. AJ, this is going to be a very scary round. Oh!
Oh! How did he miss that?
There you go.
Unfortunate this time, he manages to shut down Crush. Candy takes down Ochards. It's a 4 versus 3. Smart Omega, the numbers don't look good. Whoopi backs away, repositioning his snipe, looking to see if or not he can catch another one off guard. Candy backs away from that nade, lucky as he makes it just out in time. O'Keens will be holding on to a tight angle at the dead end here, putting on so much of pressure. The plant is not going to be possible for Smart Omega. 25 seconds on the clock now, and Tricksters drops Whoopi. The numbers don't look good.
Numbers don't look good as all. 3 versus 2. Idra trying to find a way here to get one person before he goes down. Idra gets taken out. Keen takes out Candy. Just like that, we are tied at 1-1, and we finally saw the first ever defensive round victory.
If or not, Rimo Sadewa will be able to keep that play up for themselves. So far, Whoopi on the snipe has not been able to find his target, and he needs to be able to go in for the shots. That's the guy who will be opening up these plays. But instead, Tricksters takes that role, snipes Jay-Z out of the equation. Nukeens thankfully reconnects back into the matchup, so he's going to have a little bit of connection problems that I hope he sorts out, because this is an important match that we cannot lose him on.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. 5 versus 4. Jay-Z goes down, gets taken out by Trickster. And Whoopi trying to find a spot here. Not really getting anything here, but the play starts with Whoopi. Bomb is down. They have to pick up that bomb. Finally picked up the bomb. And 1 minute 20 seconds left. The spot one, but misses it. But information is given. But then again, AJ, he might be aggressive. Okads might be aggressive again. Let's see what happens here. Crush on the right side, already inside the central building. Very important place coming in for Crush. He has to get a kill here and try to get one. But he does spot one. But no, Me6 is there for the help. And now it's going to be a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that this one is being dropped on purpose by Omega Esports. I think they are definitely being outplayed, but it doesn't seem like they're taking it as serious as they should be, right? The aggression is a little sloppy. They are not going in for those power plays. Whoopi's still not finding his snipes, and until the guy finds them, Me6 as well as Tricksters, they're just going to be running circles around the players of Omega Esports in this match.
Yeah, Omega Esports just looting that round again. Rimo working already on that defense. AJ, remember that was the issue in the crossfire. AJ, defense was not working for them, and now the pressure that Okads is doing, it's very, very smart.
Yeah.
Now let's see if Omega can answer back.
Super effective pressure by Ochards. I mean, Tricksters, Ochards, as well as Me6. Tricksters once again gets the hit. Search and Destroy is going to be won by Rimo Sadewa, hands down, if Whoopi does not step up. And he is the playmaker. On the other side, for Rimo Sadewa, Tricksters hitting his shot, man. Me6 in there as well. There you go. Tricksters once again crushes Crush out of this round. 4-3. The number still looks solid on the side of the Indonesians.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. 4 versus 3. Bomb is down though, AJ. Now Rimo going for that retake, and Idra, or he can pick up the sniper. Since Whoopi is out, he's going to be the one trying to get those picks. And Idra slowly looking for it, but Okads takes out one. Brings out the KRM. Has teammates for his back, has to back up. Okads takes out Candy again. One more player. 2 more players to beat there. The pinch is working. Jay-Z. Oh, Jay-Z gets away with his life. Jay-Z, can he get away with his life? Gonna get with the person. Jay-Z! Jay-Z just made the play. Gets 3. He gets the 3. Jay-Z made the play! And just like that, Omega ties it up.
What a play by Captain Jay-Z. He gets away in the nick of time, wraps around, gets the kill, Oh, what a play, man. Absolute round-saving maneuver. Rimo Sadewa looking for their 3rd round. Absolutely unfortunate in the previous one. And a hit marker onto Whoopi will make him back away. He needs to find his mark in the opening segment.
Yeah, that is true. AJ 5 versus 4. Candy already going down, but even the Okads gets one. Okads gets straight up by Jay-Z. Jay-Z right now has a big play here with his teammate. They will go for that B push, but there's going to be one player inside AJ. That's going to be number 2, which is going to be Aimer. Aimer has that time, but Keens also has an engagement as well. This spot one, Crush. The spot Crush, but the trigger discipline, can he take him out? Takes him out as well. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Omega, man advantages with them, AJ. Now all you have to do is hold it down.
And Rimo Sadewa, the probability of them taking this is all going to be, once again, up to Tricksters. If he can pull off those quick snipes, those quick scopes are going to be very powerful. Jay-Z shuts down Aimer. Me6 managing to make it back through, but the number is just not good. Whoopi closes that round, but he's not supposed to be the closer. The guy needs to open them.
Yeah, he needs to start opening it, but right as of the moment, he is getting outplayed by Trickster. But then again, even though Rimo is getting the early picks, they're losing the closeout. Every time the end of the round, they're always losing, AJ. And now the switch of the sides. Let's see if Rimo can do this on offense.
Yeah, I mean, see, the fact of the matter is, although Rimo's getting those openers, they still manage to lose it. Imagine if Whoopi starts hitting his snipes early game. It's a guaranteed win for Omega Esports. Okaz as well as Keens going in for the beautiful takedowns. Okaz gets the melee as well, pulls the gloves out, and it's just a no-holds-barred contest. And with one final player shut down, Rimo Sadewa equalizes 3-all.
Wow, Omega tried to be very passive there, but Okaz just wanted to give them a 1-2 punch, AJ, and it paid.
Yeah, it did, man. It most definitely did. Tricksters with the 6-3 of the KD so far. Absolutely livid with, you know, the fact that he's not getting even more because he's been on point, man. He's been absolute perfect in all of these rounds. And if he can find a few more, the win for Rimo Sadewa can be guaranteed here. The bomb now on the ground. Attacking side, Rimo Sadewa. They go in for that early plant at bus station and the retake from Omega Esports. How are they going to pull this off? 2 players at Butchers to go in for the treasure. 2 coming through from corner building as well. They will be able to overcome Me6, who backs away with a snipe and punishes Crush.
Yeah, gets one. Me6 gets another one, gets away with his life. Information is given. He's going to be on that spot. Okaz misses that snipe, that shotgun. Trickster gets one as well. It's going to be a 1v2. Trickster stuck at 1v2. 10 seconds left. Bomb is down. All he has to do. But the nade does not get it down. He misses the grenade. Oh, that's
beautiful.
So unfortunate. Oh, wait. Is he going to make it?
Time. Oh, he makes it with 1 second. I quite honestly thought he started off at that 5-second mark. Lucky it was not the case. 2 minutes back on the clock as Omega Esports tries to close this off. 2 more rounds is what they need. And Whoopi still not hitting those early snipes.
Yeah, just really struggling right now, AJ. You know, what does he need? But the double smoke is in. Whoopi. Gonna be the first one. Trickster takes out Crush. Whoopi takes out Keens. But Okaz trades out Whoopi. One rate to beat. Okaz gets traded out by Jay-Z. Jay-Z making so much plays right now. 3 versus 3. What's gonna happen next?
Quick scope, opener, great, but then the guy gets taken down immediately. Not the best play coming through from my unfortunate son out there. But Amer, as he snubs JC out of the equation, 3-2. Omega Esports, Kendi as well as Idra. Can they make a playback through? It looks like they might be able to because they get the numbers on their end. And Idra just stands behind, dances around for a couple of minutes before taking out the final player. Rimo Sadewa now, they have to face a position where they might get taken down because Omega Esports on the match point.
Yeah, Omega Esports one more round. Let's see if he can close it out, AJ. Whoopi again going to be the first one in, but this time Rimo. But hits taken out already by Keens. Whoopi down already. Jay-Z going to get tagged up as well. Information is given, AJ. Now 5 versus 4. Did nade? Can it hit it?
Nice.
No nade, no hit markers, but Me6 also covering the right side. And Rimo not yet pushing.
Yeah, unfortunate for Rimo Sadewa, man. I was thinking that Nate was going to find at least one player. Jay-Z was in a lot of trouble there. He manages to get away with his life. Potentially the trophy systems played quite well, maybe. I'm not so sure if or not Me6 will be able to find this, but a great... He takes Jay-Z out of the equation, but gets dropped by Idra. The numbers look good for the side of Rimo Sadewa. Only 2 more players left. Idra as well as Crush. Crush, can he make a play here? Trickster's going to be putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's going to put a lot of pressure. He's going to get spotted by Idra, but gets away with his life. Almost dies, but 30 seconds left. That spot, Idra. We'll give the call. One more play on the right side. We do have Crush on the right side, gonna get tagged up as well. They have to make a play. 20 seconds left. Crush with the Holger trying to do something. Gets one, but he's gonna get killed from behind. But takes him out as well. It's a 2v1. Crush, but gets sniped by Me6. Is there to take him out. 4-5. If Idra could have gotten one more kill there, I feel like Omega could have already won the game.
I agree with you, man. But now Rimo Sadewa with an opportunity to push this into overtime. Omega Esports with the opportunity to shut this down. Quick pop coming in here for that stun. It's going to be Tricksters going in for the push. Going to find absolutely no one with that quick scope in. But he gets the kill onto Jay-Z. Beautiful play coming through from Tricksters. Once again, instrumental for Rimo Sadewa to make this comeback in here. He gets that opening frag.
Oh my God.
Whoopi, on the other hand, a little too slow, questioning himself, gets the second shot in towards Keen, equalizes the number, Crush drops B6 out, the numbers look good for Omega Esports to close this off. Rimo Sadewa, they now need to hustle. Tricksters, can he turn things around once again? Aimer is the guy to step up, and the numbers equalize once again, taking a 2-on-1 situation. Aimer with
my.
the 3-piece.
Aimer with a 2v2 right here. Oh, Idra gets the second one as well. This is it. Trickster has to watch the bomb. All he has to do is play time. 15 seconds. We'll spot the enemy. Idra on the bomb already. Will spot one. Takes out the first one. But does he have Idra? And then the fuse is in. Pros never fake. 6-4 Omega 2-0.
Oh my God. What a match. But what a clutch to the very end. Beautiful plays coming through from Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, I have to emphasize, they are playing at their true potential finally in the competition. And if anybody's not able to realize the differences in playstyle, I'm sorry, but don't worry. Jericho and I will continuously point it out to you guys. Rimo Sadewa, they were bringing on their best as well. And Tricksters, he was on point. If only Whoopi could respond as equal as Tricksters, we might have been able to see an easier win for the side of Omega Esports. But it doesn't matter because, like you always say, it takes more than one MVP. It takes more than one guy on the team to perform. Unfortunately for the side of Rimo Sadewa, Tricksters was doing a majority of that heavy lifting together with Ocards. And apart from that, it was just all right plays from the rest of the team members. But on the side of Omega Esports, Jericho, it was a different story.
It was definitely a different story. It was a two-man game. AJ, Idra, and Jay-Z doing a lot. I don't know how Jay-Z survived that round a while ago, AJ, and he picked up 3 frags. Very, very impressive. And Idra a while ago, that last round, he was reloading, but all of a sudden, the Holger still has a lot of bullets. Took out one person. That could have changed the whole game. But then in the end, the Ninja Diffuse comes in. Pros never fake. And just like that, we are now seeing I could say NRX, but Omega back in form, AJ. But can they close it out with a 3-0, or will Rimo answer back?
I think Rimo might be able to make a comeback in here, but firing range, the map pick of Omega Esports, for a reason, they know how to play this map to the T, especially when they drop in towards domination, right? I mean, when we open up the game, it's all gonna be about the take on White Warehouse. Once you take trailers, holding on to that B flag is gonna be pretty easy. Question is, as they start off on the Special Forces base, whether or not the side of Rimo Sadewa was going to be able to get into trailer first and snuff out the supreme gunfights of Omega Esports, because that seems to have been the trailing storyline here. Gunfights won by one team. Crush goes in for the pop, and even Ocards can't keep up with him with this KRM.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to keep it up, AJ, but Crush is on a different level right now. This is the Crush that we know, but here in Fiery Rage, AJ, it's just gonna be the control for trailer and that mid house, especially tower. So the Holgers, Idra has to pop off for this one. Yes, he popped off at STD, but he's always consistent. But he needs his teammates to be consistent as well. I need to see more from Candy, especially from Whoopi as well, because Crush, we've been hard on him, but now he's been stepping it up. Now let's see if the others can also hang on.
I've always believed in Crush because anybody who's a fan of the Garena scene will know that that's not Crush's usual gameplay. That game that we just saw him take at Hardpoint, where he was going on the 5-kill, 4-kill streaks with the KRM, that's the true Crush, right? But Rimo Sadewa, they've been able to show that they have got very specific players to match those roles head-to-head with Omega Esports. The unfortunate situation here is those head-to-heads aren't really happening the way Rimo Sadewa wants to dictate this. So the firing range gameplay just needs to be a situation where they square up against each other. Tricksters needs to look for Whoopi, and Orchards needs to look for Crush. If these two can keep an eye on these two killers from this side of Omega Esports, they might be able to control the space a little bit better.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Maybe you could just change it, but here we go, AJ. Game number 3. I mean, it's just going to be the battle for trailer, like you said, AJ. And in the end, it just comes down to the gunfights, AJ. V6 here already, just controlling it. You know, in the start, they're not trying to go for that flag anymore, because before, we used to see teams just hopping on B flag immediately. But now, they're just trying to clear it out first before they hop on the flag.
Oh, beautiful plays coming through from Rimo Sadewa, punishing Omega Esports for immediately playing the B flag. And Whoopi from all the way in Branch Road goes through for the defense, making sure they do not flood through from the warehouse number 4 to take back that B flag. Beautiful play so far. Omega Esports with the early lead. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, early lead right here. B flag already controlled. Idra getting control of that later, gets 2. Can he get one more? Aimer trying to play his life, gets 1. Huge kills coming here for Aimer. Can he get the third one? No. Crush gets that trade out. And now, but you look at it, AJ, the control is in. The fight for later is just back and forth. It's Rimo, Omega, But now Trickster hopping on the B flag, and Rimo starting to get that cap.
But it's just a solo player, attempt here by Tricksters. He needs that backup, and he will drop in towards that clearing area instead, because the numbers will pile on there. This is an amazing play from Rimo Sadewa, but Idra and Crush crushes their dreams, crushes their play as well. Beautiful stuff coming through, but he gets taken down. What a response by Tricksters. Rimo Sadewa, they still need to step up though, because Smart Omega, they might be able to run away with this, and they are going in for a cheeky triple cap, which is prevented, thankfully, by the Indonesians. 21-37. They need to start hustling right now, Jericho.
Yeah, they need to start hustling indeed. The Trickster closing in on that center. Jay-Z with the flag at the back prevents B, but Trickster is here trying to get 2 players. Trickster on his own gets 2. Can he get the one? Trickster with 3 kills, but can he get the trade? Fully tricks out his Trickster. The sentry gun will be in play here, AJ. The Predators are also as well. And here comes the cap from Rimo. Rimo finally caps it, but Jay-Z and the boys are just trying to catch it as well. The triple cap from Omega, but V6 is there for the back. He's in a triple kill, AJ. 49-31. It's just an all-out war.
And now Rimo Sadewa waking up to take this game right back into the bag. 35-50. Let's see if the Indonesians can cut this. Idra brings out the death machine, goes in for the push, and they should be able to hold on to the B flag a little bit longer with this pressure play. But as he gets taken down, 41-53, opportunity once again opens up for the side of Rimo Sadewa. They are holding on to this clean. Omega Esports, their attempts now all over the place. They need to get together and aim for that A flag. Triple cap by the Indonesians. Rimo Sadewa, what a response. What a comeback. Let's see them take the lead as well.
Yeah, here we go. Aimer though with the death machine. Huge play coming in. The wall bang is in. Takes out Candy. 3 more plays from Omega. Spotting at the back of Fighter Race 6 gets taken out. But Okaz gets hit out. Idra is in trailer control. But now Omega losing the lead. Still has no flag, AJ. But they have to try to get a home flag, AJ.
They're not going to get the home flag. They are all over the map. And all of a sudden, Rimo Sadewa have managed to break apart Omega Esports. But as I say that, they steal away that A as well as C flag. Now, the recovery at Barracks Hut. If they can win this matchup, which they do, but Hunter Killer gets them. But they do manage to cap the flag. 75-point mark. Rimo Sadewa in front at the halfway point.
Yeah, but AJ, did you see that one of the players from Rimo has a Goliath, which is going to be very, very important. But Candy also has it as a sentry gun here, so score streaks are going to be very essential, AJ. Imagine in the 100-point mark, we're going to see just everything drop in. But here we go. 3 players. I don't think they know it's going to be a flank. But finally turns around. Trickster's at the back already. Gets 1. Whoopi gets 1, but Idra gets taken out as well. Whoopi trying to make a player. Candy gets taken out as well. No more trailer control for the side of Omega. And just like that, the single cap for B is going to happen. Rimo taking control of this game early.
Yeah, Rimo Sadewa! Bravo as well as Charlie Cap now 79-67 running away with the game. Finally, the Indonesians, Omega Esports, are they gonna make a comeback in here? Once again, they seem to be a little all over the map, not coordinated like they were taking that hardpoint matchup. And with the sentry gun set up from the side of Rimo Sadewa, the question is, are they gonna be able to break this stronghold? A double sentry setup, one of them finally taken down, but 91-73, Rimo Sadewa reaching the 100-point mark.
Yeah, here we go. Candy on the back with that sentry and also trying to cap C, but gets taken out by Rimo. Rimo all over the side, but double cap coming in for Rimo. They still need to hold this up, but Idra with the death machine trying to make a play here. But here comes another Dragon Fire. This is for my whole casting.
Oh, what a play by Dixon! It's finally effective! Dude, okay, jokes aside, if you really get lucky, man, it can really change the tide of the game. But it's not always gonna be a Sunday. Rimo Sadewa now, 111. Omega Esports, 83. They are trying to make the comeback. A solo cap on Bravo gets prevented. Okats is there to ask those questions, and Omega Esports still struggling in here. Two players now making a beeline for their barracks hut play. They will be able to play defense, and finally the pop of that XS1 Goliath to defend the clearing area. Teams will be there, taken out. What a play!
Yeah, here we go. The double caps coming in for Omega. They can just capture B. They just have to step on it really quickly. But Rimo already taking A side. But all the players from Omega try to hop on it, gets killed. Aimer with that death machine still has a lot of time with it. Half or usage right there. Whoopi trying to push it, gets taken out. And Aimer is just going to aim down and just kill every single Omega player that pops in there, but gets taken out by Crush as well. Okat's also getting taken out, and the trip cap is here. Can we see another comeback here? But A is taken, and this can still be a comeback agent.
It most definitely can stand to be a situation where Omega Esports can turn around. 132-107. The question is, are they going to be able to keep on to a great hold to both of these sides? You mentioned the XS1 Goliath on the side of Omega Esports. Rimo Sadewa brought theirs out. So I wonder exactly when the Filipinos are going to go in here for the pop. FHJ gets on here with the shot. Oh, God! Not taken down. Crush stopping that, but will be eliminated from that equation. 138-119 now. The Omega Esports team members starting to sweat a little, Jericho.
Yeah, I'll sweat a little bit more, but they have 10 more seconds, 10 more points. If they can push us 9 more seconds, actually, this is going to have to be perfect as well. But look at Rimo, just holding down that barracks on AJ. No one's pushing out anymore. No one's going to do too much, and this is it, the final play. Here we go. The push is coming through. Crush is going to come in there first. Smokes are out, but Jay-Z is also there helping his teammates out, but no one is there. 6 more seconds, they have to make this play.
I don't think this is going to be possible. Cluster strikes not available as well. Predator missiles have all been used up, and this is just going to be that sort of a game where Smart Omega loses to a on-form Rimo Sadewa. 150-141. They take Smart Omega, slap them around, and pull that victory away. But overall, the Filipinos still manage to get the deed done, Jericho.
Yeah, very good showing from both teams, especially from Omega. You know, getting 2 games, that's huge for them, and for Rimo, very disappointing. But it's not their fault that they've got the former NRX AJ.
Yeah, it's not their fault at all that Omega Esports decided to play at their best in this particular series. Once again, y'all can say whatever you want. I've been doing this for 2 years now with Jericho. We've seen all of the teams from Garena. We've analyzed them throughout, and we know exactly what we're talking about. Rimo Sadewa, they were quite close to losing that though, but what a comeback that they made through Aimer, truly the MVP. A majority of those gunfights, this guy was taking it for his team, man.
Yeah, he was just doing a lot for his team. Idra is popping off 23 kills, and then JC with 21, Crush with 18, and Whoopi with 18, Candy with 14. But even though he had 14 kills, he did have that sentry gun. You know, at the time, the streaks were really useful. And for Rimo, 24-23, they were actually dominating in the kill feed. So, you know, they were just doing so much things. They were just doing a lot of stuff there perfectly. That's why they won the game, AJ.
Yeah, and I want to see exactly what more will, all of these teams have in store here for us. Rimo, Sadewa, as they took this matchup. Unfortunately for them, they could only overcome the forces of Smart Omega in that domination match. For Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, 150 to 92, 6-4. The Filipinos finally rage on and get this victory. But will it be enough to make it through the playoff? High probability, because two teams definitely struggling in the Group A. Raptors.DNS as well as UDU RSG.
That is true, AJ. So we're going to get that update later, AJ. But, we're going to see some highlights here, AJ. But you know what? I feel like this is going to be a kryptonite, though, for Omega, AJ. Now that they always ban takeoff, they have to win the coin toss every time now.
Which I still think is come on. At the end of the day, Jericho, you cannot be a team that has carried your national flag, your country's flag to many competitions, represent your nation, and not master one map, whilst you have gone out there and dominated each and every single other map available in the game. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think it's absolutely just a smoke screen to throw their opponents off. And if anybody falls for it, so be it. So it's either you take the words of a shoutcaster that might not know how to do his job, according to some, or you take, the absolute crazy plays that this team sometimes puts out where they blow hot and cold, right? Smart Omega, they've been able to prove themselves in this matchup, but not as effective in some of the others. Remember, early on today, they did fall to Sharper Esports 2-1.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But just to touch on it, based on experience, you can master every map, but sometimes you're just really gonna play really bad at the map. Like it's
fair enough, man.
Sometimes it's just really like that. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's a smokescreen, AJ. But I don't think Omega would do that as a smokescreen. But I do agree with you, AJ. Maybe they're just trying to do something here. But then again, that coin toss really saved their life, in my opinion, AJ. But here in the hard point. They just dominated from the start. Crush really doing everything. And here in the S&D,
it was Tricksters. All out Tricksters. Yes, Smart Omega did win that, but I think they got very lucky. Jay-Z with the monster play, but still very, very lucky. Gods of RNG were definitely on their side. For me, Tricksters as well as O-Charts, they were absolute dominant on this particular map. They should have been able to wrap it out for Rimo, Sadewa, but it's just how Call of Duty Mobile is sometimes, Jericho.
Yeah, it is just like that, I feel like this game, I would say, is like 90% luck, 10% skill, because a lot of times it's just pure luck. You're hitting the wall banks, you're getting away with your life, you're getting shot by 10 million guns or something. It's just, this map, this map is just so different, so unique in a way that you need a lot of luck in order to win this game, especially in the end, Idra with a double kill there. And here in the domination, it was just pure domination by Rimo from start to finish, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. But of course, Omega Esports did try to make a play in here. But as you guys can see that mini-map, they were pretty much all over the place. They were taking, very, what's that word? Solo fights, basically. It's not the word I'm looking for in my head, but it's just not coming to me. They were taking, those fights individually, and they were not winning a majority of them. Finally, towards the later part of the game, we did see them try to stick together with each other a little bit more, but it still wasn't enough, man. Rimo, Sadewa, they were, very, very much focused on getting this win. Taking a 3-0 loss, definitely not in their plans, and they made quite a great comeback. It was too close for comfort, though.
Yeah, too close for comfort indeed. But you know what? In the end, what matters is the W, even though it was a very sloppy W, AJ. Rimo, they managed not to get a donut, which is still good, but at the same time, that's what you get when if it's not your day, it's just not your day. But here we go, the soldier of the game, the MVP, Idra, one of the best players in the Philippines. 18 kills, 13 deaths, 7.87 assists, and an average score of at least, reaching around 3,000, AJ.
Can I ask you a question? Do you, I know the answer already, but it's not a rhetorical. I want you to answer this. Do you think Idra is a good flex player?
I don't think he's good, but I think he's one of the best.
Exactly right. Guy picks up any gun. He covers any positions. Be it a sniper, be it a shotgun, the SMG. He's an absolute wrecker out there on the battlefield. And I think Smart Omega, if they can focus on, keeping their players in the best shape possible, making it through the playoffs, not going to be a challenge at all. But winning this competition, they have to break not just a little bit of sweat, but they have to sweat buckets, right? Because the quality of the competition in here, I mean, once again, we have to fall back. Sharper Esports. It's not like Omega did not give it their all in that matchup. They still took an L. 2-1, they got beaten down.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. 2-1. But, in the end, I think both teams, they showed up pretty well. I feel like Omega, pretty good getting those. They got 3 games today, 3 Ls as well. If you're Rimo, not the best that you were asking for, but at least you got a point.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Almighty, as they took on Rimo Sadewa earlier on today, they were super duper aggressive in that matchup. But I think, overall 2 points for the side of Rimo Sadewa, they won't really be too fussed about it at all. I want to see exactly how much of improvement Raptors.DNS will be able to, because we saw them step up against Yudu RSG, but now this is a match that even Smart Omega could not take away. They could not win. Raptors.DNS, they are in a little bit of hot soup, but let's see if they can overcome it after a quick short break.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Eds on the other hand, whoa. As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Garena Regional Qualifiers presented by Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. Now, we've only got one final series to go between Sharper Esports as well as Raptors.DNS. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Triple V Jericho to bring you guys all of the hottest action. And this is definitely going to be a do or die for the Raptors, Jericho.
Definitely do or die. They need to pull in at least 2 or even do the 3-0 because they need it. Sharper Esports, they're very confident sitting. You know, they got 2 points. They lost 1 to Omega. But this is also important for them. If they get this 3-0, they're going to be a little bit comfortable now. But for the Raptors, they need to win.
Now, Sharper Esports wants a 3-0 desperately. Raptors, they want a 3-0 desperately as well. Whether or not they will be able to get it will depend on the way they take this matchup. But if they played the way they played that search and destroy and domination against U2RSG, I have zero doubts in my mind that they might actually be able to walk away with a 2-1 victory here.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. They need to get that one. But it's looking like the Raptors, you know, they're gonna go up against a very hot Sharper Esports team. You know, it's just I'm really scared for the Raptors.
I am concerned as well. Unfortunately, this is not U2RSG. This is Sharper Esports. This is the team that beat Smart Omega 2-1. And that was a competition that the Filipinos just could not take. Soybat, yeah. And now win C1, Saturn X, as well as Windsor. Once again, stepping up for Sharper Esports, the prime brand from Thailand.
Yeah, these guys, we've seen them, especially the addition of that additional pressure, the crush of the team. He's just doing a lot of stuff for that team. And you know, but the Soybad though for S&D, he just really is that sniper for them. And these boys are just getting ready with that Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. They are definitely doing a lot of stuff, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. And I want to see exactly what more they will be able to bring into this matchup. Whether it's going to be a 3-0 absolute shutdown on Raptors.DNS, or are they going to just take it slow and easy and get punished, right? Because they have to give it their all. Raptors, man, they are super hungry. If Sharper Esports are not sharp from the get-go, they might get bitten a little too hard by these dinosaurs. Now, I want to see exactly what sort of a strategy Alan, Bang, Pei, iWife, as well as Zonglun will be bringing out in here. But more than that, I want to see CC play.
Yeah, I feel like CC could probably play on the S&D. Maybe she has some strategies, or even play her on the hard point. You know, try to do something here. You know, maybe they've studied Sharper and they can put in CC there. So, you know, I'm excited. Maybe, yeah, let CC play.
Yeah, I want to see exactly what happens when CC goes in with a combo with Pei. He's been quite a solid carry for the team so far, but it's not going to be as if Raptors.DNS have not focused in on this competition so far, right? They've been giving it their all, but they've just not been hitting the mark, man. Especially on day number 1, it was an abysmal performance from their side, and as they stepped on in here for day number 2, we saw that immediate switch in performance. What I do not want to see is inconsistency for them to switch on back to what we saw in day 1. Now, that's going to be a little heartbreaking for me if that happens.
Yeah, that is true. It's going to be very heartbreaking, and it might really just put them on the last spot, AJ. You know, if they lose this, it's going to be really hard for them to make a comeback because, you know, they won that one game from RSG, but now they just have to play undefeated, honestly, because this is the second day, and they only have one more day left so that we can determine who's going to be the top 4, AJ. So it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. I mean, it's potentially going to go down to the coin toss. And you know what? For Raptors.DNS, I hope they win this, man. I mean, we've not seen them take a lot of these aggressive stances against opposition teams just yet. And as they go in to fight off Sharper Esports, getting that coin toss, being able to choose 2 out of the 3 maps to play, being able to ban the first map against Sharper Esports might be able to, you know, swing some momentum their way. And the problem here is I don't know if momentum is going to be enough for Raptors to overcome Sharper. That's the only problem.
Yeah, that's gonna be the problem, AJ. But we have here our MVPs, the head-to-heads. You know, we're gonna see if Soy Bad versus Pei. It's gonna be 15 kills for Soy with 5 deaths. Okay.
Cool.
This guy does not die.
And that's the problem here. That's the problem with the Thai team. They are supreme when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. And Raptors.DNS, once again, they had an abysmal day at the opener, and when they stepped on in here today, they were able to show us a little bit of difference. Hopefully, it just gets better from there on instead of regressing back, because based on the numbers purely, it's all going to be about the Sharper plays. It's all going to be about Sharper Esports bagging those wins back to back. Now, when we go into Hardpoint, we don't know what map it's going to be just yet, but we are about to jump on into that. And once again, I hope and pray the Dinosaurs get it, because if Sharper Esports do, oh, there you go. Dinosaurs managed to get it. Lady Luck looking and smiling at them. You know, the Meteors weren't very kind, but at least the coin is.
Yeah, and Takeoff, I was about to say Takeoff, AJ, and good job for the Dinosaurs to ban Takeoff. No more Hardpoint Takeoff. Let's see what Sharpers are going to ban. Off, or maybe even a firing range.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to ban firing range. There you go. They take the raid out of the equation. That's fair. Sharper Esports will definitely want to punish Dinosaurs, but, you know, not just on the map that they get to pick, which is Search and Destroy. They'll be looking to do it on all 3. Raptors.DNS, they have got the opportunity to bring us into Hackney. Yeah, this is very, very tough, and I'll tell you why, man. Because there will be multiple gunfights that they need to win, and at the same time secure those rotations if they do not have the hard point on them. It's definitely not my first choice for, you know, like you know, to go in here for a win for Raptors.DNS. I wouldn't have gone in for Hackney Yard.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. You know, I mean, Hackney Yard, not the best choice, but maybe we can see something for the Raptors that they're the only ones who knows about it, you know, AJ. And Crossfire S&D for Sharper. We're going to see another Crossfire again. And this is going to be a good map. Soy Bad's going to be loving this one with the snipes again, AJ. So a good pick coming in for Sharper Esports.
And of course, domination goes back to the hands of Raptors.DNS, where they bring us into standoff. I'm much more comfortable with this map pick. We've seen the Raptors.DNS there before. They know the map in and out. Once again, falling back into Hackney Yard. I hope they've been able to master it to the T, because it's going to be a little difficult, man. Sharper Esports, I've seen them play there before. I've seen them annihilate on Hackney Yard before. It's not going to be fun taking them on. Annihilate and Sparrow, basic bans on the operators, unlocking the death machine for sure. We are going to see this equalizers. Not much in terms of the Gravity Vortex gun, but we have seen the efficacy of its usage. At Hackney Yard, though, which of those hard points do you think the Gravity Vortex would be making the most amount of damage, bro?
I feel like it's going to be on that, probably on the 4th one, AJ, or even the first one, because the first one, no, it's going to be on the first one, not on the 4th one, because on the first one, there's only at least 2 entry points that you can just go in without mantling over some stuff. So I feel like that's gonna be the usage of that one. But I feel like Equalizer's also in the second hill. Once you get up on the stairs, you can just start shooting there. You're gonna get them caught sprinting. So let's see what happens here.
I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how Raptors.DNS manages ALMGHTY. They were the ones who picked this game, so hopefully they get to bag this solid, all right? It's gonna be an opportunity to make it big or fall absolutely flat on your face, and I do not think Raptors.DNS are aiming for the latter, so let's see exactly what they can pull off here. You know, aggressive start, but Raptors.DNS, I love this move. What a play! They take the backstab, catching Esports off guard, but they need to win their gunfights as well, which they do not. And Esports, they maintain hold on the hard point, but I love...
Yeah, that's such a good strap, but they didn't get to win that gunfight, so it was such a good idea. I like what they're doing, the ideation, AJ, but just not winning your gunfights, it's not going to really work, AJ. Now, you do see Sharper taking control of it, but here comes the push coming from DNS. Can they do something here? Sharper C1 on your screen now. 20 seconds left. Can they make a play here? But you can see Raptors just pushing in one by one. They gotta start pushing on they gotta start pushing as a team. If I were them, start rotating already. Push on the left side, overextend, and get that spawn.
Oh, this is looking like an absolute wrecking machine of a side for Esports. They have bagged 50 points already at Warehouse, and they look at the control that they've got on the map. Tire Shop is fully blocked off. They've got one player holding on to Warehouse. He finally dies, but 4 players locking down the main component areas of that second hard point, not allowing anyone to step in, sending in only Windsor to play the hard point. This is Esports, and Raptors.DNS have picked the ground where they will be buried at.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. But we do see now Raptors pushing the left side of the map. Overextension is clear. Can they make it through? Here comes the push. The AMAX from iWife trying to make some plays here. But look at the spawns for Sharper. They have control of this whole map now. But let's see. The RNG God still giving them some help here. Vinks are going to be able to first one, but gets taken out. Here comes the push from the Raptors. Finally gets 1 point on the board, but just like that, Sharper still has control of spawns. And Raptors.DNS, they have to rotate now, but look at the damage has been done, AJ. They're about to hit the 100-point mark.
iWife, I love this movement. iWife dropping behind the abandoned building, trying to get the flank around, but he needs the assistance from the rest of his team members as well. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we can see a couple of them backing away. They want to move on towards the third hard point already, but I feel like Raptors.DNS, they are holding on to the wrong position. They need to take those power positions, and as I say that, 2 of those players moving on to the second floor of the rooftop. Sorry, not second floor of rooftop. Moving on to rooftop. They should be able to hold on to the third hard point here. This I like much better.
Yeah, I like this much better. And as we can see now, yeah, the back ready. But as soon as we say that Dinosaur's got the rotation, Sharper just has control of the map. We look at Starter next, he's in that power push in the top L, trying to make a play here. Vinkster just gonna be hopping on that hill, and this can be game over, AJ, in a while.
Oh, you know, I'm so much happier to see Raptors.DNS play the map really well with their rotations. But you know, this is the one problem that still seems to be catching them off. The gunfights, they are not able to overcome the supreme action the Esports brings into ALMGHTY. Gunfight after gunfight, they are just absolutely slaying. I don't even want to look at exactly how the stats look like.
Yeah, I mean, AJ, this is just a full decimation mode, AJ. Sharper just really destroying and showing why they are one of the best teams here. Vinkster already in the new one. They're just leaving Vinkster alone in the hill and letting his teammates do the damage here. Yeah, with the Gravity Vortex gun. 20 points to go before this game ends. But DNS, they can still, they have one last push here, AJ. But here comes the Gravity Vortex, just blocks it. That is how you use the Gravity Vortex, AJ. And just like that, this should be a GG. But Bang comes in with the Death Machine, gets 2, gets 3, but C1 with the Equalizer, but gets traded out. And now Raptors have control.
But it's just 7 more points for Esports. They've bagged this already. It's a GGWT. Raptors.DNS, unfortunately, they have to tank a loss in here. They put up that final stand though, pushing in 4 players, 5 players. They set up the sentry as well. This is the comeback maybe. What a play. All of a sudden the Dinosaurs have woken up. They need to win one final gunfight. They need to dismount. Yes, they do. Yeah goes down. They stack up the defense. 9 more seconds in here. And just when I thought it was all over, the dinosaurs keep this alive. 1 more second. An absolute crusher. Sharper Esports. They crush the dreams. And they force the tears out of the eyes of the dinosaurs. Beautiful place. The final catch. The coach, he's just sharp. He's watching the screen, waiting to see exactly
so
where
bad.
his team goes wrong. Yep, he nods, the nod of approval coming through, and he understands the team is absolutely fine on their own. Well played by, Raptors.DNS, but, I can't say we did not see that coming, Jericho.
Yeah, did not see that coming at all. But I just want to say that Soybat does not want to smile at all. Yeah, there you go. You saw the smile. The back in focus mode. Yeah, but back to the game, AJ. It was just a complete domination from the start, AJ. Start to finish, 58 points already off the rip. Robbie reached 100 points in the second hill, third hill. The Dinosaurs got to manage 10 points, but they just pretty much secured the victory on that fourth hill, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Sarunex, of course, picking that MVP up for himself. A majority of those points picked up by Sharper Esports. But they, Raptors.DNS made a final comeback, man. They kept the spirit alive for themselves, winning back that final hard point. But it was just a little bit too late, wasn't it? Only 7 more points left on the board. The streaks were there for the side of Sharper Esports. They step in. They come through with the equalizer. Yes, they get shut down, but the trade was just a little bit too easy at the end of the day because of the little number of points that remained on the board for them to pick up on. Raptors.DNS, I hope they will be able to, continuously jump on in here with the pressure plays that they brought on against Udo RSG. But I guess it's a lot to ask when you are taking on a team like Sharper Esports, the elite from Thailand.
Yeah, they're just really that top team. And, Raptors.DNS, unfortunately, will have to face them, AJ. 150-48 then again, but it's Crossfire next. We did see them we did see the plays in S&D a while ago from Sharper Esports in standoff against RSG. They were doing pretty well, actually, AJ, but, RSG just a better S&D team there, but this time it's not RSG. They're going up against Sharper Esports, a different kind of animal. So let's see if they can try to get this W.
And very clearly, Sharper Esports, they do not care about any sentiments. They understand that Raptors.DNS are struggling. They do not mind that Raptors.DNS are struggling. They just want to get the W for themselves. Because, we discussed this. Sharper Esports desperately need the 3 points. They need to secure the top 4 for themselves. Yes, Udo RSG is not doing their best at the moment, but they can't leave anything to chance as the final day will still come through where they need to take 2 more matches. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the final, seconds before we jump on into Search and Destroy. This is the last series of the day. Let's see if or not the Dinosaurs can at least bag this one, Jericho.
Yeah, Pei takes out Sarunex immediately. That's an opening they need. Soybat with the sniper will be that sniper for the team. Let's see what happens here, AJ. Bomb is not yet down, but let's see what happens here. They're gonna be trying to move in already. B is the name of the game, but Zongbloon inside that side. He's gonna get stunned. The information is given. Stun check immediately. Soybat just trying to find a spot here, AJ. Let's see if he can try to pick that sniper.
Let's see if or not the Raptors.DNS players can pull something off here. Soybat. Zonglun, opportunity 2-on-1. He actually drops Vincer. Beautiful play. And he drops Soybat as well. Zonglun, what a play. Raptors.DNS, they've got the numbers now on their side. Going in for the attack on the final 2 players. Bang! Goes bang bang onto Anavin, shutting him down. And 1 final player left here. C1, they're taking on 5 players from the side of Raptors.DNS. Allen has been eliminated 4 versus 1 with just the shorty in hand as well as the MX9. Can he now make a play?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be 1 versus 4. C1 will spot 1 as well. The pre-aim is in. Try to get a kill here. 1 versus 4 takes down. Nope, will not take it down. 35 seconds, not a lot of time here, AJ. He has to start getting some kills here, but look at the triple stack. He doesn't know it's going to be behind the timing. It's beautiful. C1 gets away with his life. And C1. 20 seconds left, 1 versus 4. This is impossible, AG, but if he can do it, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame books. But Bang takes him out, does take out 1, but the trade is there.
It's just a little unfortunate for him, but it's okay. Raptors.DNS, what a play! What an aggression. Round number 1 bagged pretty easily. They just need to be sharp as they go on in here, as they try to take down Sharper Esports. The bomb now crossing over towards the bus station. Good smoke in that midsection. Sharper Esports should be able to pull off an early plant in here because there's no pressure at all on dead end.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, AJ. Just a really, you need to get that kill if you are Shoibad. You can't get traded out by Zongjun getting those 2 kills, but huge kills coming in from Raptors. Now we have Pei. It's gonna be a stalemate again. You know, Shoibad not aggressive anymore because he knows there's gonna be people there on that right side, but this time they're just leaving Pei on the right. 4 stack on the left.
Going in for some blind shots here, trying to get lucky. 1 hit marker onto, I believe, Soybad from another player on the side of Raptors.DNS. They're not going to be able to capitalize on that just yet, but the bomb now might be planted for the side of Sharper, and the thighs will put on the pressure on the shoulders of the Raptors.DNS players. Let's see exactly how they take this over. 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 35 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Bang. Good's gonna get taken out by Anawan, and Soyba gets 1 as well. 5 versus 4. Anawan gets straight out by Allen. Allen on the back trying to make a play here. A little bit more time. Bomb is down. He has to make a play here. Allen gets taken out by C1. And just like that, 2 versus 4. Page's gonna try to hop on. Vinkster just spotted, gets a hit marker, takes him out. 1 last player. iWife trying to hop on the bomb, trying to be sneaky. But first round goes to Sharper. Now it's 1-1.
Let's see if or not they will be able to keep that up, because Raptors.DNS, 1 quick mistake, Sharper takes advantage. They just need to make sure they don't make any of those mistakes. Easier said than done, I definitely understand. But those snipes, man, early setup snipes from the side of Raptors, we don't seem to be seeing them. Pei needs to be able to hit those marks. If Pei starts going in for those strikes, maybe they can switch things around from that early stages.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But here is Zonglun coming in, the very aggressive Sarun X takes them down, and just like that, it opens the bomb planter to get that bomb down for Sharper Esports. Good place coming in for Sarun X, and now this is gonna be hard for the Dinosaurs.
Now, I want to see if or not they will be able to make a clutch here. A 3-man play going in towards the side of Sharper Esports, who have the bomb planted already. Not going to be easy at all, especially when you're Raptors.DNS and a majority of your plays have definitely fallen flat. They need to be able to get that information through. 1 player holding on to that high ground needs to relay the messages. But here's the good thing about Sharper Esports. They hold on to their positions and they don't move. How do you relay information when those players don't stick out?
Yeah, it's just going to be hard. You just really have to guess at this point, or, you have to adjust. Yes, you can lose this round right here, but you need to know the next time you are going to go for that retake, expect that the player is going to be there. Hit that pre-fire, AJ. Hit that stuns if you need. You just need to know that. So knowledge is very important in S&D. Just knowing your last known location can really change the game.
Yeah, okay. Now, 1 more push in towards bus station. This time, the pressure comes through. Allen is going to be holding on to dead end, but the early entrance by Pei now goes in for the Punisher. Allen taken down. Zonglun goes out of the equation as well. Raptors.DNS. I am feeling the pain. I'm definitely feeling the heat.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the hit. Soybad takes out Bang. 1 versus 5 iWife. It's all up to you. Does get 1 though, but C1 gets the trade on the side, and just like that, 3-1. Sharper Esports leading by 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think I know exactly, I feel exactly where they're coming from. I understand the idea, going in for the rush, trying to catch Sharper Esports off guard, but they're not the kind of team that you can catch off guard. That's the problem, right? So you have to play this a little bit more tactically. Pei needs to find those early frags, and clearly the position that Pei's been holding on to for the time being has not been working out at all. Sharper going in for those quick scope, and Vincent hunting for a player to take down, gets punished by Zonglun with a beautiful opener, and it's a 3-3 as Sarun X just changes things around, takes Zonglun out of the equation, and this might just be a play that Sharper pulls off yet again. The bomber is not going to be disturbed at all if he goes in for the plant.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3. Good plays coming in for both teams. But Sarun X, he can actually go back and plant the bomb here, but number 4, iWife, has eyes on it. He can just shoot that with the AMAX. Let's see what Sarun X decides. He's going to try to challenge here. Bang, and Wife takes out Sarun X. See what? It's all up to you in a 1v2. Takes out 1. But beautiful plays coming in from the Raptors. Can they get this round? Or we'll see when clutch this in a 1v2.
Now, let's see if or not.
Ooh.
I was just about to say if Pei can hit that snipe, and I guess that's the answer. Pei can hit that snipe. 3-2. Sharper Esports still in the lead, but Raptors.DNS not too shabby at all. I still have the confidence that they can make it back through in here, but it's all, once again, going to depend on Pei. And the rest of those players just need to make sure they don't over-aggress. This is the opportunity for Raptors.DNS because now they've got the bomb, which means they dictate the pace of this matchup.
Yes, that is true, but here's Zonglen with the shorty. Will spot him, gets that kill. 2 down already for Sharper, but Saturnex gets traded out for Allen. It's going to be a 4v5 central control building. Zonglen will know there's going to be one person. The timing is going to be important here. Number 5, which is going to be Saturnex just behind there. He's going to get a shot. Vangster takes out Zonglun. Now it's going to be 3v3. AJ is not looking well for both teams, but Saturnex takes out IYF. Now it's going to be 2v3. Bomb is not yet down, but Vangster trying to make clear. Finally takes out Soybad, takes out Bang, and now it's a 1v3.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness me. Oh, but Pei almost getting the player out of the equation there. Just unfortunate. Just not super accurate with that wall bang. But it doesn't really matter. 1 versus 3. Not a situation that Pei will be able to turn around easily at all. Unless he can take out that sniper first. Going to be a very tough call once again, because just like the previous rounds, when Sharper Esports, they've got the numbers, they've got the round, they do not aggress, they do not peek out, because it's all your call, man. You need to make a play.
Yeah, you need to make a play right here, but Pei gets taken out. Good spot coming in from Soybad, and now it's going to be 4-2 AJ. Sharper Esport looking very sharp, but can they close it out in the next 2 rounds?
A lot of people, you guys want those giveaways. Please do us a favor and like and share the stream if you haven't just yet. The moment we hit those 50,000 CCVs, we'll be unlocking those giveaways. I have a feeling Garena was a little overexcited when they set those numbers.
Yep, very excited, but it's okay. We still got that first one down. Maybe we can still try to get it for the last one. But Zonglun takes out 1. Sarnex gets that trade 3v2.
Let's see if or not we will be able to hit 50k. All right, it's all up to the community. Sarun X almost able to take that number and equalize, but unfortunate for him, he just gets the hit marker. No takedown just yet. Pei on the other side. Hit mark is not going to be taking them down. Vince is alive and kicking over at Butchers. And now if this bomb is planted, it might just end up on the side of Raptors.DNS. A quick plant and back away. That's all they need now.
Yeah, that's all they need now. Pei. Ooh. Can he try to get that kill? Bomb is down already. 2v3. Can they make a play? Here comes the Sharper boys putting in left and right. But Pei takes out Vingster. And it's all up to Sardex. Gonna try to take out this person. I think Pei does recognize it, but faster is Sardex. But here comes with the Holger. The spot one on top. I think he did spot that one. But no time left. 20 seconds left. He has to make a play. Takes out 1. That's unfortunate. iWife, you shouldn't be challenging that. Play time with you. Very far. 15 seconds left. Here we go. You have to try to sneak the bomb. Sardex. Oh. He's gonna take him out, but he just calculated it. Bang! Takes him out. 3-4.
Pros don't fake. Thank goodness they don't.
if he did fake, probably be dead by now. But good plays coming in from the Raptors, actually, AJ. But there's only one thing I didn't like from there. iWife didn't have to challenge that because he had the upper advantage.
Yeah, man. And, you know, either way, it looks like they managed to pull it back through. Zonglun shuts down C1, but immediately traded out by a now-in Shorty. It's a 4 versus 4 now. Raptors.DNS, they can go in for another quick plant over at bus station if they want to take that risk. Remember, 2 rounds ago, when they wanted to go in the fourth plant, it was an absolute shutdown by the opposition sniper. And if they make that mistake once again, they will lose their opportunity to make a good comeback. They need to now equalize 4-4. Pei has not been super accurate, but maybe now's the time.
Yeah, maybe now is the time, though. Soybad, this spot, the enemies on B will give that information. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Nothing is happening at the moment, even though it's going to be a 4v4 stalemate. Number 2, though, very near, which is Pei with that sniper again, trying to find someone. And number 4, Vingster on the other team, just trying to wait for his teammate. Just a stalemate. No one's making a move.
Yeah, I think Sharper Esports will be, very, very happy with the fact that Raptors.DNS are just not going in for the push at all. iWife actually shutting down and now in, getting the numbers on their side. But they have to be careful because Soybad will be able to turn things around in the blink of an eye. But now the bomb has been planted and the players from Raptors.DNS back away very smoothly. I love this play.
Yeah, I really love this play indeed as well. But Soybad in the middle. Ooh, takes out Pay. Beautiful snipe coming in from there. Now it's going to be a 3v3. Siren next trying to get that wallbang in. And here comes the retake. Allen takes out Vixer, but no trade coming in. But Soybad trades out Allen. It's going to be a 2v2. Siren next gets taken out as well by iWife. And it's all up to you, Soybad. 1 versus 2. 15 seconds left. That's spot 1 play, but he has to make the play now.
Soybad can go in for the quick scope, but not quick enough. The shorty goes in for the pop. Raptors.DNS, they equalize. And oh my, can they get a win? They're so close now, Jericho.
Yeah, they were so close indeed. 4-4. And remember, this map is offensive heavy. And they've survived the defensive heavy. So now, but here comes the push. Look at the push. Harper on B side. B is already taken control, so they only have one choice to go. The 5-man push on B. But then again, they left A alone. Raptors hopping on an A. It's just a back and forth. But Soybad gets the information they need, takes out 1. It's gonna be a 4 versus 5.
Oh, this is great. The rock, paper, scissors just, and Lady Luck just smiling at Raptors.DNS right now. They have to go in for the early plant, but that nade can cause a lot of troubles. Alan! Oh, hit marker. Poor boy gets away, thankfully. iWife gets a 2-piece for himself. Beautiful plays coming through, but it's equalized immediately by Sarun X. And now it drops iWife as well as Bang. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 now. Can they make a play? Sarun X going through from the back. Will not be able to find Zonglun as he catches him. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Raptors.DNS, can they get the defense in here? Zonglun!
Oh, Zonglun, no, unfortunately, misses that. All you have to do is take out that one player, but Soybad does not miss. And just like that, 5-4 AJ, one more round. That would have been such a nice round for Raptors, but unfortunately, Soybad being that difference maker for Sharper.
This is just a heartbreaker, man. Right, Soybad's definitely the playmaker. He's the game changer for the side of Sharper Esports. And Raptors, on the other hand, they do not have a trump card like that, right? And I want to see them perhaps pull a ace out of under their sleeves, but it's just perhaps turning out to be something that's just too much to ask for. DNS Zonglun almost taken down. Sharper loses C1. Zonglun finally gets eliminated from the equation. Everything's equal, back up 4-4. The bomb approaching dead end now. Sharper Esports on the defending side before perhaps Raptors.DNS push this into round number 11. But they have to take this to perfection.
Yeah, they have to take this to perfection indeed. Soybad just trying to get some information here. That's so close on their screen. If you do see it, the overlay, the X-rays, does miss a shot, but does see that foot. We do see that spot more really often here, AJ. It's going to be a 4v4 stalemate. Let's see if Soybad can do something here, or will Raptors force around 11?
Yeah, I think they can potentially pull this off. Soybad just spotting those little feet there, not able to take them out, but the wall bang! He does not take the shot, and he will miss an opportune moment there. 4 versus 4 still in the mix. Raptors.DNS looking for that opening to plant that bomb. 3 players at central building now, stacking up the defense, putting on so much of pressure. And Raptors, they're not going to be able to take this easy plant. Perhaps a couple of smokes might just help them out here.
Yeah, they definitely need some smokes here. Soybad misses that first one. Can he miss the second? Hit marker gets away again, and that's really good. It stops the push, but here comes the push coming in from Sharper Esports. Number 4. It's going to be Vixer. Soybad also going to get some shots down. But here we go. Pay takes out Sardex. Vixer hopping in, done. Get that double kill, and just like that, this should be a round for Sharper. We're gonna send it over to a game number 3.
Day number 1 Raptors.DNS versus day number 3 Raptors.DNS. They are different night and day. Absolute perfection in terms of improvement. but it is just not enough against Sharper Esports. They take such a strong game, search and destroy, what a shutdown. And now Raptors, they've got one final chance, one final option. It's either domination or absolutely nothing, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. This is what they need. Maybe they want to win that domination again, you know, just like what they did with RSG. They want to just pull one away here just to be on that on the leaderboard as well, on the standings, AJ. But then again, look at that. Soybad with 12 kills, Siren X with 10 kills, and Fixer with 8. Just huge plays coming in from all the players for Sharper. But Zonglun and iWife, 9 and 8, not that bad. But you know, if Allen and Pei and Bang can't really do much, nothing's really gonna happen right now.
Especially Pei, man. Pei should have been able to step up there, but you know, he just wasn't finding any of his snipes. And you cannot play a map like Cross and not bring in your best game as the sniper. You are definitely going to tank a loss, and that has been seen over a multitude of matches so far between the other teams, and Raptors.DNS witnessing it for themselves. But you know, even as that is said, Sharper Esports, they played such a clean and composed game. It was so difficult for the players from the side of Raptors to take any plants whatsoever.
Yeah, that is true. It just the pressure from Sharper. You know, how they played the S&D was pretty bad, actually, AJ. It was literally sloppy, though. And for Raptors, it was just they didn't have any other play besides just rushing B all the time. They tried to innovate it in a while, but in the end, it just really costed them in the end. And Sharper just took advantage of that.
Yeah, and you know, that's all what, you know, Call of Duty mobile competitions are about, Jericho. You step into the big stage, you're not able to do it, it doesn't matter, you go back to the drawing board, you drop a brand new strat and a plan, you step back in, you go in for the application and see if you can pull it off or not. I like the improvement, but I definitely want to see some numbers on the board for Raptors.DNS. Standoff is a map pick of theirs. I'm pretty sure they might be able to get something done in here. We did see the game that they took against U2 RSG. It was very convincing, that map hold. Do you think they'll be able to make a comeback here, though?
I feel like they could try to do something here. Remember, they like domination. They did something in Raid, but this is standoff. It's going to be that granny house, AJ. Remember, if anyone is there, he has to get some streaks, just like how Kenshi did it yesterday, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, if Sharper Esports eases off on the pressure a little bit, I feel like Raptors.DNS might be able to make a play here. Just purely with Raptors.DNS stepping up their game, I highly doubt they'll be able to achieve anything. Because there's a clear gap in terms of quality as well as capability out there on the battlefield. Sharper Esports proving to be the better side. But you know, you've mentioned this, it's not always going to be possible for pro players to be on their best play, to go in there and win each and every single matchup. So maybe Raptors can keep their fingers crossed that it's going to be that sort of a situation for Sharper Esports, where they make a couple of mistakes to allow them to capitalize. But even if those mistakes do not get capitalized on, then they're in a lot of trouble, my friend.
Yeah, a lot of trouble indeed. But here we go, standoff, game number 3, the last game of the day, AJ. Sharper versus Raptors. Let's see what happens here. Mid-map control, as we can see that Raptors gonna get taken out fast, and Finks are already at the back of their base, overextending this fast, this early. Sharper, they want to end it fast.
And I think they might be able to get that done. Triple cap attempt coming through in here. And that A flag. Vincent jumps off of it in the nick of time. Shouldn't have done that. Wife takes him out of the equation. But even if he didn't jump off, I feel like it could have been a little bit too late. Yeah. So A tries to stay alive. Does exactly that for a couple of seconds as Allen snuffs him out. Beautiful plays by Raptors.DNS. They are making sure Sharper Esports does not bully them into consensus. But as I say that, Sharper snatches away that A flag.
Yes, snatches away just like that. Sharper Esport has control of A and C. They did step on B for a while, but here comes the push coming in from Raptors on C. C1 in a 1v1 against that DNS player. We'll tag him up. We'll give that call, but DNS hopping on B. But here comes C1 with the trade. Gets 3. No. Zonglun gets that trade, and IY finally hopping on A to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, man, I need to see exactly what Raptors Dinosaurs pull off in here. Can they get a triple cap for themselves? Prevention on that B side. They were almost there. The C flag prevention comes through as well. Raptors, they make a beeline. They cap Bravo. Come on, make it through a little bit more. And yes, they get it done. But they lose that A flag, though. Solo attempt coming through by Vinsa. Can they go in for the cap? The prevention is good. And they hold on to the 2 flags for the time being, on the way to a comeback here.
Yeah, here we go, but Sharper hopping on BNA. This might be a triple cap indeed. iWife takes out one, but there's going to be 3 players to Sharper, but Victor is there on the right. The pressure is being applied. Gas station spawns are there. This is what Sharper wants. This is what Sharper needs. The traps are going to be set here, AJ, and the triple cap is set.
If or not, they are going to be able to win this back. It's a high challenge, but you know, at a triple cap situation, as long as you go in for a 5-man push, getting one back isn't an issue at all. But it's all about the coordination. The players from Raptors.DNS, look at the minimap, Jericho. They are all over the place. Finally, Gods of RNG helping them out, forcing them to spawn off of gas station together. And maybe now that will force them to stick together a little bit. It doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, actually, they've actually managed to push through. This is what they need, but the Predator missile will shut them down. There's going to be one more player there. The Zonglun hopping on that C flag. No players from Sharper to be near, so this is a good reset for Raptors. But the round is about to be over.
Yeah, 71-29. It was a good play from Raptors.DNS, but I feel like Sharper Esports, they are tired already. They want to take a nap and prepare for, you know, a couple of scrims tomorrow. They try to end this off as quick as possible. 75-31. The Dinosaurs are struggling a little bit here.
They're really struggling a lot, AJ. You know, we thought they were gonna do good at the start, but Vinkster and and now with 18 kills already, you know, they're just having their way with this right now. But let's see what happens here. Maybe can they make another comeback? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can make a tremendous pull in here, because not only do they have to catch up with Sharper Esports, they've got to beat this 40-point lead, and on top of that, take the win as well. B flag capture. Sadonex goes in for the prevention. A little late, but it doesn't really matter. Immediate trade out coming through from Pei, and should be able to make the play now if at all he has maybe a particular smoke on him, but it does not seem to be the case. They will have to back away, leaving it all to the rest of the players. Raptors.DNS, they are struggling. Sharper Esports, on the other hand, cool and calm, collected. They take all of their gunfights.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected. Indeed, AJ. But here's C1 with the death machine, trying to get some streaks here. But DNS, they are actually having map control here, AJ. You know, they're going to get that middle push. But here we go. They're going to actually cap it, AJ. Raptors about to capture B. And here we go. That's the opening they need. Maybe this is the start they need, AJ.
Yep, 44-88 Sharper Esports. Now they're about to lose their A flag. Prevention by Allen. Taken out. And I do not understand exactly how Sharper Esports are able to lose their flags so many times back to back. Although they have those players there, I guess it is the tenacity of the Dinosaurs finally flowing. 3 tremendous plays so far, but they need to hustle a little bit more. Perhaps hold on to a triple cap. It's a lot to ask, but they've already done so much. I think they might be able to pull this off.
They might be able to pull this off, but as soon as we say that, they are spotting a gas station. Big kills coming in. Predator Missile comes in as well from both teams. Takes out 5, but takes out 1 as well. But here we go. iWife in the middle. They can still actually do this. It is very, very winnable, but they need to try to cap C just for at least a couple of seconds, but this can also work, but it's just going to be really, really, really close, AJ.
Oh, Raptors, they prevent that A flag capture, and now in Granny's house, you see that sentry setup coming through. Unfortunately, they lose their defense on that A flag, but the backup definitely stays true, and the sentry finally goes down. This is the point where Raptors.DNS need to figure out another play, and they do at that very moment set up another sentry to protect that A flag. I absolutely love the Dinosaurs. Raptors.DNS, this might actually happen.
This might actually happen, AJ. I feel like the 2 cap is coming through, but finally, Sharper hopping on B. It's gonna be a double cap. There's gonna be one player who has the equalizer, does not get anything, but number 5, no! Sharper takes it back, and just like that, the chances have slimmed again. They have to capture it again, but yeah. They can make a double cap. They can try to do it, but yeah, gets taken out. No one's near A, but no, gets taken out as well, AJ, but 3 players more. This is the final push for Raptors.
Oh, and I think they might be able to do this. Yes, they do it. They do it. Hunter killer drone coming through, but they managed to cap the C flag. 95-121. It's going to be Raptors Dinosaurs on for crunch time. They need to be able to win all of the gunfights. They cannot lose that C flag. It is being aimed for by the players of Sharper Esports. It's either you cap that B or you prevent on C. Predator missile does not come through for the side of Raptors.DNS. They're not winning enough gunfights to pull those score streaks through. And a triple cap attempt by Sharper Esports, and they managed to get it done.
I managed to get it done indeed, AJ. Here we go, but Sharper Esports, when they try, They get it, that the trip cap is in, and this should seal the deal, AJ, unless a miracle can happen for the Raptors.
Yeah, this is GGWP already. 141 to 104, but with a triple cap, there's just no way Raptors.DNS will be able to turn things around. But I am not gonna ask for anything more. Compared to day number 1 to day number 3, I think Raptors.DNS have stepped up way more than they've improved from the previous competition till now. And I'll take that, man. It's more than enough for me, Jericho.
Yeah, more than enough for me as well. At least we can see the improvement that they're doing. And look at Soyfan. He's posting for. Woo! Damn.
I guess it's exactly what it is, right? It is what it is at the end of the day. Chopper Esports, they're not even celebrating their win because they are that focused, man. It was not a match that they were underestimating. They knew Raptors.DNS were giving them a run for their money. And at domination, it looked like the Raptors almost got it sorted out, right? IY stepping up to the plate and Pei as well this time round. And I feel like maybe if Pei had traded out that sniper in that search and destroy for, you know, a different gun, maybe the LMG, you know, bringing in the Holger, a difference could have been made perhaps, because definitely did not manage to strike as well as Pei did in this domination match. But regardless of how well they performed, Chopper Esports with Windsor helming that MVP title, a tremendous play, such a good finisher towards the end, just to stop the side of DNS from aggressing any further.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. I do agree with you. Sharper just coming in here, no mercy, business as usual. 30 kills from Vinkster, 29 from now with that duo, the combo, working well here. And, you know, but valiant effort coming in from the team of Raptors.DNS. But unfortunately, they are going to be handed that donut for today, AJ. Our first donut, actually, of day 3, AJ.
Yeah, and that's fair, man. I mean, as long as it was not the same sort of performance that we saw on day 1, it's absolutely fine if they fall in these matches giving their absolute best. Because if they do, then that's exactly what the COD community wants. They want to see what these teams are at their best. And if you fall whilst going out there and giving it your all, no one can hold anything against you, man. 150 to 48, 6 to 4, 150 to 104, Sharper Esports. They slay Raptors.DNS.
Yeah, pretty much convincing from start to finish, especially at a hard point. You know, just really dominating from it. The crossfire was a bit of a scary one, AJ. But, you know, I feel like they just Soybad just told them to like just calm down, and they did it. And now in standoff domination, 150 to 104, very, very, very convincing, AJ. And here are some highlights from that series.
I mean, at the opening matchup, Hardpoint, it was just such a one-sided map for, you know, Hackney Yard. Yes, this was a coin toss that was won by Raptors.DNS, but it was not a game they could win. Chopper Esports was so on point all throughout. But once again, they put up quite a solid fight. It's just that in Hardpoint, that fight came through a little bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late, honestly. You know, if you reach at least 100 points in the second hill, you're pretty much secured for a W, AJ. And, you know, DNS, they tried their best, but, you know, it was just too much pressure coming in from every player. All the players from Sharper were just running around, just pretty much destroying everyone there. And, you know, but in the S&D, we kind of saw some differences, especially at the start of the round. Zongli with that double kill, remember? And now, you know, it was just really tough because it was 4-6. They just couldn't have an answer for any plays that Chopper was pulling off.
In the search and destroy, I feel like Pei could have, you know, gone in there a little bit more sharper, no pun intended, but Sharper Esports were just so much better all through the way, right? And if Pei was able to find those snipes at the early stages, I feel like it would have scared Sharper Esports to play a slower game. It would have pushed Sharper Esports back. But, you know, one of the most interesting things is whenever Raptors.DNS moved on to take the plant at the B bomb site, one thing kept happening again and again and again. The players from the side of Sharper Esports, from Central Building, kept putting on so much of pressure. And I don't understand why Raptors just did not focus on clearing out the building first.
Yeah, I mean, it's just small mistakes, AJ. It just shows that, you know, Sharper, obviously the better team.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Raptors.DNS, yes, they're a top team in their region, but as of now, they're struggling to hang with the best here. But we do see the improvements coming in. I feel like they just have to touch it up, maybe talk to their coach, or maybe let CC play if they want. But I feel like that's what they need to do. They need to work on their coordination and how they play as a team.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to figure out what was the difference between day 1 as well as day 3 within themselves. They need to figure out exactly what went wrong on day 1 and try to make sure it never ever happens again. Because, if this was the form that they stepped into from the very first day, the very first matchup, I feel like we could have seen a little bit more. But that being said, we have to acknowledge that they were taking on Smart Omega, who wanted to start off the competition with a few points in the bag so they can play their numbers game, play a little mathematics just to pull back and push, play a little bit of Tai Chi within Call of Duty Mobile itself. And I think that was exactly where Raptors.DNS just could not make the cut, right? In a matchup against serious Smart Omega, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Indeed, it's gonna be really, really hard. But I mean, at least now, RSG should be, RSG. They beat RSG, but it is what it is. 2-1, and our soldier for a game, Vinkster, the aggressive player, 4 sharp Esports, 15 kills, 9 deaths, 3 assists, and an average score of 2,201. That is amazing. He's a shotgun player for that team, and he is really doing well.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, I want to see more from Sharper Esports, mainly because they just have no chill. They don't care who they're taking on. They just want to bag these victories and they want to move on. They don't care about showing their strats. I mean, if you want to see our strategies, so what? It doesn't mean you can do anything about that. And I love that sort of a mentality. It's not the way all of the teams in this competition are taking it. It could play them well. It could perhaps do them in at those later stages. We still have to wait and see if there's anything still up the sleeves of Sharper Esports. Because if they do, then I think we can guarantee that they're going to be the champions of this competition. Because if they're still better placed than what they've already shown us, bro, yeah, it's going to be a GG for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a GG in this teams. And here are the updating standings, and Sharper Esports 7-2. But and this is the one I was surprised. Omega, second place, AJ.
Not surprised at all. You play mathematics. You play the game of numbers. You should be able to guarantee yourself a comfortable spot. And I feel like that's exactly what they've been doing. They are a team that's very capable of doing that. And they've brilliantly hide their strats so far. And I think they've managed to pull off the absolute impossible. Anybody who's able to read their strategies in the past will be having a tough time now, which is going to be making Omega Esports a huge threat in the playoffs. Sharper Esports is taking the exact opposite strategy, just like what I've talked about. They are showing everything. They don't care. They're bagging those victories. Almighty onto the same role as well. They're trying their best to keep their role from the Singapore Championship in here. Clearly, it's way tougher to maintain a win streak, but they're doing pretty well for themselves, Jericho.
Yeah, they're pretty doing well, 3rd and 4th with Rimo. But I feel like the most disappointing one for today is RSG for me. They should have gotten that. They should have gotten that the 3-0 at least just to lower the lead. But now they have to climb up 3 games, AJ. But with that being said, that is day 3. But here are our schedule for day number 4, Group B. For our first game, it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate versus Sem9. For our second game, AFN Gaming versus M42 Esports. For our third game, this is going to be a big one, AJ. Blacklist International Ultimate versus Dunya Games Esports. For our fourth game, Sem9 versus WDC Free Slot. And finally, for our fifth game, M42 versus Dunya Games.
I can't hype up these days any more than what I have already hyped them up to be. These are crazy teams, man. The best of the best from 6 regions within Garena fighting it off. I don't think any Call of Duty mobile fan needs convincing to jump on into the live stream to check out exactly how they do. We might just have the best batch throughout the whole world of Call of Duty mobile. I'm going to continuously say that because that's what I truly believe. But just because I say that, that is not a statement that means that the global scene does not have great players. It just means that Garena has really, really solid talent that will be able to take a really strong fight against them, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. I do agree with you there. Now, we have a lot of talent we can offer. Unfortunately, we can only send 1 to the global stage.
Yeah.
Well, in the future, we might send 8, but we don't know. But you know, this is what we can offer, and this is the best that we can do. And so far,
I definitely am, man. And, imagine what will happen if things turn around. Udu RSG makes it through. They qualify for the playoff. Then what? Which is the team that gets relegated? Which is the team that's not going to do as well? It's quite unthinkable to imagine either Rimo Sadewa, Sharper Esports, Almighty, or Smart Omega dropping out at this stage. So it's just going to pile up so much more pressure onto the shoulders of the players from Udu RSG.
Yeah, that's true. Just amount of pressure if you're in the bottom two now. RSG with 3 and 6, Raptors at 1 and 8 or 9, if I'm not mistaken. So so they, I think Raptors, they can still to try to make a comeback, but they have to win. I don't know. Yeah, they have to win. They really have to win. They can't lose anymore, if I'm not mistaken. But RSG still have a chance, but also has to be undefeated.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for, man. It's a lot. I mean, Udu RSG maybe, but inconsistencies from a lot of the players. But Raptors.DNS, no inconsistency. If anything, there's consistency in them improving. But you can't be improving at the regional qualifiers. The improving just needs to be done before you qualify. At the end of the day, the best teams are going to win, even though they are one of the best from their region. They step on into this field. They have been dominated by a majority of these teams. But we want to see that fight still stay alive from them, even at this stage. And I feel like when you are perhaps counted out, that's the point where you perform at your best. And that's the situation Raptors.DNS have been forced into right now. And we might be able to get a sneak peek at what their best is.
Well, with that being said, AJ, that is it for day number 3, a jam-packed day, 5 games. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. It's been me, BB Jericho, with Mustachio AJ, and we are signing out.